Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
All right, folks, welcome back to the show. Okay, so this is the second stream of the day because, yeah, I lost my internet, like, entirely. I don't know what happened. Complete internet F. So, you know, I tried to have it diagnosed. If it happens again, it happens again. But, yeah, here we are. We're back. We're back in business, and unfortunately, yes, I got to restart everything. Got to restart all the goals and all the fun stuff, but I appreciate y'all hanging in there, and you know what? I also appreciate you guys looking out for any time that this happens. This is why I tell you to keep the notifications on, because of shit like this. So, if you guys can do me a favor, hit that like button on the way in. This is a totally new stream, hence the intro. But you know what? Because I had to break such serious news on the last stream, it's not the worst thing, but it does suck. Like, whatever. This is just all right. Oh, there goes Stan. He's upstairs doing his thing. I'm not gonna lie, that I didn't need that. I really didn't need that. This is, dude. Can I just have some fucking wins? I just need some wins. I really do. I need, like, seriously. I'm at this point. I'm gonna just have this crash out right now online. I'm at this point where I need, like, a big fucking W because, dude, what in the fuck? Like, it's even these small things are really starting to get to me. They really are. Fuck me. God damn it. Thanks, Stan. I appreciate that. All right. Did you hit the like? Yes. I am a champion of champions. No. I huff. Okay. Glad to have me back. Thanks, Dennis. I appreciate that. All right, guys. Well, we're back. So, where were we? What were we even watching? I don't even fucking remember because I had to go and look this up. We did the Piers Morgan thing. We did that. It was halfway through the breaking points thing. You know what? We'll just move on from that. And we'll just continue with some of the news of Trump losing his mind. And we'll just start with that. God. Well, if you guys are just joining us, I did unfortunately lose my first stream because I lost internet completely. I have no idea what the fuck is going on outside of yeah. All right. So if you guys, like I said, can just do me that solid, hit the like button on the way in, and yeah, help out the stream. Just get it out there. Sorry, guys. I've had such a fucking rough go. Just in the weekend here, dealing with this, and like I said, the small things are starting to get to me. They really are. What happened? I don't know, dude. I lost my fucking internet, and my internet provider is just kind of casually being like, "Ooh." Nah, it's one of the joys of living in a city where sometimes, every once in a while, you'll just have these random outages. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to fucking think about it too hard. But, like, hey, dude, even having the horizontal stream, that's because net neutrality is gone. Yeah, that's true. You know, that's awesome. I'm so glad. You know what? I'm so glad. Like, I chose the best time to get into this, apparently. Like, listen, I shouldn't complain because I do have more traction than most. Like, I've only been doing this for, what, a year and a half? Not even 2 years. I just gotta say, though, like, this is the shit that, it's just, it's annoying. And it's not the losing the internet part. It's literally, like, the fact that it's like, I can't just, like, get back onto, like, the stream that I was, and just, whatever. It's just bullshit. Teemu Mike from PA. You're original! No, you're not. Did you say that one before, or did you fucking get programmed to say this shit to any fucking leftist? I don't fucking know. I mean, the fact that you guys are so unoriginal that I hear Mom's Basement, Teemu Mike from PA, Asmund Bronze, like, over and over and over and over. Cool, man. Cool. Like, you guys are so fucking original that you guys repeat the same comments over and over and over. You're either this, like, same account, or you're the same guy, several sock puppet accounts, which get a fucking life, losers. Jesus Christ. Just in general. But are you jealous of Mike's hair? Oh, I have better hair than Mike. I just don't give a shit, dude. Honestly, I just don't give a shit. And right now, I am kind of just having, like, a moment where I'm like, yeah, you know what? Fuck everything. Fuck the internet. Fuck, life. Fuck everything. Like, seriously, fuck everything. But anyway, that's how it goes. How can you fix that? I don't know. It's called douching. You seem to know all about the douches. I think that you have an idea on what to do there, eh? But anyway, let's get back to this fucking news. He has a better, stronger hairline. Dude, this is a fucking center part. Don't know what to tell you. Learn something about hair. This is what happens. You see? Fucking hairline's fine, jackass. This is balding, then I think that you might need to learn what actual balding is. Just gonna say it. Usually I have a little bit more like, I don't give a fuck. Seriously? The amount of people that come in here attacking my hairline, thinking about my hair, attacking my looks, any of it. Number one, that's real. That's showing you're manly. You're so manly, so big and strong. I can only assume that you guys actually are follically challenged yourself, but bro, if you need to take a break from streaming for a while, we would completely understand. Isaac, it's not about you guys understanding. It's about the fact that I have to fucking do this for the goddamn algorithm. Otherwise, my channel fucking, it gets put in the pits. So no, realistically, this is the bitch about, like, gaining traction and actually, like, kind of growing your stream. Yeah, they kind of do this, like, and honestly, I kind of thought about this too, like, about, like, how smaller creators are the ones that are listened to the least, but they're the ones that actually make YouTube this, like, the real majority of their fucking money, because they totally use this to fucking piggyback their ad revenue. Dude, I barely see, I'm gonna be careful with this one, but I barely see anything of what you guys probably think I do. Especially if you guys, like, get the ads on my videos, which I've been doing less and less of if you haven't noticed. Anyway. Yeah, so I can't really take a break. So I'm here. I couldn't even really, like, right there. I had to even think about this shit where I'm just like, oh, okay, so should I take a break before I even fucking start my stream back up? Because I am pissed. Because this does kind of, this has nothing to do, like, outside of, yeah, I've had some, like, pretty hardcore stuff going on in my life. And like I said, I've been keeping my shit together so well. But that's why the small things are starting to bother me. Like, as far as just, like, they're breaking me. Like, it is just the whole mentality of just, like, and now this fucking A. Like, great. Awesome. But no, I get it. Sorry. And this, you know what? I'm just gonna say, at this point, I don't care. Who, like, what you guys say about it, what you guys think about it. I just genuinely don't. This is something that you probably won't get with another bunch of other creators, though, too. Is because, number one, they're afraid to have this out there, which, whatever. God damn it, dude. the amount of creators that I have seen just fucking stifle themselves from actually speaking their minds is insane. It's like, and then the ones that, you know, they don't want to inform you that, yeah, sometimes this isn't great. Like, it isn't. Like, because dude, I want you guys to know that in the creator space, I am like this close to being able to do this full time. But I'm also at this point where the economy is tanking. People are literally like, as they were starting to kind of like see the merits in, you know, this kind of stuff, then all of a sudden it like you're getting, and this isn't just from like me or YouTube or any of that shit. Like I was watching another creator and they were talking about this, and they were just talking about how, you know, and they're a creator that's the size that like they make the money pretty much from ad rev. So I was just like, wow, great. So if this is the way that they get rid of the smaller streamers, I don't know. But realistically, guys, this is what sucks, you know, and this is why most streamers that you know either have 2 jobs and then stream on top of it, or, you know, they do streaming for a hobby, which, I mean, I didn't even start streaming as a hobby. I just started making YouTube videos as a hobby. Because most people, from my understanding, start streaming first. Like, they go to Twitch, and then they kind of try to build it that way, but whatever. YouTube has never paid, but people had millions of views, so made a ton of ad. Yeah, no, that's my point, though. Like, somebody tried to ask so I made the announcement that I made my 1 million views, right? And they were just like, oh, so did you even, like, make a penny per view? No, I didn't. And that, like, yeah, that makes you kind of start thinking about shit. Little bit. Same with fucking TikTok. Honestly, if you're a creator on any of these spaces, you really do have to start, like, wondering about this. Now, I'm not going to start calling for unionization, even though that would probably be bitching and probably not the worst route to go. Because honestly, man, like, I do kind of feel like they fucking take advantage of all this. They really do. And I feel like a moron. Like, I really do. I feel, sometimes I feel so stupid for just being like, yeah, they are totally fucking me on this. But whatever. I can't, you know, I'm getting dangerously close to that, where I shouldn't be talking about certain things. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to smoke this. We're going to start fucking talking about something else, and I'm going to stop because I am pissed. I mentioned I've been going through a lot. It blows my mind you're so good at this, and yet YouTube doesn't pay for it. No. Not at all. They make you work. Like, that's the part that really pisses me off about the fucking algorithm. Like, me taking this Saturday. Because I've been doing Saturdays. Yeah, I kind of got punished for that. That's honestly why you're seeing... Like, here, you guys want it? That's why you're seeing the fucking little bit of a dip. Giving you inside baseball. I think anybody with half a brain could see this shit. But whatever, guys. If anybody thinks that this is fucking glamorous and like your favorite creators are doing super well, even if they have like millions of followers or millions of views, they're not. I may be a libertarian, but I'm a diehard supporter of unions. I'm in one, and I think that they are much needed. I mean, the thing is, there's nothing. In reality, I'm in one of the least protected spaces. The fact is, ever since they rolled out that AI, I have literally gotten my channel threatened over a bad faith actor fucking saying that I was doing something that I didn't do. I appealed it, and then all of a sudden they were like, nah, fuck your appeal. You, like... That's the shit that really gets me too, where I'm just like, wait a minute. So also you're doing this thing like, whoa, don't fuck up. Walk on those eggshells. Anyway, yeah, guys, like this is what creators have to deal with. And I know that like the bigger one, this is what drives me nuts when the bigger ones start talking about it, where I'm like, okay, great. But to be fair, dude, like you're in a much better position than like I am. Like, dude, I'm still working and I have to do this bullshit. Like, sorry, this bullshit. The other stuff is the bullshit is what I mean. Yeah. If I didn't love this so much, trust me, I would not be here. And that's kind of part of it too, is I hope you guys understand how much I do enjoy doing this. Did they remove my stream? No, they didn't remove my stream. No, I lost my internet because my internet fucking sucks, okay? Like, I got fiber optic. I listened to somebody tell me that I needed to get fiber optic. And honestly, I'm regretting it. Because ever since I got this stupid fucking company, I have been having these issues, which I never had before. Like, I had, like, slow as fucking dog shit, like, upload speeds, which is the reason I did it, but god damn. But, yeah, this isn't Pep Complains, this is Pep Talks, so, anyway. Oh, fuck. I hope you guys understand this, though, like, realistically. Like, this is for the love of the game. This truly is. And I have had that moment where I'm just like, again, I hate the fact that, I don't know, this is great, but it also sucks. Where it's just like, oh, you're almost there. You're almost there. You're so fucking close. If you guys want to know, if I get to 10 fucking thousand, that's when things start changing for the channel. So if you guys can help me push to 10,000 and get me out in the algorithm, this is why. And I hate this. I hate the fact that I have to shill every fucking 20 minutes. I gotta ask, yay, like and subscribe. But the thing is, realistically, when I realized how shitty of a YouTube consumer I was because I would not. I actually used to fucking be like, I'm never gonna hit the like button or subscribe because I don't like being told what to do. But the fact is, no, the way that they build this shit is if you don't do that, then that creator doesn't get the fucking impressions. They don't get fucking, pushed into the algorithm even more. Oh, wow. What a benchmark to reach. Yeah, I know. Pap, you beautiful son of a person. Yeah, hey, thanks, man. Appreciate that. What's up, Dick? Sounds like it's a good time for people to be creating a new YouTube. Like Matrix. Like it's the same thing. Like I'm supposed to join Matrix to get out of the fucking it's the alternative. I'm so sick of that shit. Yeah, because Threads worked. Blue Sky's not even fucking working. I forget I even have a Blue Sky. Let's be fucking real. God damn it. Yes, we need alternative programs, but until I don't know, we've recognized that en masse. That this has a better Blue Sky for a second there had a better UI, but there's something about it. There is something about Blue Sky that just nobody wants to use it. Sorry. Everyone likes, share, subscribe, or donate. Hey, no, I appreciate that, but I'm not holding back, guys. This is so fucked up. Like, the fact that we're living in these times we are, I have to hear about, whether Hassan is a good arbiter of the left or not, and I'm getting into arguments with some of my liberal friends over that shit. Like, I'm fucking so sick of it. And then, yes, I have people pressing me on another platform. Hey, you gotta join Matrix. You gotta join Matrix. I'm not fucking, no. Stop. Because, they always sell this stuff like, oh, it's it's Discord with a bunch of the, with less hoops to jump through. It's like, yeah, you understand that that's also a bad thing, right? Like, technically, that level of deregulation is essentially going to bite you in the ass, or eventually bite you in the ass. Look at Kick. What the fuck is Matrix? That's an appropriate fucking question to ask, okay? I'm not trying to ever, and I'm sorry, I know that there's other creators that are, all gung-ho about this, and I'm not trying to jump on them and fucking make them... Oh, God. I should probably just shut up. Because I am getting dangerously close to that point where it's just I'm gonna piss everybody off. It is way more dystopic than I could have imagined. No, it is. Do you know what this does to your mental health? For real. Especially when you love doing this shit, god damn, they take advantage of that immediately. But like I said, I know I'm good at this. I don't care what these fucking haters say. Realistic, and fuck the haters. Ew. But for real, man. I know my worth. I know my value. No, I'm fucking. Listen, one thing I will say, I'm entertaining. I have caught myself entertaining myself. Like, that's how honestly, I'm not even sure if I ever told this story, but I started doing, like they were like mental workouts, or like my therapist told me that I should have a journal. I didn't want to write in a journal, so I started doing like video, things like, and just kind of putting my thoughts to video. And then I caught myself watching one of them and actually getting entertained by it. I was just like, and that was it. That's what finally inspired me to just like, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna just do it. I'm gonna go on YouTube. What do I have to lose? Like, I've literally nothing to lose. So what? People make fun of me on the internet. Ooh, oh, it's there forever. Ooh, I don't care. I don't give a fuck. I genuinely don't give a fuck. Anyway. Yeah, I use IG and YouTube. That's about it, honestly. Yeah, I hate to say it, I still use Facebook because I'm just one step shy of being a boomer. Yeah, you're entertaining. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. No, because honestly, like, and also, like, yes, you know what? I'm gonna admit something shitty about myself. I want to do something because I feel like this is gonna be healing for me. I have caught myself watching somebody that's a bigger channel and going, wow, how in the fuck does this person have so many people watching them and they are so fucking boring? Or just in general, just being like, this isn't entertaining, but I fucking like, Jesus Christ. Anyway, that's something shitty I will admit. Where I'm like, I've caught myself doing it, and I think it's shit, because I don't like it. I don't like being jealous. I never have. Like, I've never really had this problem with this. Like, when I was a little kid, I didn't have, like, this one-upsman thing with my friends. I always, like, I would share my toys, like, or, like, I would even give away my toys, and my dad would get pissed at me, because I don't like when people are, like, feel like they, can't afford it or something like that. And I always recognized that pretty early on. And it was just like, it's the same thing when people say, like, oh, so it's, oh, I felt the same about Hassan sometimes. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, totally not who I was talking about. Anyway, I swear they're paid bots. I don't know. The thing is, I keep seeing this like, oh, get this with Stream Boo. Get engagement with Stream Boo. The thing is, dude, that's exactly what makes me think that this shit's rigged. Is the fact that, number one, Twitch allows that shit. So how am I supposed... but they don't allow that, but they allow those people to go in there, right? How's that work? Whatever. I'm only asking questions. I am legitimately just asking questions, but... I've watched people that have heaps of followers, but as you said, they're doing absolutely nothing. That's my point. Like, god damn it. That's the part that pisses me off. That's where I'm just like, I don't know. I probably should have not used the actual name so I didn't promote it by accident, but stay away from it. But yes. This is the part that gets me, where I'm just like, dude, I really wish that this could work like a radio station. But then again, if this worked like a radio station, I wouldn't even be able to do my own show the way that I want to do it. Like this, do you understand how much freedom I have to do this? Like, all I have right now is YouTube TOS, which I do keep up just to make sure that I'm not breaking it. That's why I'm also saying, like, yeah, I know what I can and can't talk about here. I can't talk about specifics, but I can just kind of go like, yeah, I mean, in a vague way, this is exactly how it is. Because again, the analytics part, that's the part that gets me. And I'm going to just talk about how toxic analytics are. I don't care what platform you're on. The fact that TikTok like convinces people that they're way bigger than they are. Also, can I just say that there's a form of videos that I'm so fucking over is if I had a green screen, right? And we were watching a video where it's just me floating around it going like this. Oh. Mm. Get fucked. Seriously. That's the shit that makes me think that I'm working too fucking hard. Where I'm just like, really? That's all I have to do? That's all I have to do is just like the, hmm? Who do you prefer, Trump or Obama? Obama, but I'm not exactly a fan of of Obama. But the thing is, objectively, he did a much better job. He took us out of a fucking financial almost depression. I mean, dude, we were very close. If you didn't live through that recession and, like, you were personally impacted, then I don't even want to hear it from you. Agreed. Lazy assholes. Oh, yeah, those are garbage. I've seen AI ones where the person has nothing to do with the clip, like a dude in a hard hat. Yep. Or the setup cheaters. Well, oh, the setup cheaters. Those ones are the fucking worst. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because the guy doesn't look at the phone and immediately go like, why the fuck? What the? Get the fuck out of here. This isn't for your fucking YouTube, you dits. Like, I hate when I'm watching someone interesting and right after I subscribe, a floating finger pointing head pops up to say the same thing. I hate that shit. I hate that shit. I hate that shit. And it floods the shorts feed. I mean, I know I'm in the shorts feed, guys. Like, I know. Trust me, I get it. I've literally, like, I have had my stream up because I'm not sure if you guys knew this, but for some reason, I can't set my goals from my actual, like, YouTube studio. I have to go in to the actual fucking stream as an administrator and do it. It is so annoying. But whatever. Just a little annoying thing that sucks, but yeah, I've literally seen, like, I've made the mistake of, like, flipping up and then seeing the video behind me and I'm just like, really? I like talking heads personally. I don't mind the talking heads. Like, okay, so let's see. I don't want to do a call out. I'm not going to do a call out, but she's got a potty mouth. Let's put it that way. There we go. Because, yeah, I like her content for the most part, but I don't know what the fuck happened, but now it is literally this TikTok trash of her just, that's it. 90% of the time, she doesn't even make a point anymore. And I'm kind of like, oh, cool. Like, what am I doing? Like I said, what am I doing with my life? Apparently, I just need to make fucking thirst trap videos. Like, I don't know. Do I need to start Oli Peps? Is that what's up? Like, it's just a bunch of provocative photos with different types of peppers, like, in place of, you know. It's a ooh, lots of hoodies. Oh, fuck. I'm actually happy to do this. Fuck. I needed this. This is cathartic this is so cathartic. I'm glad that I'm doing it here. Cause, you know, I do think like, if enough creators come out and just say how it is, like, I'm not trying to turn you off of content creation. I hope you guys understand what this is. And that's why your favorite creators do have to ask you for money. Like, when you hear, like, they have to all come up with something. Like, that's why, like, with Status Quo, when they're like, for the price of a cup of coffee per day, you know, you can help keep, you know, media independent, blah, blah, blah. And the thing is, I catch myself being, like, mad at that, but then I'm like, yeah, but that's the game. Like, I subbed to Status Quo. I mean, I use enough of their content where I would be an asshole if I didn't. And I mean, not just sub, like, I actually, like, pay for their content. It's the same thing with Majority Report, where I actually don't use enough of their content. Now I think about it, considering that, yes, I do pay them. But it's the same thing where, like, they got my monthly subscription. You know, theirs ain't cheap by, like, the standards of YouTube. But But yeah, that's why like they incentivize that. That's why honestly, like I was only trying to have two tiers, but first you can't. Like unless I am having severe user error because I've tried to just have the two, but yeah, for some reason they always have a mid tier pop up there, and that's why if you guys are confused that there is no like, you know, incentive for the mid tier, that's why. For just 25 cents a day, you can save this dog and stop Sarah McLachlan. In the eyes of an angel. Dude, did you hear that she like hates that commercial now? Like she even said, like, I guess she does not want you to donate to the ASPCA because apparently the ASPCA has its issues, but whatever. Donate to your local shops or your local shops, your local shelters, because yeah, they need it a lot more. And also make sure that if you're anything like me, if they ever need a little something, I will pop on in there. Usually paper towels. I'm usually the paper towel guy. That just like I'm like Trump with that shit. Them shit's just like paper towels for the pups, and it's just like ow. Anyway. Oh no, yes, Pep 100. Yeah. But just so you guys know, this isn't like I'm not just doing this for me, and I'm not trying to be like the hero of the fucking streamer, the voice of the streamers. I don't want that. I do just want you guys to understand that this game is not as easy or like well funded as a lot of people have the misconception of, like I did. Fuck. When I first started watching this, like these types of streams, I used to think like, oh, okay, they must get paid per view or something like that, or, you know, must make it even like a penny. Because I remember thinking that, where I was just like, okay, so this guy has 1 million views, what, even with a penny, 100,000, like that's fucking crazy. But then you're just like, oh, that's not how it works at all. So yeah, just hope you guys understand that in general, content creators and content creation is it's a lot. Like it takes a lot to do this, and it takes a lot of mental energy. Don't you need like 5? Yeah, and that's the other thing is like you need to reach these milestones. So like I got lucky when oddly enough, I didn't even start live streaming until I was monetized. Like because there was something about it where I kind of felt like it's not that it wasn't worth it. It was that I was just kind of, I don't know. I was still kind of in the deciding phase of what I actually wanted the channel to be, because I felt like, okay, I already made these 500 making Kyle Kulinski and just like, you know, political talk, you know, breakdown videos, which, yeah, that's not really, I wasn't crazy about that. And like the more I go back to that old stuff, I'm like, oh, not great. Cable TV stations had lawyers and money. We don't. No. And that's the other thing. Like, dude, seriously, there are no protections for me. There really aren't. Because the way that I saw it happen, like, they would rather prioritize their AI to, like, theoretically go after just channels that get mass reported or whatever without any sort of nuance or any human touch at all. Like, they don't give a fuck about that. Like, you have to know the ins and outs of this stuff, and you just have to be able to contact the right people, essentially, which is so messed up. Like, and that's why I'm saying, like, I don't know, like, union obviously would be too hard, but they got to do something. They have to do something for the creators on YouTube. Like, they have to. Because it's untenable. You understand that, like, at that point, they're only going to be paying for, like, the likes of Mr. Beast. And it's just, it's so fucked up. Yeah, the random shutdown a few weeks ago was fucked. It's just, yeah, I mean, again, yeah, well, have you noticed anything different after that shutdown, guys? Like, I'm not going to say what it is, but have you noticed? I have. Yeah, I got randomly shut down. No notice from them. And then when I did go to appeal it, they said that it was for something that I obviously did not do. And then they were just like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, the bot farms are gone. Yeah. No, I noticed. Oh, fucking A, I noticed. I mean, honestly, it's been a chiller stream. And listen, as far as the numbers go, guys, yeah, you know what? It was nice to hit the milestones that I have, but you guys, I hope you understand that this isn't really about that. The only time the numbers get to me is when I'm just like, okay, the stream's not growing, and that's where I just want that. Like, I just want the stream to consistently grow. If you guys, and I hope that I am just giving you guys a little bit of reassurance in this, because, man, there are some people in this space, like, not this space, but like in the creator space, that they feel like they're owed this shit. And I'll tell you what, that's also not the case. Like, that's why when they like try to say the e-begging shit, yeah, I get it. I get where people can assume that's what's happening, but it's like, no, but also, if you do, like, I mean, I've run into it, though. I've literally run into some e-beggars where I'm just like, fucking shit, dude. Like, really? But, you know what's even more fucked up? Those are the ones, like, they're IRL streams, and I'm watching them actually make their goals. So I'm just like, well, apparently I'm doing something wrong. I don't know what it is. If you guys know, and if you have any theories, please let me know. And I will, especially if you're not just being like a stinky goober, then I appreciate it. But yeah, if you're being a stinky goober, that's a different story. I honestly only noticed. Wait, I only noticed but only in the back of my mind. We know you're here for us. No, Rebecca, I appreciate it. Well, no, again, like, I am. Like, I'm here to entertain you guys, and just, I'm here for my community in general. I think that I gotta stop saying this one, though. Is the whole, it's the, I would do this for free. Like, I fucked up when I first started in entertainment, and I had a, like, a comedy manager who, he was the same guy that told me that I was unmanageable, but he just said it where he was just like, yeah, I mean, some people are in this for different reasons. It's like, it seems like you're in this for the good reasons, but he's like, you need to be good at, like, selling yourself. I'm like, uh-oh. Immediately I knew I was going to have an issue. But random unrelated comment, all caps, repeat for the next 10 times. Not going to do it. Just give you the old experience. Politics doesn't get pushed by my algo, my theory. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I've been toying with this. So here's the thing I have to be careful with, is because how much of the news and politics I do cover is, like, the fun half I would have no problems with, because I could register that as an entertainment, bit, or like any of that. But the fact that I do comedy, like, it does, I don't know. I gotta find out some stuff. Honestly, I would really like to talk to a creator that, has a really good following, so I can just ask them, like, hey man, like, is this how it is? Because I'll tell you what, you don't learn this like anything, like, you only learn this when you actually hit these points. That's kind of crazy. Shit, still here, nice. Yeah, Carl, yeah, no, my internet dropped, and again, now I get to figure that out too, because according to them, it's on my end, and they're just like, oh, well, we don't know what happened, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, whatever, fuck. Yeah, but it's not like it used to be. Only political live streams get sent my way. I'm on YouTube Shorts all the time, only the ones that I follow. The rest is sketches and shows. Well, the other thing that I've noticed is that, yeah, like, if I don't know why I get pushed into the Shorts, to be completely real. Because I've seen other, like, vertical streams go to the like the normal algorithm, where I'm like, okay, that's kind of crazy, but Bro, it's so rough out there. Someone reports my wild bird stream and I have to appeal it every time. Yeah. Yeah. Like exactly a wild bird stream. Wait, you do one of those? You do what? Mouse's Houses. I'm not sure if it was your stream, but that'd be crazy if it was, because I was watching a live bird feeder. Just a live bird feeder. It had 4K live watching. I'm like, you've got to be fucking kidding me. Every once in a while, I do question what I'm doing with my life, but at the same time, this is what, dude, I like, this is the stuff I like, so, anyway. You do and can make a difference. Thank you. Hey, I appreciate that, Carl. I mean, I try. I'm trying my best. I want to make a difference as much as I possibly can. If it means helping out other creators on YouTube and also these political spaces, cool. But I don't know, man. The fact that I'm not doing this to get famous. I'm not doing this to even really get rich. And I say really because, yes, getting paid and making a living would be fucking nice. But like I also said, I'm not owed this. Like, there's that part of me that's like, okay, no, if I'm going to make it, I'm going to make it on my own merits. For real, though, I don't feel so crazy about my politics in this room. Hey, great. I mean, you shouldn't. We should be able to engage in politics. We should be able to actually talk about this stuff without having all these these hang-ups. Like, it really does annoy the crap out of me that we constantly have that too, where it's just, ugh. How's Twitch with the views? I don't even want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. Like, not great. Not great. You know, I mean, I gotta humble myself here. Okay, I'm doing okay. Again, I've only been doing this for not even 2 years. Coming this August is when I will have been doing this for 2 years. And that's not even this. November is when I'll have been live streaming for 2 years. It's my streamiversary. Because, yeah, that's a thing. But because of that, I have to, I gotta put this in perspective, guys. Like, I understand. You know? And that's what I want you guys to understand on my end. Like, I hope this doesn't come across as, like, me being like, I just wish I had this. Like, and it's literally like, okay, so you think you're owed this. It's just like, no. Damn, Pep, I'm a lot closer to your origin than I thought. No, yeah, you guys, no, you found me pretty early on. Yeah, I think I was only doing it like 6 months by the time you found me. Yeah, because I think that you started watching me in, what, June of last year? That sounds about, yeah. It was like the summer. Because I remember it like, yeah, no, it was like June, July is when I did this space. Yeah, I did actually have like a weird like shift in my viewership, but it wasn't like bad by any means. Like, you know, I think I've talked about it a lot where I've had people just be like, yeah, you know, big plus animal lover. Oh yeah, no, I fucking I'm a cat video enthusiast, but also just in general, yes, I love cats. I found you on this space and it's been awesome. See, for anybody that was, because I forgot when this was or who said it, so I'm just, yeah, it's memory pudding. But somebody just kind of said, they were like, yeah, has this space really produced anything for you? Because, you know, this space, I do not do it for money in the slightest. We do not get paid. I do that one purely for the love of the game and also just in general, like, because I respect the creators that are there, and I feel like this is something that we all do need. I also like the fact that we don't have to worry about the views. Like, do I want this space to find its footing? Yes, but you know, we also this is where I feel like it is at a precipice, because it is going to have to get very comfortable. If it starts getting bigger, it's going to have to, like, that's when you all this space mods are going to definitely get your work in. But you stream at a good time for us down under, which is appreciated. Hey, that works out. I didn't even really think about it. I start at 4 mostly because it's when I'm free and I get like a few hours in between my stuff to set this up. So, because yeah, I also do show prep. Like I said, sometimes I feel like I work too hard for this. Okay, cool. I'm in vertical stream. Yeah, you can also go to horizontal. Like, I do have a horizontal stream up. My horizontal stream is, we call it the chill stream, but lately, guys, I gotta be real. I only keep it up because it's for people that want the horizontal mode, and they also don't want to go to Twitch. So, I hate to say I'm kind of catering to a very small crowd over there. But, yeah, whatever. It doesn't really hurt. Although, if I am using too much data or something, I don't know how this works. I really don't. As far as just like bandwidth from YouTube. If YouTube lets me know that I'm using too much, then I will prioritize the vertical stream, because honestly, it's the one that people watch. It's the one that when I'm doing my stuff and I have to go back and like watch, like for instance, if I have an interview that I'm kind of questionable on, it's like, well, I go back and watch that. My man Jesus, bless you, my child. I appreciate you coming into the stream. Also, hit that like button, and you will receive more blessings. I hope you enjoyed my main day. It wasn't my birthday, but it was my, it was my rebirth day. Oh, hey Jesus, it's your rebirth day. Ew. And Vertical has more on it, like all the chat comments, so I can see even if people block me. I go back full time in 2 weeks. I'll get 5. Oh shit! Well, Carl, that is a massive commitment, and I don't want to. That's awesome. I'll just say that. That's that would bring a little bit of a blush to me face. I love to huff. Love to huff your own farts. You know what? So people understand what kind of stream your guys are coming into, because, like, honestly, man, I don't market this as much with the comedy and the politics, and I am so sorry that I have to constantly do this. I am on the verge of having a massive headache. You know what? I should probably do this just to stave it off. Gatorade. Get them electrolytes. Baby zombie Jesus, dude. Okay, so me and my sister, we have one of the fun, like, most fun traditions that makes Easter my favorite holiday, just because of, like, we try to one up each other in jokes, right? And yeah, yesterday was a lot of fun. Your wife rung the bell. Yes. My wife she got to ring the bell on Friday, and she is, now we're in the waiting period for her surgery, but yeah, man, that was rough. Like, she really went through it. As I've gone through this a lot, but for anybody just join us, my wife has colorectal cancer. She's now more than halfway done with treatment, because like she just finished up with chemo radiation. She had already done the chemo before that, and yeah, man, 5 weeks of it, and she is she's on the mend. But goddamn, man, like, it took so much out of her. So but it's nice to see her like slowly get back to herself, and just, yeah. And then this weekend, that was, fuck, man. Yeah, and if you guys weren't here for the beginning of the last stream, Stanley got diagnosed with thyroid cancer. We don't know the prognosis, but we're figuring it out. The Carter Lee, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate that. Where's my... No animals? What's a treat? Oh, we got the cat. Okay. Cat wants a treat. My cat gets one more milk bone. Didn't know about Stan. Oh, Natch. Yeah, you didn't know about Stan? Yeah. He, here he is. Here's the boy. Yeah, he got some bad news. We went in for his allergy shot. Nope. You stay there. Here we go. And they found thyroid cancer, which I'm not freaking out about it because again, I don't know the prognosis. It literally was just like you gotta be fucking kidding me. No, he'll be fine. We have 10 days to get his weight up, and if his weight increases, then they have an idea that it's not nearly as bad as they thought. Also, they're trying to do it the way where they don't have to do a full biopsy, because I'm not sure if you guys know this, but vets are expensive. Like, really expensive. Dude, they gave me the estimate. She saw me look at it, and I hate to admit this, but it happened. I just started, I broke down. I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. She's just like, are you okay? I'm like, no, I'm not. And I kind of trauma dumped a little, where I was like, I've gone through a lot, man. It's been rough. And then, yeah. But again, I don't even want to talk about what I've gone through, because, like, seriously, watching my wife go through what she's going through, it really does make everything that, like, even, like, any problem that you're having, like, I don't know how to say this and not sound insensitive, but seriously, if you think you're having problems, just think about, having cancer, and then on top of it, like, the side effects, which, yeah, man, like, they're fucking bad. Cost me $600 to for my last vet visit for my dog's allergies. Yeah, that's his were $300 just for the allergy meds. Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna get down. Devin, I have no thyroid because of thyroid disease. He'll be good, but yeah, vets are expensive. Well, isn't it like... All right, I don't know much about this. I really don't. I know it regulates something. What the fuck? You know what? Let's learn about this real quick. I'll Google it. I probably shouldn't, but I'm going to Google it. Is thyroid... Let's just do this. Cancer in a 9-year-old dog. Bad. Is serious because it is usually malignant and fast. God damn it. However, if detected early, which they think it is, found small, freely movable, which it is. It does move on its own. Often treatable with surgery is what they were saying. Yeah. So guys, just so you know, yeah. They're gonna have to get my dog surgery. Pet plane 6 degrees to cancer? Yeah. Oh shit, dude. Trust me. WebMD's the devil. WebMD, I'm pretty sure, created an entire generation of millennial hypochondriacs. Googling any disease tells you the worst stuff. Oh yeah, it does. No, it does. And you shouldn't do it. I don't recommend Googling any ailments like that. It's not great. It's not a good idea. Oh man. All right, let's see where did the last stream end? I just realized that it's saying that my last live stream is still live. That's weird. Huh. Okay. That doesn't make much sense. You know my Uncle Jimmy? Hey, Javid. How you doing, man? Welcome to the stream, Dr. Pepper. It regulates something. Yeah, right. It's going to cost us US 2,000. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I had to kind of process that one, because, yeah, that sounds about right. A little bit more, actually. But, whatever, man. I'm going to figure it out. Have a great stream, guys. You guys start your day. Stay safe. Rebecca, I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for the kind words and also just looking out. And thank you for the donations and just in general. Thank you for being an awesome person. I hope you do have an awesome day. Wait, I used to call you Daddy. Oh God. Okay. Well, welcome back. Whatever. I'm having an existential stream. I'll just call it what it is. I'm sick of kind of harboring this shit. I really am. I've kept a lot of this shit bottled up for a while now. Which is, oh, Jesus Christ, Nash.
At Nachiket 45 37 200 rupees.
Thank you.
Stan 2028.
200, okay, so it said 1,700 rupees? Which, hey, you know what? Thank you, Natch. Fucking A, brother. Thank you. Oh, fuck. Oh my god. Now I feel, oh god. It's gotta hit me where I'm like, fuck. Man, thank you so much. No, this is kind of making me realize that, like, oh, man, when I say that I have fucking best community, I truly fucking mean it. Thanks. All right, Stan, come on, bud. Here it comes. Be gentle to yourself. I'm trying, man. I am. I've actually been okay with myself lately. Yeah. It's not about me right now. And you know what? It's not going to be for a long time, and that's fine. This is stuff I gotta stay strong for everybody and myself, and that's why I appreciate all the kind words, guys, and you guys do like help. Fuck. You were doing so great on Friday. It was oh, thank you. No, guys, I really appreciate that. No, Friday was awesome. I think that which one was the that Friday or Thursday? Or no, that was Wednesday. I would argue that the April Fool's episode was probably one of the best ones that I've ever done. I had a blast, and I hope you guys had a blast. I think that I'm gonna be making that a reoccurring character on the show. I know that Hassan does Hank Pecker, and it's not exactly the most original thing, but it is very fun. Like to just, I don't know, that's a fun way to kind of bounce that one back off these assholes. You know what I mean? But yeah, Friday I also I was very that's the thing, dude. So I'm not sure if I told you guys this. I woke up first thing in the morning to take Stan to the vet, and that's why when they said that it happened immediately too, man. He didn't even get his shot. She fucking grabbed him and was just like, uh-oh. I was like, uh-oh. Oh yeah. Yes, that was fun. Yeah, we got to do more stuff like that. I know that this space, we got to figure that kind of stuff out. This is gonna, you know what? I don't want to seem like I'm down about this stuff. I'm more so with this space. I can't wait to see what happens with it. I can't wait to see where it goes because, I really do think that it's going to blow up. I think it's going to be huge at some point here because, yeah, we have everything there. It's just I don't know. One of these days I'm gonna do a viewer thing for you guys and just ask hey, what are some of your recommendations that we can do? Yes, that was fun. You must move to India to redeem that, though. Isaac. Nice. As strong bonuses. Yeah, no, it does. It really does. You are strong, incredibly strong, and having moments of release doesn't negate that. Don't feel guilty about it. It's both a privilege and the most difficult roles to take on. Yeah. Yeah, it is. I mean, like I said, you see my wife just like, and how strong she is in dealing with what she's dealing with. This is where I feel like okay, like, wham, what do I got, you know? But then again, it's not easy on her either. Like, you know, that's her baby. Like, that's her baby. That's our baby. Okay, we don't have kids. Like, we spoil the crap out of our animals, and yeah, it's also weird because, to be completely real, I thought he was doing just fine. Like, they told me that he needed to lose weight. That's why he lost weight. So I am kind of like confused about this, but she's only a strong. Oh, thanks, Ravi. Oh, Jesus. You guys are making me all mushy. Damn it. I'm doing my little cope laughs just to fucking get through it. But thank you. Your strength is shared and so valuable. Take it from someone who went through chemo treatment alone. That makes it matter that much more to me. It really does. Horrible joke. No, that's her baby because God damn it, that's dark but funny. All right, Mouses, I'll allow it just because I know you. I know you. As far as like chat and God, I've had some of the like those conversations too, where they're just like, oh yeah, you don't. The way that like some people denigrate their own communities is so fucking weird. I'm gonna just say that. Like, I'm not gonna blow anything up for anybody, but I had a conversation with somebody about that where they were just like, yeah, you know, every once in a while, like, I just realized that, you know, there's like this parasocial thing with my chat. I'm just like, that's to be expected. Like, I don't know when that turned into something that, because I know that there's toxicity. Like, look at Destiny, like, look at the way that some of these other streamers, especially Destiny, but he's the one who, you know, he crosses the line. But yeah, no, I get it. But luckily, I haven't had that problem. I think that, you know, I think this is healthy. Whatever. Maybe it's not. Who knows? Anyway, I'm done pontificating on it. Sometimes it's just gotta get. Oh, trust me. Dude, wasn't it Friday that I brought my mom's fucking urn down to show that one guy where he's just like, oh yeah, I was like fucking your mom or something. It's just like, oh yeah, were you? Or I don't know. But I just remember seeing it in the chat. No! That was pretty fucking funny. Yes, you guys met my mom. Again, what other stream? That's so fucking I mean, I had it. That was so funny because like I actually did have it at that point where I was like, oh yeah, motherfucker! Like, all right, we're doing this. I have put this off long enough. Sorry. Need a little rip. All right. We should probably cover some news and get to some stuff and, you know. I can do this. I can do this. All right. Do I care about any of this shit though? Because, all right, here we go. Let's just start with the Trump hides a bunch of stuff from American people. There we go. That shut him right up. Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did. I noticed that. I was like, oh, he disappeared. Go. Also, respect the Pat Mom. Thanks, I appreciate that. Yeah, been having moments. Alrighty. Thanks, guys. You know what? Just to wrap this little bit of a segment up, because, I mean, that was an hour. Look at that. Just like a normal pep talk show. I did exactly what I said I wasn't going to do. No, thanks guys. I appreciate it. I appreciate that I can do like a little bit of the therapy on YouTube here. I also don't that's not what it is, but that's therapeutic is what I mean. But also just in general, like I'm glad that I can also break down some of this. I love the fact that you guys are even listening to some of the like ins and outs of this stuff, because man, like I said, I do have to be careful with like the TOS angle behind this stuff, but I also think that they can't see, like they can't make it part of TOS to like this is illegal. Like this is where, and if they try that shit, it's like all right, because yeah, man, like they can't make it like against TOS to fucking start being like, no, dude, the algorithm is kind of fucked up. It really does mess with your mental health. As a creator, not just as a user, because yeah, they totally like they incentivize, you know, being a larger creator, and like, god damn, we are here for you, Pep. No, thanks guys, Etch, I appreciate that, Natch, for real, like, y'all rule, like seriously, yeah, no pity posting, yeah, no pity posting, let's not do the pity posting, but that's what the community, yeah, that's what a community's for. Well, that's what I don't think, that's where I was kind of going with that, about like how some creators don't really respect their community. Like I have noticed that, again, man, it's like, I'm not sure if that's what you could call grifting or what, but it kind of comes off that way if they're going to be disingenuous and not actually care about the community that they cultivated, where they're just like, oh yeah, you know, when I turn off stream, I turn off all that. It's just like, that's fucked up. It's like, you're so human, dude. Oh, thanks. Appreciate that. Again, man, me being human has been, I've been told that this is what makes me like a piss poor representative of entertainment, because again, like this kind of speaks to the entertainment game too. It's not just YouTube. Like, look at the way that any of these entities, right? So say I want to like work for like Channel 7, you know, they do the same shit where it's like they're playing that like, oh, you need us, you know, you need our airwaves, this is your, like, you're under contract, blah 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 blah, which we have proven that I would probably not do great with. But that's where, I don't know, there's always a power structure that's ready to take advantage of creative people, and they understand that creative people are genuine and want to do this for the love of the game. Like they actually like what they do, as opposed to these people that don't have passion about anything except for, you know, line go up. And that's their entire personality, is literally line go up. Yay. I'm making money. Yay. Like we all know shitheads like that. Like I know you guys know, like think of like the most successful person you know, but also think of like how just like they're minus a personality. Like their entire personality is just doing, you know, financially well. I think that shit's fucked. I genuinely don't like those people. You know, I'm a pretty fucking chill dude. I'm open to, you know, hanging with pretty much any crowd, but the second that it's like, yeah, if you say like, oh, I'm a venture capitalist, it's just like, oh fuck, you're the devil. It's like, oh dude, you like, I don't like you. I just don't like you. You're a bad person. Like, it takes a lot of fucking lack of humanity to fucking do that kind of stuff. So the second that I hear that, it's just, yeah, anything in finance. Yeah, anything in finance, I always just go, oh, okay, cool. Yeah, it's their entire personality. Like, and then again, what are they chasing? Like, do you know what did it to me one day? So, I gotta be careful here. You know how it goes. But when I was doing my old job, I was at a house that was beautiful. Absolutely fucking beautiful. Like, honestly, it was like one of those ones you would see in like a oh my god, I hate to even bring it up, but like one of those like larger streamers from like Kick or whatever. Like it was one of those types where it's just like, you know, lots of white, lots of, you know, dude, the couches so unfunctional. Like they looked great, but they were unfunctional and uncomfortable. I was like, all this money and no comfort. But then that made me start thinking about suits, just in general, like how uncomfortable like all that ritzy crap is. Like, think about it. It's all just for show. And that's where I kind of just went, oh, these people, like, they have nothing. Yeah, high ceilings. But the thing is, like, they have no taste. Like, they had to buy taste. You know, and even that, it's what they thought taste was. Instead of just being like, no, taste is kind of like, I don't know, being able to decorate and also have function. Like, some of the most, like, the nicest houses I've ever been to are, you know, maybe fucking the most they spent on them were like maybe $500,000. You know, there's like, you know, 4 or 5 bedrooms. Yeah, having a little vaulted ceiling, but you know, this is a vaulted ceiling where you got the stairs right behind you. You can literally hear the fucking kids just like rushing up and like down the fucking like hallway right above you. But I don't know, like those always like strike me as like, oh, I like those. Like they're functional, and then they have these nice couches that are super comfortable. Like I just, yeah. Meanwhile, my couch is falling apart. But I also have cats, so you know, whatever. My couch is comfortable as shit. I don't care what it looks like. I'll throw blankets on it. I don't know. But yeah. It always feels, cold and static. Yeah, it always feels cold, static. But like the way that I react to like suit wearing motherfuckers, it's just like Adam and like PBD. It's all about the showmanship of like, oh well, everybody expects you to wear a suit. Everybody expects you to wear a suit so they can respect you. It's like, thank you, Monkey Business, for the $5 donation. I appreciate it.
At Monkey Business 707 $5.
Okay. The way that Stan just looked at me like, treat? Yeah, there you go. You gotta get fat. So here you go. Let's fatten you up. There you go. Actually, here, we'll give you one more. Nope. Do not go near the fucking dog when he's getting treats. I do not want you learning that life lesson, okay? We've already had too many close calls. Not while he's eating. If there's food in his mouth, you don't go near him. Sorry. My cat keeps coming like underneath the table right here. He's just trying to fucking sneak like where the dog is, which that could literally turn into something dangerous for him. Finally home. Nice. Bloodstone. Hell yeah. Televani, that's deep. Oh, Televani. Don't. If you don't dig deep, you will never find anything like enlightenment or treasure in life. No. Oh, yeah, but back to my point. So, like, wearing, like, the fucking stupid suits, like the monkey suits, like, I heard Vosh talking about this recently. I think we were watching a clip where he was commenting on this dude's, like, neck, and he's just like, oh, yeah, you can see a neck gap. I'm just like, yeah, because some people have like, I don't know, maybe I'm claustrophobic, maybe I'm not, I don't know, but I just know that I do not like the feeling of somebody choking me lightly. Not my kink. So I don't like being uncomfortable for uncomfortable. Like, why? I think that's part of it, dude. Like, honest to God, some of these rich fucks, I think that that's their adversity is, I wore a suit today. That was the hardest thing I did was wear that fucking suit. It's just like, then why wear it? Make the suit out of sweatpant material. They started doing that, and I gotta say, you can barely tell the difference in fuck. I respect the guy that is wearing sweatpant material, but also is like functionally fashionable, than the jackass that's just like, I spent $200,000 on this suit, and I'm still stiff as a board. It's like, bro, I don't want to. I fucking hate it. I absolutely fucking hate it. Watching Jake has made me want to wear a suit, not gonna lie. I like the way that Jake wears, like, for lack of a better term, old suits, which old suits are, you know, they're worn, you know, and also cheaper, and like cheaper suits do tend to actually breathe a little bit more, believe it or not. No, I like the way that he presented himself as like the strung out like newscaster guy. I thought that was pretty fucking funny. Vintage, not old. Vintage, right. I gotta get that's right. If you're not uncomfortable, how would people know you're rich and make horrible financial decisions? Exactly. Like, but whatever. Apparently, fuck me. You know what? I'm just a loser. I'm just a poor boy. Nobody loves me. It's just a poor boy from a poor family. But, you know, yeah, they're the ones who made all the financial decisions. PBD, fucking Adam, all those guys, they're rocking monies. So, like, who am I? Who am I? You know what? Hey, you know what? I'm the guy on fucking YouTube here just being like, hey, this is the game. George Soros will put me on the payroll if I pretend to be woke. Dude, he hasn't put me on the fucking payroll. Fuck. I'm woke. I'm woke and I do this, like, as a fucking political commentator. Nobody's actually, like, I mean, I shouldn't say that. I gotta be, my pronouns are pay me. All right. I'll allow it. I literally feel like the meme from Community with the sombrero, where it's like, I know you're being a jackass, but I'll allow it. Suits used to be low-class dress options. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. I thought that the suit was originally built for the low, like, yeah, but then apparently at one point they were just like, oh, well, you know, we want to be like them. Because it's so, like, dude, look at the way that, like, Johnny Depp and some of these assholes do it, where they LARP being poor. You know, they buy a fucking Soho apartment with, like, a minimalist, you know, exterior, but again, they still got their fucking, you know, their car waiting for them outside. They still got the fucking assistants, all that bullshit. Ugh. But to my broader point, like when I was at this house, that I was very just like, okay, yeah, I'm this couch is probably worth more than my house. And again, for it to be an uncomfortable couch, that spoke to me where I'm just like, oh, dude. Some of the, like, this is miserable. Like, and I think that's just, I don't know. Like people who can't afford wigs and heels. Used to be if you didn't wear a hat, you were low class. Our quality has gone way down. Oh yeah, it is. But then again, dude, like, we live in the era where sweatpants have become like okay to wear outside. I'm happy with this. And I know that it pisses, like, look at the way that Sean Duffy and the fucking, like, Trump administration wants. We want to bring flying back and make it look like the 1950s. We want everybody to wear suits and present themselves in a way that we deem fucking, you know, pleasant to our eyes. Well, we don't want these eyesores and these fucking, you know, we don't want everyone wearing their fucking Cookie Monster pajama bottoms because we all know what that means. I'm gonna end up with a keyed car. Get that joke? I love you. Oh, God. Dude, I go grocery shopping in sweatpants and my sweatshirt. Sometimes I'll even wear my little slippers that have, like, the fucking outdoor bottoms. Because for real, fuck it. Who the fuck cares? I'm running to the goddamn grocery store. I don't want to be there anyway. What is this? Dude... My wife, I'm so glad that she got over this because now she'll go to the grocery store looking like whatever the fuck. But she used to have this hang up where she used to have to get dolled up and, like, you would have to wait for her to get ready just to go to, like, the grocery store, which, why? I don't know, like, I don't think we're, like, gonna be filmed at the grocery store, so I don't see any I just don't get it. I don't get it. Who am I trying to impress? The clerk? Like, who cares? Even if they see me all the time, so what? They know me in my fucking Sunday's best. Are they gonna give us suit buying money? If not, then sweatpants it is. Exactly. And the thing is, it's like, even what people consider, like, suit buying money, like, no. Like, this is the one thing that Vosh does have right. If you're going to wear a suit and you're not going to get it tailored to actually fit you right, don't even bother wearing the suit. God damn. so many poorly tailored suits out there. I mean, look at Donald Trump, for fuck's sake. The guy, he wears a suit that is like 4 times too big for him because it makes me look smaller. It's like, Same with the tie that he constantly looks like he's about to trip on. Like, realistically, I wish that we, as a nation, could just admit that he looks like a fucking clown. That there's nothing appealing about the motherfucker. Like, I don't see how any woman in their right mind could just be like, he's so sexy. It's like, I don't see it. Is it the power? Is it the power? Is it the power? Because at that point, then it's like, okay, yeah. Just wearing a standard dress-up shirt without a tux is sensory hell. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, you know what? At this point, if I'm going to wear a shirt, like a dress shirt, I might as well have a suit jacket. But see, I'm not one, like, I'll rock a Canadian, Canadian tux. I rocked a Canadian tux for my own wedding, dude. I wore a fucking a John Barbados, which, hey, that was high fashion at that point. Converse, I literally wore Converse to my own wedding. Which, to be fair, I also wore Converse to my best friend's wedding, but he did the tux thing, where it was tux with Converse. I got married at a courthouse, so my wife looked great. She looked like, it was kind of like a fairy-swan-esque looking dress. It was pretty cool. Like, I liked it. But yeah. No, I fucking wore blue jeans with a nice long sleeve shirt, but no collar. Yeah, whatever. Melania's all over that shit. Clearly he's a hunk. No, I don't think that Melania's touched his penis in over 21 years? Literally. I mean, it's pretty common knowledge that they haven't, like, slept in the same bedroom for over 20 years. Dude, can you not see it's all a fucking game? He has a girlfriend, and, like, he's got a situation that's way worse than Monica Lewinsky. He's also, dude, for real, he's still into the shit that he used to be into. He has, on call, a modeling agency where he can just bring up these people. And the thing is, now I think that they do have consent forms. The thing that is also unspoken is that there's a lot of gold diggers out there that fucking do not give a shit, that don't have morals, that this is their whole game. I don't mean to sound like Sagar there, but you know what? Sometimes, and like, get it, girls. You know what? Get paid, but also, there's also the ones that it's like, I don't know though. Like, there's the ones where it's like, okay, if you're sleeping with congressmen and you're like, that's what this is. Like, nah, fuck you. Seriously, you're servicing the worst people in the world. Like, nah, fuck them. Anyway, time to start Only Peps. Let's get to this fucking stuff. Let's get to this. Oh my god. Am I fucking lost? Oh, dude, my last stream crashing killed this. Oh, great. There we go. All right. True enough, the unfortunate reality of our society is that if it weren't for women, we'd still be jerking off in caves and eating barbecue dinosaur. Yeah, but also, I mean, yay. What if someone takes a picture and tries to paint this as a 90s scandal? Like, what if someone gets a very clear picture of him cheating in the White House? Nobody will give a fuck. Nobody will give a fuck. And I mean it, dude. This motherfucker can do whatever the fuck he wants, and nobody's gonna say shit. Seriously. I hope you guys understand. This is why anytime that I see like somebody saying, call your congressman and demand XYZ. No. If it's something that I know is not going to fucking happen, I'm not even going to bother fucking dialing the phone. Certain things I have made, like, taken the time to call my congressman about, but I don't know, man. Sometimes I feel like some people just don't have a grasp on reality with that, where they're just like, they think that, like, that's their way of dealing with the powerlessness, is like, oh, this is the little power we have. It's like, I know, but it may throw them off. It actually just might work. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I mean, dude, the Stormy Daniels thing should have done it. The grab him by the pussy thing should have done it. There are 8,000 other, like, different things that should have, like, upended his entire, like, candidacy in the first time, like, in 2016 or in 2015, but nah. Whatever. That's Trump. That's just Trump. I don't like everything he does, but he's a good president and gets stuff done. Yeah, I swear to God, it's hey, you know what? I'm glad that you paraphrase it like that, because it is true. That's exactly how they do this shit. But, all right, guys, here's the portion of the stream where I'm going to do the thing, because I'm going to ask you to kindly please hit the like button if you have not already. Subscribe to the channel if you have not already. And yeah, if you guys are enjoying this show, please consider it joining us in the chat. These things help a lot. So, he's invincible. No, he really is. Well, Stormy Daniels came in with receipts, dude. That's the whole reason that Michael Cohen went to jail. You know, Russia. Notice how that one he's kind of like, I mean, they tried to get me with the scandal, you know. Like, he very, very, like, he would go, I mean, fuck, the one that he was found guilty of. That's the one that he's like, nope, E. Jean Carroll, she's a liar. But Stormy Daniels, that's the one he's kind of left alone a little bit. I'm starting to think that, you know, yeah. My boyfriend gave me like 10 pounds of strawberries for some reason, so I gotta find ways to use them like ASAP today. And I made handmade pies, and they turned out real good. I mean, I just freeze them. You know, frozen strawberries aren't that bad. Sometimes they're actually a good snack. Frozen blueberries are the shit. Sounds like a good problem to have. Honestly, yeah. Jam. Ooh. Jam. Anyway. Let's do politics. Because for real, man, I appreciate y'all kind of sitting through this and let me have my little pontification on all this, but he paid her ass, so what? Hookers are legal in Las Vegas. The problem is, motherfucker, he is the one playing the political game of, if anybody else did that, like Bill Clinton, oh, they're bridge too far, you know, these dirty Democrats. But the motherfucker literally gets caught cheating on his wife, sleeping with a porn star, the day that his kid is born. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of that's a problem, man. You know, like, we already knew that he was cheating on her while she was pregnant, but that was the one that got me, where I was just like, really? And, like, you know what was really fucked up? Even his own base can believe that. That's it. Please stop chewing on the cords. This fucking cat, I swear to God. One more time, I'm gonna have to kick you out of the room. I'm sorry, man. But I can't have this. Shit, you're probably the reason that my internet went out. Let's be real. I was about to say, at least he waited for the baby to come. Nope, he did not. But whatever, man. Dude, Trump is flailing fucking hard. If you're still standing up for him, I do have to, like, say, like, what do you expect him to do for you? Because you do understand that, like, it's just, the only other option you have is when he's gone, and you don't have him, like, to fucking stand behind, as far as, like, the, oh, I'm trolling the libs just by liking the guy. Then what? It's like, Are you already doing your thing where, but the Democrats? I mean, you guys are pretty good at that one. I mean, if you are, I don't even fucking know. Anyway, let's talk about the fucking politics. Let's go.
Let's go ahead and turn to some of the ways that they're working to keep accurate information from you all and from the world and from us and everybody else. And this is really quite extraordinary. So let's put this up on the screen. This is from Planet Labs. And we've talked a little bit about this before, but this is an expanded level of censorship here being done willfully by Planet Labs at the request of the United States government. So this is from Al Jazeera. They say U.S. satellite firm Planet Labs announces blackout on war on Iran images. The company says the move is being made amid the U.S.-Israel war on Iran, and it comes after a direct request from the U.S. government. So previously, there had been a hold on satellite data from the region, with the idea being that maybe 2 weeks later, we'll post the information so you're not getting real-time looks from this private satellite company of what the damage is in the region, and damage specifically to like U.S. bases throughout the region. We still have very little information. We know that many of our service members have been pulled off of some 13 bases in the region and are being put up in civilian hotels, which, by the way, in and of itself could constitute a war crime because you're then you're using civilians as human shields. In any case, that's our only indication of how much damage there is. You'll get a few photos out, a little bit of glimpse here, a little bit of glimpse there, but this private satellite company has just completely bent to the desires of the Trump administration here to hide how much damage there is. I would pair this with, there was a report from The Intercept about the way that they are delaying and underplaying reports of casualties and even service members' deaths to try to, try to create a
wait. It's free intelligence for Iran?
impression of how the war is going and downplay the damage. Now, I'm not going to say these things are really new in war. I think there's typically an effort to downplay the level of death, the level of injuries, the level of damage, etc. You know, Trump is very big and Heggs had the very big on this whole victory narrative and they're obliterated, etc., etc. But for a private company to just go ahead and sort of collapse like this and agree to the whims of the U.S. federal government is pretty pathetic.
Well, first of all, yeah, screw them. It's also, don't forget this, you know, they have contracts, right? Like they have contracts with all these news organizations. I have covered a war since 2014, and I have used open source satellite imagery for every single conflict we have ever been in. This is from Afghanistan to these OSINT satellite images. And by the way, we were able to get them a couple of days after the incident. This now is cutting off everything from like what, March, it was like March 9th, dating back to March 9th that they are withholding all imagery. And that was some of the initial imagery that we had of US bases. The American public has an absolute right to know, especially with this government and the regime that that we've seen put in place.
Yeah, I love how they're so careful to say this could constitute a war crime. Or if this was a Dem president, the conservatives would be saying this is a war crime. Democrats love. I know, and I'm so fucking tired of it, man. I'm so tired of
the extreme restrictions in the Gulf. I talked earlier about how people who are entering Oman
get some fucking balls.
Are being told
honestly
to sign these documents where
you can play this game. You can literally do the allegedly game. You can do this in a proper fucking way. But also, dude, I'm so sick of Sagar and Crystal, the way that they fucking talk about that. Like, honestly, these are the motherfuckers that I can't stand. Like, if there is a lack of crash out from whoever the fuck is giving you the news, whether it be a streamer or a newscaster, I don't know. Maybe you should actually kind of like have a little, like, you should put some alarm into of like the idea that these people just might be doing this as a grift where they don't give a fuck.
To record.
Like, they make enough.
They're able to report, but they have to do some writing. In the UAE, you have citizens who can get arrested.
Like, honestly, you know when you're going to see them start crashing out? When it actually impacts them.
Or you have foreigners who can get arrested. They're just
as bad as some of the conservatives, to be completely real, man.
For, publishing videos of missile strikes. I know that this is the place for much of the Gulf. There's really only one or two journalists who have even been gone to the Straits of Hormuz, not saying that they don't have the ability to do so, but more so like that the governments are not letting them. You've only had 2 journalists, Western journalists, who were able to go to Iran. One of them, remember the guy who we interviewed? Oh, that guy got bombed by Israel. Let's not forget that. So the censorship regime now is dramatic in place. And actually, you have Chinese and Russian satellite, because yeah, turns out, oh, nobody owns like geostationary orbit, okay? So you've got a bunch of Chinese and Russian satellite companies, they're publishing everything. Or they're not publishing open source, they're sending it straight over to the Islamic Republic. And you can see how these Chinese and Russian satellites, look, what, you think they don't want revenge, especially the Russians? After all of these Ukrainian attacks that we have done on them, that we've backstopped, that we've given them all of this intelligence, they are salivating at this ability to try and destroy as much U.S. military aircraft as possible, to create this huge energy crisis in Europe. I mean, I follow a bunch of accounts that are directly from the Kremlin. They're doing backflips over there. They're like, oh, this is the end of the European Union. Screw you. Oh, it's not so fun whenever it happens to you. Same in China. I mean, they're just sitting there, you know, seeing the meme, do nothing, win, from Xi Jinping, literally doing nothing, just sharing satellite imagery. And by the way, they're doing a export ban on all of their oil. They seem to be doing okay, but the general tack of the CCP so far has been, let's sit here, we'll take some temporary hit on the oil market, but we are bleeding the West dry, and we are destroying the ability of their Navy.
The one improvement Breaking Points is having, though, is I've noticed that Sagar is being less transphobic.
All we have to do is support Iran a little bit.
Yeah, because I think that he realized that with the drop of the Epstein files, making him only care about cultural issues was making him realize that he was, you know, being manipulated like the fucking dipshit he is.
Few of these hit pinprick strikes, and we can create significant chaos and damage in the U.S.
Again, most people didn't even need to be fucking walked to that reality that we are being manipulated to make sure that we do not talk about the important issues, which is mostly things that affect the certain classes, like the class divide.
Why wouldn't you do it?
Well, you add that to the AI
overtaxation of the fucking lower classes and middle classes. The fact that, you know, they have successfully done a fucking very, very in-depth psyop to make a whole bunch of people that will never make as much as they make to fucking stand up for them.
Information people were sharing, including politicians.
Even when these people are covered in some of the proposals from other people.
Greg Abbott shared this.
Like, again, the fact that you have 100 millionaires that were exempt from some of the proposals for some of like the new tax, the possible tax increases. Nah, they fought against that shit.
Fake AI image of the supposed airmen who, you know, were shot down and rescued and whatever. This thing was spread.
They come for them. They're still paying those fucking shitty taxes. And now we don't have the fucking, the little, you know, cushion that we would have had. You know, they just voted to have the billionaires get taxed because it's almost like, I don't know, in the long term, they would probably make more.
And widely, it's just completely fabricated. And if any of you guys have gone on Twitter and tried to figure out what the hell is going on, it's a near impossibility. There's all kinds of fake strikes or repurposed video from this or that. It's very hard to sort through what is going on. You've got a whole bunch of authoritarian governments, including Israel's, that are involved here, that are only showing the world the pieces that they want to show, you know, maybe strategically leaking something or showing something in order to evince
that's a Devin.
Some sympathy from the world, but otherwise lots of damage is being understood.
How in the fuck did that happen?
And let me go back to that.
I don't mean to call out like your
Intercept report I mentioned because I think this is highly significant. So they at the Intercept
that
they say
there's made there, but add Devin.
A casualty cover-up. The Pentagon is hiding U.S. losses under Trump in the Middle East. According to their reporting, this is from last week, almost
the economic inequality is killing us. Yeah, and again, like I said, these people don't even know they have it. Oh yeah, that was the. God damn it! I stunlocked and I got off the broader point. So I made a point about like I went to a house that, you know, a billionaire owned. And the thing is, by the end of it, I found out that he didn't even know he had it.
150 U.S. troops have...
Like, he paid somebody to live in that house to caretake for it, but it was essentially that guy's house. The only stipulation was that he could not make any changes to it. I was just like, that's fucking crazy.
Wounded or killed in the Middle East since October 2023.
Like, how many times does he come here a year? He's just like, I think 3. He's like, I think... On average, it's like 2 weeks because it's like the legal requirement in order for them to keep that home.
That's an analysis from The Intercept, but the Pentagon will not acknowledge it. CENTCOM, which oversees military
Oh my God, I'm throwing my phone in the lake. Be right back.
operations in the Middle East,
Jeez, Peter Bell, you're really going through
appears
it.
to be engaged in what a defense official called a casualty cover-up, offering The Intercept lowball and outdated figures, failing to provide clarifications.
No, this is the same way that they're covering up the jobs numbers. Like, dude, this is why I don't get it. I don't get how, like, everybody isn't just collectively going, like, they're lying to us.
On military deaths and
But yeah, trans shit. Okay.
injuries. At least
Literally, the government is lying to us about the fucking casualty rates in a war that was by choice. They're lying to us about jobs numbers that's going to affect the fucking economy. And the thing that really bothers me, and I brought this up earlier, is how the stock market's just like, yeah.
15 troops they say were wounded Friday in an Iranian attack on a Saudi airbase that hosts American troops. That's according to 2 government officials who spoke with The Intercept. Hundreds of
Dude,
U.S.
said affordability is a democratic hoax.
personnel have been killed
People
or
forgot
injured
about that
in the
too.
region since the U.S. launched a war on Iran just over a month ago. They go on to detail the way that CENTCOM has sent outdated statements on casualty numbers. They result in undercounts, including a statement sent Monday from spokesperson Captain Tim Hawkins, noting that since the start of Operation Epic Fury, approximately 303 U.S. service members have been wounded. That comment was 3 days old and excluded at least 15 wounded in the Friday attack on Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. Command did not reply to repeated requests for updated figures. They also would not provide a count of troops who have died in the region since the start of the war. An Intercept analysis puts the number at no less than 15. So they're cooking the books here. You know,
Pep, I love your channel because I've seen a million streamers commenting about Trump's censorship while time outing and deleting comments from MAGA. What's the point of debate?
they're underselling the
I mean,
amount of deaths. They're underselling the amount
I don't really time out MAGA unless they're being like, if they're spamming and just being overtly disrespectful.
of injuries in a systematic fashion, using outdated numbers and trying to deceive the news media. And so The Intercept was able to catch them in some of
Appreciate that,
this
though.
deception.
Yeah, not a surprise, literally at all, right? And so you could see pretty obviously that, but also we all knew this was the case. Let's go through a few other examples. Do you remember the Saudi embassy, the U.S. embassy in Riyadh, when it got hit, and we were told just to fire.
Braden allowed this one. Don't spam.
Don't worry about it.
Damn it.
Turns out the fire raged for hours, destroyed a significant part of the embassy. We
You made your point.
learned about it 3 weeks later. Same with the base.
Yeah, no spam walls.
We've sustained minor damage.
Right or left.
Now we're being told
See, I agreed with that spam wall, but
they're
my mods know what's
basically
up. They also know that, yeah.
uninhabitable.
No. Yeah.
And a lot of the
It's all right,
troops there had to, relocate to some of these hotels.
All right, you know what?
This was the case
Yeah,
for
my lords,
some of the
my
radars
viewers are
that
low
were
today.
hit. We were told
Yeah,
it's
whatever.
no big deal. That's when the satellite imagery came out immediately
Shit, that's how I know this guy's not a bot.
after. We're like, oh my God, this entire battery is completely gone. And so basically at every turn, you should remember there's more damage than we know about. And the really big stuff like the tankers and remember that, some of those aircraft that we've lost that are on the ground.
Guys, I guess I should quit. I got low numbers. This guy really took the wind out of my sails. This guy telling me that I got fucking... Okay, bro. We fucking get it.
That stuff
No
has
shade.
to come out because it's
What's the point of bringing it up, you dickhead?
so sensational.
Yeah.
But lower level things about, we're not living in the base anymore.
Hit the like button. Get the numbers out there then if you actually
Actually,
want to help.
the embassy was on fire, but it actually burned a lot more. I would
Yes, because I control the YouTube algorithm, man. I take 2 days off, and this is what I fucking get. As I said.
not be shocked if energy infrastructure has been hit, I would say 5 times harder. What? Are you really going to disclose the amount of damage that has taken place in your oil refinery? Probably not. You don't want to show how weak actually you are or how close to breaking. So I really think everyone should just remember the
Thank you.
immense amount of censorship. And then look, Iran too, they release all kinds of stuff. They released something about some guy's skull that was in, a U.S. military, and you're like, maybe. Look, is it possible that an American was killed and we're not told about it? I find it very hard to believe.
Oh, I find
personally.
it very easy to believe.
No, see, because I've asked
look,
around about this. KIA is just a whole other thing.
Well,
Literally is like a
according to the
whole other-
Intercept report, there's at least 2 that we haven't been told about. And so what they can do is, I don't think they can delay it forever, but can they delay it? Absolutely. And these people will lie about things even that they know will ultimately come out. They just have zero shame. So no, that's not hard for me to imagine at all. I'm not saying the Iranian report is true.
Right.
I'm just saying that that is not difficult for me to imagine whatsoever. And the other
Shorts is
piece that
widely
is
variable.
unaccounted for is we have, I don't know how many contractors
Well, that's also why I kind of like, I don't know, when I lost my
throughout the region as
first
well.
stream, I was like,
And we
that's
don't
true.
have,
See, that's
we haven't
fucker.
gotten any insight into injuries among
For real, my bad, man. I feel like an ass. I appreciate you. Well, I appreciate the apology. Apology accepted.
contractors, casualties among contractors, and they're, in many cases, basically doing the same job as the U.S. military. So, in any case, very, very incomplete picture of what the reality is for, for Israel, for our Gulf allies, for the U.S. inside of Iran. Very limited pictures of what's actually going on here.
That's right. All right, let's get to Trita Parsi. Crystal is going to step out because she's got a train to catch. But
That's right. I'm going to New York, by the way. If anyone is in Brooklyn tonight, I'm going to be doing this Jacobin event that I'm excited about.
There you go.
See you guys there.
All right, let's get to Trita. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free,
Taking the train. Hell yeah. Okay. All right, so this is the one that I wanted to wait for. Soccer's a wiener. Yes, he is a wiener indeed. Right on, brother. What you're doing is important. People can't ignore this shit forever. And the sooner that we wake up, the sooner that we can come together. Well, that's what I try to do here. God forbid that I admit my fucking biases and just say, hey, yeah, I'm a little more left than a lot of you probably like, but the thing that I tried to bring here is nuance and trying to have conversations about shit that actually matters as opposed to fucking, some of the culture war bullshit. Like, I keep repeating this, but it's true. I'm just so tired of it. That's why, yes, outside of just I disagree with the fucking trans debate, quote unquote, we shouldn't even be having it. It doesn't affect you. It doesn't affect a wide majority of this population. And I'm tired of people being so disingenuous that they think it is the one issue that they should fucking focus on instead of, I don't know, affordability. And I know that's just become a buzzword at this point that has no meaning. Fucking Trump sitting there. Affordability is a Democratic hoax. It's a Democratic hoax, folks. And then he's just like, groceries. They didn't use the term groceries before me. Yeah, and these dumb motherfuckers are out there with their fucking stupid red hats going, yeah, Donald Trump knows what's good for me. This guy knows exactly what's up. Fucking A. And I'm sorry. I know. Oh, you're trying to bring us together, but then you denigrate, half of the country. It's not half the country. It's 27% of the country that I genuinely do not like. What up, Joe? Not exotic. Good to see you. I really don't like when people say they won't vote or don't swing any way politically when their ideals are more left because the leftist one, because that just leads to right victories. Kind of unrelated. Ish. I mean, yes. No, a lot of people, dude, Joe Biden did not do good enough, which is insane when you think about, the actual, bounce back we had during COVID. I don't care if you like the guy or not. I didn't like him. I thought that he was feckless. I thought that he sucked on. I thought he was a Zionist, but for real, just, I don't know. Going from 9.0 or what was it? Or yeah, it was 9 point something fucking inflation down to 2.7. That's an objective win, dude. That's just good. That's just good. That's why we constantly look at what Trump is doing. It's no, this isn't what he did last time with Obama's economy where he just added to it and just kind of did better. Yeah, this one's kind of a lot worse. A lot worse. So whatever. It pisses me off because I have never blocked anyone in my entire life. Shut up. Get over it, dude. People are going to block you. People don't block. If they don't like you, they don't like you. Jesus Christ. Yeah, you guys could never do this shit. You never could. I'm just going to say it. There is an air of I guess arrogance that I will fucking tout on my stream here is that, no, I at least have this. I just do not give a fuck. You block me. Great. You fucking you don't like my stream. Great. I just don't care. God, stop trying to be a people pleaser, man. You'll be a lot happier when you're not. Also, Saris, hello. How's it going? Why'd you type your own name? Wait a minute. I've never seen that before. Thank you for YouTube. Thank you very much for oh, okay. Thank you for being here, man. I appreciate it. Permanent record? What? That's permanent record. I haven't heard. Dude, what happened to that? Hold on. I was told that if I fucked up in school, it was going on my permanent record, and that at some point, my permanent record would, like, I don't know. I actually remember one of my fucking teachers even said, well, what if you want to go into politics? It's like, oh, I guess I better make sure I don't mess up my school's permanent record because some political op, you know, when I'm in my my late 30s or my early 40s, when I'm trying to become like a fucking, you know, city councilman, they're going to go looking and they're going to find on my permanent record that I smoked pot in a fucking, in the school porta potty. Oh boy, guys. Oh no. I don't know how I'm ever going to recover from them finding on my permanent record that, you know, I was a fucking C- student. Oh no, guys. Oh no. What's up, Diego? How's it going, brother? Good to see you. Man, unless you did, yeah, no, I didn't. I'm good. I'm good on that. God. I don't think, like, let's see. No, I'm being honest. I think this is the worst stuff you would find on my permanent record. Oh, I also told my the elder of my church-school that I abandoned my walk with God. Steven, we have a rule about spamming caps, dude. Like, you're gonna get really, really fucking, like, honestly, the more you're getting upset about people blocking you is going to get you banned from the channel because I don't allow this. This is just a blanket thing, bro. So if you can't abide by the rules that I have set up for everybody else in this chat, I don't know what to tell you. But chill the fuck out. Plutonian one, what up? All the caps is the problem, not the content. Yeah, it's not the content, dude. That's fine, dude. I chose to block the rules. That's not how that works. People can block you. That's okay. Which, again, I don't give a fuck. I don't have any control over who blocks you. That's a personal thing. Like, if anybody on YouTube just sees something they don't like, they can block you. Which, you know what? Good on the internet for doing that. I'm not just saying, like, YouTube. I'm saying, like, I'm glad that's an internet thing. Got nothing shady online or otherwise. Been paranoid about my record since before the internet. I want people to know I want to make a scene to remember. You're not, dude, shut up. You're not making a scene to remember. You're just kind of coming off as like a victim, which, stop. Calm down. Wait, permanent record YouTube. What are you talking about, man? Whatever. Anyway.
Some have called you China's Nostradamus. You had 3 famous predictions in 2024 that Trump would get elected, that he would start a war with Iran, and that he would lose a war with Iran.
Iran clearly has the...
Okay, so just to address, if you guys feel like we've already seen this, we saw the beginning part of it before it dropped. It was on his Substack. So they finally released the entire thing. I really want to watch this because I did platform... well, I didn't platform Jiang like I interviewed him or anything like that, but I did watch him and I did kind of give like that idea of, oh, this guy might know something. And then I realized I'm like, oh, I don't know shit. This is why I should, like, you know what? Didn't go to college. And this is why, like, some guy that puts professor in and just kind of speaks with an air of authority, you know, I guess I could be fooled by that. Pastor? Fuck no, but a fucking just it's like, oh, I didn't even ask where he's a professor of. And they're like, he works at a middle school. I'm like, that seems like something I should have been able to find on my own.
To take advantage. I think the next step in the escalation ladder
I feel like a goose.
Is that Trump will send in ground forces.
Nikki Haley was key to your prediction about Iran. You said Trump would pick her as his running mate, but he didn't pick her.
I think that the problem with education is that it focuses too much on facts, too much on rigor, and not enough on imagination.
Too much on facts. Do you hear yourself? Just trying to control what...
No, and he thinks he sounds... Dude, this is also part of the problem, is dumb people think that he's smart.
You say now.
This is what I hate. Like, again, I can speak to this because I'm one of these idiots.
Your critics might say they're using you.
I felt like I learned something. I went to, I even remember, didn't I? Like, God, I feel like such a jackass now because I'm pretty sure that I even said, I'm just like, oh, this feels like those free college courses. I like doing these.
As a propagandist.
It is possible I'm a useful idiot. And I suspect that there are many entities around the world who would like to amplify my message, including the Chinese government.
Hold on. You don't call yourself Professor...
Oh my God, I'm so glad that he's going to fucking derail this guy.
I do now, but when I first started out, if you go way back to my
early lectures... It doesn't matter when you first started out. You do call yourself Professor Jiang and you're not a professor.
Dude, what is your big prediction crazy that I tried to be like, I never call myself a professor.
Test it out at the end of the year.
What? Just the name of my channel. It's like, what?
Back in 2024, Chinese-Canadian educator Shui-Qin Jiang posted a video on his YouTube channel, Predictive History, where he laid out 3 big predictions. Donald Trump would win the 2024 election, the US would then go to war with Iran, and ultimately the US would lose.
I'm a far-left communist. Knew this guy was an Alex Jones type after 5 minutes of watching him.
That war.
Now I see the Tabernacle is calling
Since
this
then,
lunatic,
the self-styled professor who says he uses game theory to analyze the past and predict future geopolitical events has become an internet sensation.
Well, welcome. I am not a far-left communist, but welcome to the channel. I am more democratic socialist.
And has even been dubbed China's Nostradamus. But he's also faced some criticisms
more than welcome
over his predictions and many would say pretty out there conspiracy theories.
Yeah, because capitalism's done any better. Shut up.
2 out of 3 of...
Honestly, my favorite part is capitalism is going that way where people are going to start using it as the scary-ism, you know, ooh, scary socialism. I've been propagandized and programmed to think that this is bad because I associate it with Russian stuff because I'm dumb.
Jiang's big predictions have come true.
Communism, same thing.
True. But how much of that is his own geopolitical foresight?
Bad. And I really have no actual substantive argument as to why, but I just know... it's bad.
How much of it simply comes down to luck? How much does the Chinese government control or even influence what he says, what he predicts? I decided to not just speak to Shui-Qin Jiang, aka Professor Jiang, about Iran and the state of the world, but also to challenge him a bit. Here's our interview. Shui-Qin Jiang, thank you so much for joining.
The thing is, why? Why do you need to evangelize to me? Why can't you just be happy that I fucking agree with you on most of it?
Teo.
Jesus Christ. You do understand that like this, and I'm not trying to attack you, but for real, that makes you no different than a Christian.
You have said you use game theory to predict future geopolitical events. For those who have never heard of game theory, please do explain what it is and how it helps you explain what's happening with Donald Trump and with Iran in particular.
Right. So game theory applied to geopolitics means that we see each individual nation state as a player in a zero-sum game to maximize its individual interests. And so each player would have its own characteristics, its own strengths, and it would adopt a optimal strategy in order to win the zero-sum game.
So how does that apply in the Middle East right now?
Actually, can I just ask, like, as a self-identified far-left communist, do you plan on voting for Democratic candidates? Because I'm not one of these blue no matter who assholes, but in the time that we're living right now, I feel like that's part of the PSYOP is to disenfranchise any of the opposition.
Right.
Which, again, I also think it's part of the PSYOP to make us think that it's all the uniparty or whatever, because if that truly was the case, then I feel like the whole, like, you know, push to get the vote and even like Zoran Mamdani, I just feel like there's harm reduction, but there's also like I gotta give some credit to oh my god, what's her fucking name? Oh my god, Laura Nadi, fucking Ole. So Ole actually said that the reason that, like, I wasn't even a fan of Kamala, I was voting for the easier opponent. Like the easier opposition. Some people legitimately thought that they were teaching the Democrats a lesson with that, which I thought was the dumbest thing, where I'm like, the only lesson you're teaching us is that we're gonna now be caving to an authoritarian regime, because again, Project 25 or Project 2025, at that point, the benefit of the doubt wasn't even like, we couldn't even conceptualize it because we were just like, oh, well, you know, like they wrote all this stuff down, but we really, I don't think they're going to do it.
The United States
egg on our face
is attacking Iran, and these two nation states have different strengths and weaknesses. So America has the world's greatest military. It has aerial supremacy. It has tremendous technology. It has unlimited funding. And so Iran is adopting an asymmetrical strategy.
Blue no matter who people are MAGA-esque. I don't know about that. I've met some people that are very culty in the Democrat, like liberal sphere, that they are cringe as fuck. The ones that truly believed in Kamala and like all that bullshit.
Of holding the global economy hostage, meaning that rather than attacking the United States directly, which you cannot defeat directly.
Thank you for the two jewels speech. I appreciate that, man.
Controlling the Strait of Hormuz, which is strangling the global economy, and it's attacking the GCC nations, the infrastructure of the GCC nations, in order to force Trump into the negotiating table. So that is the asymmetrical warfare of Iran.
That's actually not a bad line. That's kind of a banger. I'm blue no matter who because the alternative is the red that want me dead.
Also predicted that the US, you had three famous predictions in 2024, that Trump would get elected, that he would start a war with Iran, and that he would lose a war.
Well, I also think that, like, again, this is very unpopular, and I've gotten kind of slammed for this opinion of mine, but I think that a lot of it is they want to do the activism, but they don't want to do the hard work. You know, it's sexier to tell everybody how you want a revolution, but you know, it's not sexy going and running for a council position, or specifically like a school board position, because that's where we start with this shit. It all starts from the bottom. Like, honestly, everybody keeps saying like the shit rolls downhill. It's like, yes, for the leaders, but the growth starts at the bottom.
Iran. Based on what you've seen over the past month, do you still stand by that prediction?
Yes, I do. I think that after a month, I think that Iran clearly has the strategic advantage. And what I mean by that is that Iran is very clearly able to articulate its military objectives, and it has a very clear strategy of how to obtain these military objectives, and it is working very hard and very meticulously to obtain these objectives. This is the complete opposite of America, where Trump has failed to articulate an end goal. And right now, it seems that the Trump administration, is unable to articulate both a strategy and a purpose to the American public, which is causing most Americans.
I'm not even talking about electorals no more. I'm volunteering in my local org. Sean, that's based.
Not support.
You know what? Shout out Sean Lawrence.
This war. It's also causing low soldier morale among the American forces.
What do you think happens next if/when Iran wins?
Right. So even though Iran has the advantage right now, we still have to remember that America is the world's greatest empire. It has a lot of resources. It has a lot of firepower still not used. So I think the next step in the escalation ladder is that Trump will send in ground forces. So over 5,000 Marines and soldiers have been dispatched to the Middle East. This is already on top of the 50,000 American soldiers already stationed in the Middle East. And most military analysts expect that the Americans will launch an amphibious assault in order to control the Strait of Hormuz. Now, there are several options available to the Americans in order to control the Strait of Hormuz. The first option is to control Karg Island, which is the oil depot of the Iranians. 90% of Iranians' oil exports depart from Karg Island. Then you have Qasim Island, which is just opposite the Strait of Hormuz. And then there's a naval base further down the coastline. And so these are the three options that the Americans have. And it is unclear which option the Americans will ultimately choose. But given the track record of the Marines, we can expect the Marines to have an early success.
Yeah, but the fact that there's only those three options, you do understand that, like, strategically, that's not exactly the hardest thing to plan for.
The problem with the strategy and the problem with America's overall strategy is what happens next? How do you maintain control over the territory that you've claimed?
Yeah.
The reality is that the
And they're not
Iranians
gonna
have
be
been
able
preparing
to,
this battle
no.
for
They're
about
just gonna
20
keep
years.
getting hit.
They developed this very effective
Have people
asymmetrical
believe that
warfare
all art
strategy
is political?
of using
Who knows?
drones and ballistic missiles from afar, hidden in underground bases,
What up, Bobbin?
to hit and strike American assets
success and
around the Middle
pullout.
East. It's almost like
Again, but he's talking about the back end of that. That it's like, okay, then what?
Guerrilla
Like, then we're just gonna deal with it again.
warfare. And historically,
I think
imperial
that's
power
the part that the Trump administration actually like did figure out, where they're just like, oh God, even if we leave now, we just created way more destabilization. And if we leave, then they could still hit all this infrastructure. They could just take the strait again. Like they could play us, which honestly, they have every right to do. You do understand that they did this attack while they were like simultaneously having peace talks. That in itself, I would call enough reason to never trust anybody from the fucking Trump administration.
great difficulties in containing guerrilla warfare.
Honestly, if I was Iran, God, I keep saying it like the way that they make fun of us, but yeah, if I was Iran, you know what I would do? I would demand that a Democrat be the one that we talk to fucking negotiate, and that's the only way they would negotiate.
Unfortunately,
because it's like, nah, you guys have proven that you and your party cannot be trusted. We want to work with somebody else in your government.
The Americans don't have a long-term strategy of how to win this war. Trump is still hoping for a quick strike, a knockout punch, and he believes that the American Marines can deliver this knockout punch.
Appreciate you being here.
Liking this video? Then don't
Yes, he's going to do the thing, because we all have to. I explained this earlier in my stream.
just watch, hit like, share, and subscribe.
God damn, please do. You notice, like, this is a channel that has 1.87 million followers. On this video alone, they have 899K views and 43,000 likes. Please consider doing the same for me.
Tap the bell.
It really, really helps.
So you never miss a video or live show. But if you want early access to exclusive
okay, and that means what? That you shouldn't listen to him?
content, then you have to head to
You
Zateo.com.
don't have to take his word for gospel, but I'm not going to turn him off just because he's Chinese and he might be propagandizing for the Chinese government.
And subscribe.
I know how to use my brain to fucking look at things objectively and go, oh, okay, that sounds like bullshit.
Now,
if he fools me, he fools me, like he did before, where I was like, oh, this guy's totally a professor.
You'll be supporting fearless, independent journalism.
Even I admit I got.
I've made a lot of predictions. Some have called you China's Nostradamus. How would you respond to those who say, sure, you guessed that Trump would win in 2024 and he'd go to war with Iran, but that wasn't based on geopolitical insights or game theory? People who follow American politics
listen, but
or world
consider the source. That's what I do for Trump all the fucking time.
politics could have guessed that. I think
a joke.
I
He
and
denies the
many others were
Holocaust. Yeah,
warning that Trump
absolutely.
could win in 2024 and that he would
Trust me, I'm not standing up
escalate
for him
with
either.
Iran, as he did in his first term when he killed Qasem Soleimani.
Honestly, it's the reason we're watching this is because this is like the takedown that he decides to he decides to have this.
Right. So I think that if you've been following the news very closely, then it was actually pretty straightforward to make these three predictions, right? Because in Trump's first term, as you mentioned, Trump did have a history of escalating conflict with Iran. The biggest escalation was when Trump ordered the assassination of Qasem Soleimani. And quite frankly, America and Iran should have gone to war during that time. But because of the escalation efforts on both sides, we prevented World War III during that time. But Trump was under tremendous pressure from his allies and from his donors to start a conflict in the Middle East. So if Trump had won a second term, then he would have started the conflict. I was pretty confident that he would start the conflict if he had won in 2020. But fortunately, he lost. And so now the question then was, what is the likelihood that he would get a second term? Would he win in 2024? And then as I watched the news, it seemed pretty obvious to me
Crystal Lake Trump store lady
that the Democrats were hopeless, that they were not delivering on the promises, that there were a lot of issues. For example, what was happening in Gaza, the war in Ukraine, that was making American voters disillusioned with the Democratic establishment. And so I thought that Trump would have a very good chance of winning in 2024. And if he won in 2024, then I think there's a very strong likelihood that he would attack Iran. And so all three predictions have panned out.
Just on your predictions, I just want to be clear here. Nikki Haley was key to your prediction about Iran. You said Trump would pick her as his running mate, and as vice president, she would pressure Trump into war with Iran. She's a notorious whore. But he didn't pick her. And his current vice president, J.D. Vance, is widely seen as a skeptic of this war. So you admit you got that wrong?
Yes, absolutely. So, so I was...
Shit. Guys, we're about to hit the 420 technically on the show because
of what Trump.
I had a interruption. This is technically the second stream.
Trump's electoral
What's up, Bryant? How's it going, man?
strategy would be in 2024.
Also, hey, Amanda.
And I think that if he picked Nikki Haley, this would be a tremendous boost to his campaign.
I'm going
because
to
Nikki Haley would be very popular among neocons in Washington, D.C. She would also be very popular among suburban white women. That
be nice. You guys are being adorable.
Was key to
your guys'
Biden's victory in 2020. So I made the prediction that he would pick Nikki Haley. But at the same time, I was not completely sure about
rationality rules. Never heard of
it. Because I also felt that J.D. Vance also had a good opportunity to be selected. And I also said during my lecture, making the prediction that Nikki Haley would be his running mate, that depending on whether or not he picked Nikki Haley or J.D. Vance, this would determine how we can foresee or understand Trump's second term. And so if he had picked Nikki Haley, then he would have been he would have been fully committed into the neocon project of regime change throughout the Middle East, of supporting Israel, of establishing American imperial power throughout the world. He didn't pick Nikki Haley. Instead, he picked the complete opposite, who is J.D. Vance, who is America first, who has always been skeptical of American imperial overreach. But not only that, but he also
dog just ejected the cat from the bed.
Tulsi Gabbard to be his director of national intelligence. And so these are the two major skeptics of this war in the Middle East. And what I will say about picking these two individuals,
my cat's just sitting in the doorway, just staring at him, very angry,
is that it shows that Trump has an off-ramp strategy, where if this war goes sideways and the American public is up in arms and he's losing in the polls, then Trump may decide to pivot back to America first and have J.D. Vance and Tulsi Gabbard elevated in the administration over individuals such as Marco Rubio and Peter Hegseth. So that,
I suspect he will blame Pete Hegseth if all of this goes sideways, as it is. Where does China fall into all of this? You're a Chinese Canadian. You're based in Beijing. China clearly stands to gain from a failed U.S. war with Iran. How much of your views are reflective of China's views, the Chinese government's views, the CCP's views?
Right. So the official Chinese Communist Party line is that China is committed to global peace and to global trade that benefits all. China wants a win-win globalized system in which people are trading peacefully and which everyone is committed.
It's kind of the painful part. It's kind of like his predictions about Trump, winning the election and all that, like technically broken clock, but also like, you listen to the rest of the shit that he's saying, you're just like, ugh.
To world peace.
He's a moron.
And so China has come out vocally criticizing both Iran and the United States. The United States for starting this war, but also Iran for attacking the GCC energy infrastructure. Remember that China relies heavily on Qatar liquefied natural gas, as is the case with other countries in Europe. So China looks at what's happening in the Middle East, and China, I think, is working very hard diplomatically to come to an agreement. Unfortunately, right now, China doesn't have much leverage over either the United States or Iran. In fact, many analysts believe that this war was started in part to economically strangle China, because China depends on a lot of its economy. A lot of its economy is based on accessing cheap energy from overseas, specifically the GCC. China imports 40% of its energy needs from the GCC. And so if the GCC were to stop energy production, then the Chinese economy would be in a lot of trouble. And this would give Trump a lot of negotiating leverage over China in the upcoming talks scheduled for mid-May. And I believe that what's going to happen is that because the Chinese are extremely pragmatic and very business orientated, then I think that Trump and China will sign a landmark deal where China agrees to buy a lot of energy from North America.
You're full of praise for China's role in trying to get peace in the Middle East. Here's what I don't get. You were caught filming protests by Chinese workers, famously in 2002 as a freelance journalist at the time. You were suspected by the Chinese government of spying. You were deported from China. Reporters Without Borders protested your deportation at the time. How did you get back into China? And why is it, some of your critics say, you have so little to say about China's role in all of this geopolitics? Is it because you're not allowed to currently?
Right. So when I started as a young journalist, I was subcontracted by PBS to do a documentary on China's WTO entry. And one major issue about China's WTO entry, of course, is worker rights. And at this time in China, there was a major restructuring of the state-owned enterprise system. So I was dispatched to northeastern China to film a worker protest. Unfortunately, the place was swarming with police spies, and I was arrested and interrogated for 2 days. I was held incognito for 48 hours, which is the maximum by Chinese law. And I signed a confession saying that I was a reporter and working in China illegally as a reporter, and the decision was made to deport me without charging me with any crime. And so I was allowed to come back into the country, but I was deported. So that was the story.
If they suspected you of being a spy, how did they let you back in? China's not known for being that trusting.
They suspected me of being a spy, but after a 48-hour investigation, after doing a thorough background check on me, they concluded that I was not a spy. And I was a journalist working to film in a worker protest.
But it wasn't just 2002. In 2017, we checked, you wrote an op-ed for CNN.com, headline, China's media enables tyranny and corruption. In that piece, you praised the US media as the world's free speech defender of last resort. You said, in China, power trumps truth. And China's Communist Party, you said, maintains its iron grip on power by controlling what's said in the media and what's taught in the classroom. Do you stand by those views from less than a decade ago?
Okay.
So in 2017, when I was asked by CNN to write an op-ed, I did stand by those views at that time because, like everyone else, in 2016, when Donald Trump won the election, I thought this would be very bad for American democracy because he was clearly not a believer in free speech.
Yes.
He called the news media fake news. And so I wrote the op-ed for American audience saying, like, the greatest treasure, the greatest wealth of America is the First Amendment, the right to speak whatever you want. And I contrast that with China, where you're not allowed to say whatever you want, where you are very much monitored by the government. Even today, I do not have a Chinese online media presence. I do not say anything online. I do not talk to reporters from China because I'm conscious that whatever I say online could be used against me.
But hold on, they allow you to be on this show, they allow you to be on YouTube, you get past the great firewall that you criticized in that CNN piece. How come?
Look, the reality is that the best way to understand my situation in China is I'm essentially a Martian on Earth talking to Martians back at home in Mars. Like, I am not part of the Chinese system. I'm on YouTube, which is blocked in China.
How do they allow you to be on YouTube? This is what I'm not understanding. If you're blocked in China, why do they allow you to become... You're very prominent now. You're famous in the West. I'm sure the Chinese government has noticed that.
Well, most Chinese will have access to a VPN device, and that's what I use in order to access the internet.
You wrote for CNN that the Chinese government has built the great firewall to monitor and control their citizens' pursuit of truth.
Oh, yeah, he is a Martian.
Does China control what you say now?
China does not control what I say because, again, I'm not talking to Chinese people. I'm talking to Westerners.
Hold on, but that's what most people would say is China's great benefit. They might see, your critics might say, they're using you as a propagandist to come and say this stuff about Iran and the US on behalf of China. That would be what your critics would say.
Yeah, and this is where he says the useful
reality
thing,
is that this is a fair and legitimate criticism that I've been contemplating for the past 3-4 weeks. Because, when I first started this YouTube channel like 2 years ago, I was expecting 5,000 viewers who would have a
That's how most of us start,
passion
by
for
the way. You do understand that guys like Mehdi Hassan were already, like, they already had a platform, bro.
learning, who would be
Like, that's why I got so mad with the Don Lemon thing and all that, where it's just like, oh, great, now they're barely going to have to work for this.
engaged with literature and geopolitics as I was. And over the past month, I've blown up all across the internet. And I don't think this is organic. But so I wonder if there are
This is a valid suspicion.
some governments
Fuck yeah,
or
it is.
some entities that believe that my message should be amplified. It is possible I'm a useful idiot. And I suspect that there are many entities around the world who would like to amplify my message, including the Chinese government, but also including the Russian government, including some aspects of the American government, including some people who are hostile towards war.
I appreciate your candor. You said you blew up on the internet. You did go viral over your Iran predictions. But on your YouTube page, as people now start to acquaint themselves with you and familiarize with your work,
You feel like he's
people have been
legit.
slightly
Dude, he calls himself a professor and he's a middle school teacher.
surprised to see some
don't
of your
think
other
that
stuff. You have a
screams
series of lectures
legitimacy.
focused on secret societies where you argue
Honestly,
that
and
groups
that's
like
what
the
like,
Illuminati,
got most
the
people to
Freemasons,
start
the
freaking out about it.
Jesuits
Was just
are
like
at the center
wait,
of world
what?
control. People would say you sound kind of crazy when you talk about the Illuminati. It's the kind of thing you hear in Dan Brown novels.
Right. So I'm trying a new approach to pedagogy and to scholarship, which is speculative analysis. So I went to Yale and I received a very rigorous classical education. I'm very happy and proud that I went to Yale. But what I discovered in life, as I stumbled through life, is that what I was taught at Yale doesn't really apply to real life. People with the most rational, logical arguments don't usually win. And people who are the most progressive, the most enlightened aren't usually the ones in power. So I was determined, just for my own personal benefit, to develop a new system which would give me better insight into how power works in the world. And so I started something called predictive history. And the very idea of predictive history is this: how do we know if our understanding of history is correct? And the answer is, well, we can make predictions based on our historical framework, and seeing if these predictions work out or not, validate our historical models. So what I've discovered is that if you have a combination of game theory, historical patterning, and eschatology, then this gives you a pretty deep insight into how the world will turn out. And secret societies are very much an important aspect of eschatology.
I'll come back to secret societies. A couple of things you mentioned there. You said you were at Yale.
He's clearly
Just to be
intelligent,
clear,
but he has
your
ulterior
degree was in
motive.
English literature, was it not, at Yale? It wasn't in
Yes.
international
Yes.
relations or national security. You're an English lit graduate, and you're not a professor. I know it's your YouTube moniker, but you're a high school teacher. You're not actually a professor.
Right. So when I went to Yale, I was actually a math and physics major. I was declared a math and physics major, but the Yale English department was very strong, and so I switched majors. So I have actually both a math background as well as an English background. That's why my system of analysis can seem strange to people, because I'm combining a multidisciplinary approach to my thinking. Yeah. And I'm not a professor.
I'm not a professor.
But I never said I was a professor. It's the internet who called me professor.
Hold on. You don't call yourself Professor Jiang on your YouTube channel.
I do now, but when I first started out, if you go way back to my
It doesn't
early
matter
lectures,
when you first started out.
bro.
You do call
Dude,
yourself
he's
Professor
so
Jiang,
full
and you're
of
not
shit.
a professor.
Look,
Oh my
there's a
God.
guy on the internet who calls himself the God. Have you interviewed him yet? And asked him why he calls himself the God?
I think I'm good friends with a radio host called Charlemagne the God, but no one actually thinks he's a god. People actually think you're a professor. Just sticking with your analysis, you just said speculative analysis. To many people, that sounds like you're just making it up. You're
That's
speculating.
Look, I think that the problem with education is that it focuses too much on facts, too much on rigor, and not enough on
Too much on
imagination.
facts. Do you hear yourself? It sounds.
Dude,
You say,
Yeah.
I mean, what do you mean too much on facts?
this is that Joe Rogan, like, pseudoscience bullshit. Like I said, man, this guy caters to people that are too lazy to go to college, but they want to feel like they're educated on something.
Look, I know
Trust me,
this sounds
I can smell my own.
strange, but there is a difference between facts and truth, right? Facts are what can be independently verified by other sources. Truth is a deep understanding of the world that allows you to understand why things are the way they are, as well as make certain predictions. We used to be a people, a human species that was very focused on truth seeking. And that's why religion was such an important part of our lives, because God prayer was very important to help us understand our place in the world, where we came from, what we're doing here, and where we're going. And now we just focus on facts, on making sure that you can memorize all the elements of the periodic table.
Too much facts.
On making sure that
when you talk about secret societies, I guess people want to say, well, where's the factual evidence? Where's the evidence? You said, I think, the Jesuits control the Vatican. First of all, there's nothing wrong with Jesuits. Good people. I know many of them. Second of all, there's only ever been one pope who's a Jesuit, and he's gone. So people would wonder, like, facts are important to your evidence. And people would say that it's not just fun and games when you're doing speculation on YouTube. They look at some of your rhetoric and they see that you don't just criticize Zionism or Israel, as many people legitimately do. You talk about this pretty far-right concept of Pax Judaica, a new world order centered around Israel. You have a video called Dawn of the Jews, in which you seek to answer the question, why is it that Jews are so dominant? Surely you understand why a lot of people think at best you're trafficking in pretty anti-Semitic tropes, and at worst, you're a card-carrying anti-Semite.
I feel like you need some hot sauce or something.
Okay, well, that is a very strong accusation. So can you please tell me what specifically I've said that you find offensive?
When you do a video called Dawn of the Jews, why is it that Jews are so dominant? You don't find that offensive?
I never said Jews were dominant. What I said in my lecture was that the Jewish identity was created by the Persian Empire in order to better control the Levant. And if you read the Bible, that's exactly what you can derive from it. If you go to my lecture, Dawn of the Jews, you will see that I use the Bible as my primary source, and then I analyze what the Bible is saying. The problem is that most people don't read the Bible.
But people who came up with Pax Judaica are not biblical scholars. They're the modern white supremacist far right.
Sorry. What is wrong with the term Pax Judaica?
You tell me. What does it mean?
It just means that there is an entity in the Middle East, Israel, that is able to dominate the Middle East, very much along the lines of Pax Americana and Pax Britannica and Pax Magalica.
But you didn't say Pax Israelica. You said Pax Judaica. That implies all Jews. You know the tropes about Jews running the world. I wouldn't be okay if you said Iran is dominant, Saudi Arabia is dominant, Pax Muslimica. In fact, you know that there are many racists in the West who do believe that Islam and Muslims are trying to take over the world. I find that equally offensive. Right.
So I'm using a Latin convention. And so the Latin convention would be Pax Judaica. It would not be Pax Israelica.
But you know where this concept comes from. It exists.
Or you could just be you could just be honest with yourself. You're not fucking, dude, come on. Oh, you're using the Latin.
No, because it's not.
Yeah, because you know that it sounds like, it makes you sound smarter.
Academic term.
Do you believe that the Greater Israel Project is a far-right conspiracy theory?
No.
What is it then?
I think it's a very real project being carried out by the Israeli government. I just don't call it Pax Judaica.
Right, okay. So the difference between the Greater Israel Project and Pax Judaica is this. Greater Israel Project is what the Israelis believe that Yahweh, their God, promised to their ancestor Abraham in the Bible. And this extends from the now to the Euphrates. And I could have just used Greater Israel Project, but I want to differentiate because I believe that Pax Judaica is not an empire run by Jews for Jews by Jews. It is an empire run by transnational capital and secret societies in order to create an AI surveillance state throughout the Middle East. And this actually listen.
Just to be clear, this is speculative.
If you don't want to meal prep, make yourself a vat of bone broth, freeze it in baggies, and add the noodles, instant meal with protein.
This is not based on facts, as you say.
Or I can have this fucking 30-cent cup noodle because this is what I have and this is what I can afford right now, okay?
It is based on speculative analysis, based on history, historical patterns. It's also based on connecting the dots. Because if you just look at what Netanyahu says, if you actually just go and watch on YouTube...
No, I know what Netanyahu says. We're in agreement on how bad Netanyahu is, how expansionist is. I'm talking about the language you use, the milieu you're in. Let me ask you this before we wrap up. What are your own politics? Where do you place yourself on the political spectrum?
I believe I've always been on the left. I believe that wealth redistribution is very important. I believe in freedom of speech. I am anti-war. I'm anti-empire. I believe in individual autonomy. And so, unfortunately,
dude, I just gave you $5. I know.
I used to be left, but I think that, like, given my preferences and given my politics,
do you not see the expenses though?
I believe most people would consider me on the far right nowadays, and that's unfortunate.
That is unfortunate. Last question. You made 3 very famous predictions in 2024. What is your big prediction now for 2026?
There's any doubt about my situation, by the way.
We'll see what happens. We can test it out at the end of the year.
Well, I've made 3 predictions about how this war will progress. Okay,
guess
so my
people
first
fucking-
prediction is that the United States will use ground troops.
No, YouTube does not take half.
Yeah,
And
I agree
this-
with that. I'm with you.
And
Take their
I
share,
believe
but
that
they
this
don't take
ground
half.
troops will be a quagmire for the United States, and that they will have
Agreed.
to call a national draft. Okay, that's my first prediction.
Okay.
My second prediction, and this is very important, is that Israel and the United States will not use a nuclear weapon in this war. I think that the talk of nuclear weapons is fear-mongering. I don't think we will escalate to that point of nuclear
I
weapons.
hope you're right. I worry about nukes. I hope you're right.
And my third and most controversial prediction is that I believe that during the course of this war, somehow, some way, the Al-Aqsa Mosque will be destroyed.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that would be a disaster. God forbid. We will have to leave it there on that rather dark prediction.
I mean, that would start.
Shui
That
Chin
would
Jiang, I
legit
appreciate
start
you
a
taking time out. I
fucking
appreciate you taking my questions.
holy
Thank you
war.
so much.
Cup
Thank you.
noodles, $2.50 each.
Did you
Is that
like
how
this
much is-
video? Don't forget to subscribe to this YouTube channel and turn on notifications for exclusive content and to
No way. This ain't $2.50. I feel like this is like $1.50 or something like that. Thank you for the $5 for more cup noodles and treats for the boy.
At Bloodstone
thank
by
you.
Stars
I
B
appreciate
2P
that.
$5.
That will-
Falling leaf emoji. for
Maybe I'll
more
have
cup
a better
noodles,
meal tomorrow.
Falling leaf emoji and treats for the boy. Dog emoji. Falling
Thank you.
leaf
I
emoji.
appreciate that. Hey, so apparently Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez took, I don't know, she took criticism from Anna and ran with it and then made a more based position. But I do have to say that Anna taking credit on this is kind of wild. I have to do GF cup noodles, so they're $2. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I like the Nissan cup noodles. Those are like, usually they're the ones I like, but goddamn, I have to admit this one tastes like shit.
people have always done
Like it's the beef flavor, microwavable. Like that's the only thing that I see that's different is the microwavable paper cup. But I didn't even microwave this bitch. I just threw some fucking hot water in it and asparagus. Yep. Let's see how she's patting herself on the back for this one. Okay.
Over the weekend, AOC, Representative
Stop
Alexandria
being lazy.
Ocasio-Cortez,
Yeah,
responded to a post of mine on X. Now, I was responding to a
Is
post
it low sodium? I think this is the low. Is it the low sodium? No, it's the low sodium.
of hers, did not expect
That's
a
why this
response
tastes
from
like
her.
ass. All right, I'll be right back.
She doesn't like to really
do have
converse
to
with
add some,
progressives or
like,
people on the
hot
left
sauces.
as much as you would think, unless they're 100% friendly and will give her softball interviews. In that case, she will be friendly with you. But if you're going to challenge her, she hates you. And so I did not expect her to respond to anything. Now, let me give you her original post, my response, and then how she responded. She wrote, today, the FBI and NYPD disrupted a plot by a member of a pro-Israel terrorist organization to assassinate Nordine Kiswani. This is a reprehensible act of political violence. There is no place for it in our city nor our country. I am thankful Ms. Kiswani is safe and the assailant is under arrest. So I responded, and admittedly, in a kind of bitchy way, you should vote to send Israel more money for weapons, with a winky face. Obviously, I'm being sarcastic there. And what drove that response is basically the fact that I'm sick of AOC being incredibly weak on things that she shouldn't be weak on, especially at a time when overwhelmingly Democratic voters
Sweet Reaper
are
sauce,
against
hell
what
yeah.
Israel is doing, are against unconditional support toward Israel. And that includes, by the way, funding
Really like salt? Yeah, me too.
military aid
Didn't
for
add salt, but I
Israel,
added hot.
whether it's offensive weapons or defensive weapons, because guess what?
California Reaper hot sauce.
Money is fungible.
From Papa Cat.
And I think that, and I mean, I don't think, I know based on now multiple organizations, including organizations within Israel, that Israel carried out a genocide in Gaza. That continues, by the way. They're trying to do the same thing in southern Lebanon.
There we go.
They already noted that they're going to annex southern Lebanon, just take the
That's what it
land.
needed.
They displaced 1.2 million Lebanese people.
Fuck yeah.
They won't be able to return to their homes.
Just like that. Just like that.
So they're committing these atrocities and war
Tastes
crimes.
perfect.
Why would you want to give them any money for anything?
What brand? It's called Papa Cap. It's
I don't want
they call it their Sweet Reaper, but it's their California Reaper
to
sauce.
fund their Iron Dome. The fact that they have that
I love hot
defensive
sauce.
capability
I know.
emboldens the
brand, right?
Israelis to carry out more war crimes without any fear of consequences, blowback,
I am going to start my own hot
repercussions.
sauce. Like, I'm going
Not
to.
a good
Like,
thing.
that's one thing I have to do, and I'm working
But
on it.
nonetheless, you know,
I happen
she
to
did
know
respond
the
to
owner of a
me,
hot sauce company. So.
and she demonstrated that she does have some Trump-like responses to members of the media who dare challenge her. So she wrote, "I never have. Feel free to continue lying publicly, though. Those checks don't cash themselves, and you aren't talented enough to be relevant with the truth." I don't know what that last line means at all. You aren't
It was
talented
either this one or one called Vampire
enough
Sauce.
to be relevant with the truth. So I guess she's
which is more like
asserting
a,
that I lied about her voting record,
like
which
a habanero.
if I found that I was wrong, that I was mistaken, for instance, because why would I lie about someone's voting record? Everyone can check your voting record, homegirl.
You weren't lying about it. You were misappropriating it. That's the difference, and you understand the difference. She voted present. That means that she wasn't a yes vote. You kept framing it like she voted yes. So stop.
Everyone. So if I'm making a mistake, that's embarrassing, and I want to correct that mistake. But I didn't make a mistake.
Yeah, sure. Anna.
She lied.
Your fucking ego.
So let's get to the details here. In 2021, and this was actually a smaller offense, although it was a devastating sign of weakness. Back in 2021, when Israel had a sweet economic surplus and we were drowning in $28.4 trillion in debt, the House Republicans specifically, had proposed sending Israel an additional $1 billion for their Iron Dome system. And that was on top of the $3.8 billion we already send them every year. Why would we send them more money when A, they have an economic surplus? How about you pay for your own damn weapons and defense capabilities? We're in debt, they have a surplus. And they have the freaking audacity to ask us for an additional $1 billion, okay? So originally, AOC was on the right side. She was gonna vote no. And then, and you see it on video, by the way, Nancy Pelosi, mama bear, she has a conversation with AOC and pressures her to change her vote. And guess what? AOC changed her vote from no to present, effectively making her useless, totally useless. And then she cried about it. Here's Breaking Point's reporting on it at the time.
By the way, I know we have seen this, but this is like a different video that puts the response in it with it. Or the
8 progressives plus Thomas Massey, a Republican. Yep. They voted against, even on the floor in the full vote, they voted against funding Israel's Iron Dome missile defense system. AOC originally voted against it, and then at the last minute, changed her vote to vote present. And this is the scene that unfolded on the House floor. For those of you who are listening, what's going to happen here, she walks out, she's clearly upset, she's wiping her eyes, and she later on confirms that she was in fact tearful and weeping on the floor of the House. Let's take a look at that.
Designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote nay on House Resolution 483 amendments. He votes nay.
For what purpose?
Ooh.
Yeah,
so she's wiping her eyes. She's being, I think that's Barbara Lee who's consoling her. She's clearly very visibly upset, and we're all going like, what the hell is going on here?
Yeah.
No one can force you to change your vote. You changed your vote because you got a little bit of pressure and you didn't like the pressure. You want to get along with your Democratic colleagues, so you changed your vote, effectively making your vote useless because you voted present. So I just, look, the reason why I'm so tough on AOC is because of the whole reason why she was elected in the first place. The whole reason why she challenged a Democratic incumbent, a corporate Democrat. The idea was to transform the Democratic Party. No more, we got to pick the lesser of two evils. We want a party that represents us. And in order to do that, you need, challengers to the current incumbents who have been captured by moneyed interests.
What drives me nuts is that
AOC is not captured by moneyed interests, as far as I can tell. She hasn't taken AIPAC money. She just wants to go along to get along, I guess. I don't know, but
honestly,
that is the opposite of what you got elected to do.
In that case,
I love your fiery speeches,
like,
they're great.
This was pre-October 7th. I'm not gonna hold her to that one as bad.
They don't do anything, though.
Just not.
When push comes to shove and you have an opportunity to show us that you're gonna do something with your vote, in the very least, to cave to the likes of freaking Nancy Pelosi shows a devastating level of weakness. So that was a big red flag. And embarrassing, to be quite honest with you. Okay. She didn't vote yes in sending weapons to Israel or funding weapons to Israel in that case. But she caved to pressure and voted present, okay? And then last year, and this is what really frustrated me, she voted against then Congresswoman.
Why'd she change it?
Marjorie Taylor Greene's.
Because I have a feeling that there was something else stacked in the bill that they needed.
Amendment to cut.
That's usually how they do it. That's like what they call like the poison pill or like the pork-filled bill.
Military aid to Israel. Now again, it was, but it was defensive military aid. I don't care. Again,
there was
money
definitely
is
something
fungible.
that they wanted to pass that was along in that.
And if you call Israel an apartheid state, which she has in the past, why would you give any support to an apartheid state? Now, look, I used to be wrong on this issue myself because I was just wrong. And I'm happy to admit I was wrong. There was a point in time where I was totally okay with funding defensive capabilities. No more, because I realized when you do that, when they have these superior defensive capabilities and they can carry out atrocities, genocide without any fear of blowback, well, then they're gonna they're gonna be emboldened to carry out those war crimes and those atrocities. And that's what's been happening. The other thing is money is fungible. So if they're genuinely taking money from us to fund the Iron Dome, well, that frees up money to buy other weapons, doesn't it? To continue committing the atrocities. So I changed my mind on the issue when I was presented with really good arguments. And that's okay. It is okay to change your mind. It's okay to admit you're wrong. In fact, if she had done that,
you don't like hot sauce,
I would respect her like crazy because it shows, no, this is a person who wants to get to the bottom of things.
I appreciate
she cares
that.
about what's right, even if it means admitting she was wrong previously. But that's not what happened here. I'm the untalented one. Yeah. She's the super talented one who cried on the House floor.
Hannah, champ.
And then a few years later, voted no on an amendment that would cut $500 million from Israel's military aid. So let's take a look at this video, because here's Marjorie Taylor Greene explaining what her amendment would have done.
The American people are $37 trillion in debt. So this is money that is being spent that they already don't have. My amendment would strike $500 million in funding for nuclear-armed Israel's missile defense system. And it's important to phrase it that way. Israel is a nuclear-armed nation, which is very capable of defending themselves, and they have been proving that so as we've watched on the world stage.
She voted again.
Okay, dude, the vaccination campaign started with Trump. The way that you guys misappropriated that shit, even when it was happening, like it was somehow like a right versus left thing.
So not only did AOC vote against that amendment,
there was a lot of people who were scared of needles, and a lot of people that are just like, I don't want to be told to go to get a jab because I like the fact that you guys called it the jab, that was telling on yourselves a lot. I'm just saying, man.
Pretty vociferously defended her vote.
It had nothing to do with your fucking liberty.
So to tell
it had everything to do with you being scared.
I've never voted to send money for Israel's military aid. Like, to tell me that is insane. You've never voted yes on a bill to send money. Well, actually, she has. I mean, she's totally in favor of sending defense capabilities to Israel. That's military aid. That again emboldens them to carry out atrocities without any fear of blowback.
To 1976.
See, blowback is a deterrent. There's something valuable.
All right, I'll go back to the 90s when I lived through an era where we didn't even have a concept of what measles was.
About fearing
or polio or any of this shit.
Blowback. Fearing that your military activity is going to lead to a response that could get your people killed. You're going to maybe rethink carrying out those military
what about
operations.
Mad cow disease? Not that one.
But you know, AOC decided to embolden them. She was very loud about defending her vote. Here's one example. This is Middle East.
You do understand that they had like a whole black plague, right? Do you think that people were just like, no, I don't think that black plague is a thing. I know. I don't think it is a thing at all. I'm gonna go make sure that I eat something out of the rat bin. I do.
At the time, reporting about how she, defended herself.
Rip.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez defends decision to support military aid for Israel. The New York lawmaker has faced a deluge of criticism for backing funding for Israel's Iron Dome defense system for a second time. So she has voted yes in the past to provide, funding for the Iron Dome. And then in this case, she voted against a bill that would cut the funding to the tune of $500 million. Later at the Munich Security Conference, that happened this year, she told Haaretz, quote, I think that personally the idea of completely unconditional aid, no matter what one does not make sense. I think it enabled a genocide in Gaza. And I think that we have thousands of women and children dead. That was completely avoidable. It was completely avoidable, I agree. So wait, why did you vote no on the amendment again?
As I said, huh?
I don't get it.
No.
And more importantly, why did you lie to everybody and pretend like you never did? When you vote no on an amendment that cuts military aid to Israel, that means you are in favor of sending military aid to Israel. About 8 months prior to her vote on Marjorie Taylor Greene's.
No, the thing is, dude, you do understand that just because you had the vaccine, got COVID, and it was bad, you do understand that that was the one that could have killed you, right?
Amendment.
Like, that's how that is, dude. My brother, he used to be a lot like you guys. To this day, he's a diehard Trump supporter. But he went to a Trump rally in Miami, got COVID because he didn't want to get the jab. Now he has the long COVID, and they're saying that this shit's permanent. Like, they do not see this being able to be turned around. So now what? And he even admitted, he's just like, yeah, you know what? I kind of wish I took the vaccination because after dealing with this for so long, it couldn't be worse.
On November 20th, 2024, she voted in favor of House Resolution 1449, which endorsed the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, meaning that Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez supports the idea
it's
that
an mRNA vaccine. How is it BS, Todd? Is it BS because you just didn't like the timing of it? You didn't like the fact that you were told you had to stay home and you had to wear a mask? You don't like being told what to do?
Criticism.
But then you literally do everything that the Republican Party says the second that they say, hey, this is our position.
Of Israel.
But they have Trump saying it, so you're like, oh, I'm not a Republican. I just believe what Trump says.
Is the equivalent of anti-Semitism.
Meanwhile, he's the one who started the fucking whole thing, and he still takes credit for it when he gets the opportunity to. But whatever, man.
So the framing over this entire incident was really interesting. Over at Mediaite, here's how they framed it. AOC drops the hammer on fellow progressive. I'm not a progressive. You aren't talented enough to be relevant with the truth. And when I say I'm not a progressive, I reject any and all labels. I don't want to be part of any tribe. I want to stick to the truth. And you just can't do that when you're in a tribe. Okay, you just can't. Because the second you deviate, people jump down your throat, and I don't want to go through that again. I want to be my own person. I want to think for myself. I'm not part of any tribe. It's that simple. It's easy. If you listen to what I support and what I say, you can deduce, oh, what are Anna's political leanings? But anyway, so already Alex Griffin headline is wrong, but okay. And then in it, Mediaite's worker Alex Griffin decided to outsource his research to Grok. Ex-users asked Grok to fact-check Kasparian and Ocasio-Cortez's rival claims about the New York Congresswoman's voting record. Quote, no, Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has never voted to approve weapon sales or major military aid packages to Israel, Grok replied. Oh, well, then I guess it's settled. I guess Grok is correct. And, this writer over at Mediaite shouldn't, scratch the surface even a little bit to figure out what the truth is.
Just complied.
But obviously, I just shared with you her legislative activity, which makes it clear that she supported sending military aid to Israel.
Comply with authorities unless they tell you to wear a mask and actually do something for, the health of the general populace.
Now, the final nail in the coffin for me when it comes to AOC was this moment at the Democratic National Convention. Now, if you weren't in attendance, you weren't at the convention, you probably don't know about the fact that there were some protests happening behind the scenes. And the protests were carried out by pro-peace protesters, pro-Palestine protesters who were outraged that one of Kamala Harris's surrogates, who happens to be Palestinian, was not allowed to speak at the event for even 5 minutes and give basically a pre-vetted speech. But she's a surrogate for Harris. She wants Harris to win. So what were they afraid of? That she was gonna go up there and start hounding Kamala Harris and destroying her chances at winning the election? Harris did a good job on that all on her own, number one. Okay, but remember, she did not allow one of her own surrogates who happens to be Palestinian to speak at the DNC and give a pre-vetted speech. And then Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez told a massive lie about what Harris was doing about the genocide in Gaza. Take a look.
And she is working tirelessly to secure a ceasefire in Gaza and bringing hostages home.
No, she wasn't, though. She wasn't. When asked by the ladies at The View how her presidency would be different from Biden's, she didn't have an answer. It'd be the same. Biden enabled genocide in Gaza, as we all know. By the way, speaking of Biden, when it was...
So I did definitely solve the flavor problem of my ramen.
Very clear to everyone in the country, everyone in the world, that Biden's brain was leaking out of his ears and he was not fit to serve another term.
Yeah, because there were different variations of COVID.
AOC
right now there's a really bad one going around, by the way.
Demanded that he stay in the race. You remember that? great political instincts.
My wife got a warning about it. Actually, the whole clinic got a warning about it, which immediately my first thought was, oh God, they're going to try and lock him down again.
So talented.
Like, let's hope that doesn't happen.
And the other thing about Harris was that she was pretty vicious to pro-Palestinian activists who would attend her campaign events. She never answered their questions, never took them seriously. She's working tirelessly to secure a ceasefire, not buying it. The other reason why I'm not buying it is because of what we heard from the US ambassador to Israel soon after the 2024 election. Because if Harris is no different from Biden, according to her.
Sorry, if I step off camera, I'm literally just like right off here.
On The View.
So.
Well, it turns out that
forgot to explain that to my new
Michael
viewers.
Herzog, again, that's the former Israeli ambassador to the US. This is what he said. God did the state of Israel a favor that Biden was the president
Honestly,
during this period.
If the lockdown happened sooner, we probably would have been out of like the woods sooner because we wouldn't have had it spread as much as it did. But we kept going to dinner. We kept thinking, nah, it's not going to hit us. It's not going to hit us. And then it did.
We fought in Gaza for over
dude. At some point, you have to recognize how our fucking ignorance definitely played a part in it.
a year, and the administration never came to us and said, ceasefire now. It never did. And that's not to be taken for granted. So
I think that's why a lot of people can't get behind like the idea that like the vaccines were technically a net good.
Talk is real cheap.
Also, mRNA like studies, they were going on well before that. That's actually why, like, realistically, you want me to give Trump credit for something? I will give him credit for actually listening to somebody in the science community going, hey, this could really help with this. And he went, all right, let's fast track it. Operation Warp Speed.
And I've been doing this for a really long time. I used to be the optimistic, starry-eyed young person who would hear these like wonderful, like Obama's 2008 speech at the Democratic National Convention. I was in the audience watching it. I remember how I felt, so excited. And then he was a massive disappointment. And that just kept happening again.
As opposed to what, Trump now? This is the thing, if you're gonna keep it real, bitch. Like, god damn. This is what I can't stand about her, man. Like, the way that she can do the friendly pivot towards like the right wing, and then I don't pick a team. It's like, yeah, you only do it when it's convenient for you. And you call that a fence sitter.
Again and again, it's been nearly
somehow you devolved in your fucking political takes, but cool.
20 years. I'm sick of this. You got elected to not just be marginally better than the Republican Party, and for all the Democratic voters who get on my ass about like, oh, but you have to support her because she's a Democrat. No, I don't. I don't have to support anybody. I get to support who I want. And if she were elected to be a typical milquetoast Democrat in a purple district, okay, I get your argument, but that's not why she was elected. She primaried an incumbent who was set to be, the next Speaker of the House. She primaried that guy and won, which gave so many people in this country hope that maybe the Democratic Party's
fucking flood alert. You've got to be kidding me.
Finally going to transform after the shit they pulled in 2008 against Bernie Sanders. But,
bro,
it's tough to walk into a room full of colleagues who don't like you. I would know. But you want to know something? Either you have values and you want to fight for them and really fight for them, not just by giving speeches, but actually strategically have a plan. You want to fight for what you believe in.
It's not a tornado alert. No, I got to be real, guys. I've been dealing with weather alerts since last fucking Thursday.
Then do it. And if you're not, and you get called out on it.
I've had 2 tornado warnings. We have had, we had 1 tornado watch, 1 tornado warning. Then we had the fucking flood watches that we've had since literally this last Saturday.
Calling me an untalented grifter? What are you, like a freaking streamer? Is that like that's what?
Kind of fucking over it, man.
You've lowered yourself.
Global warming's a fucking myth.
Too?
Yeah, yeah. Because I don't know. I remember like Chicago always being fucking tornado alley. And fucking having the worst weather. Like, dude, seriously, no, we never had this level of fucking flood warnings. We used to get your normal amount of rain during April. The April showers bring May flowers.
And if you're talking about cashing checks, please, for the love of God.
Yeah, April showers bring May flowers. The fucking moving trucks, because people are getting the fuck out of here.
God.
And it's not because of the goddamn taxes. It's because no one will insure our fucking houses anymore.
Consider whether you're going to.
God damn it, I had this happen to me with the fucking hail.
Start calling out others for earning a living.
We won't cover your roof for hail damage. It's becoming too common. Excuse me?
When we, the American people, fund your paycheck.
Chicago had it good for
So if you're
too
wondering,
long.
why are you coming with all this heat for someone on the left? Well, why don't you
get out of here, you stupid mustard and pepper hot dogs? What's wrong with you?
Why don't you save this heat for the right? The right tells us who they are. They straight up tell us to our faces who they are and what they're going to do, and then they do it. AOC, on the other hand, was elected for something different. I have higher standards for people like that. And when they don't meet those standards...
No, but that's the thing. That's honestly, no. And that's what we all need to kind of learn is like, I'm not saying to lower our standards completely, but I do think that we need to kind of get out, like the stick out of our asses with some of this shit.
And instead attack
like, for real.
People who want to hold them accountable.
Because honestly, if it came down to like this being the most important issue and it was between her and Chuck Schumer, what am I supposed to do? Just vote for Chuck Schumer or not vote and let Chuck Schumer win? Does she not understand the fucking repercussions of this shit? And also how she plays into it and how she is a Republican op in this moment?
Yeah.
Is she that fucking stupid? Or is she just fucking sitting here, I'm so independently minded. I'm an independent. Don't ever try to tell me what to do. God, and I thought my ODD was bad.
It's that simple.
Look.
Left, right, center. If you do the opposite of what you say you're going to do, or if you don't live up to the expectations that you gave to the very people who got you in that position of power to begin with, don't be upset when you have a few honest people in the media who are willing to call you out. I've been at TYT
disasters, lower life expectancies. Exactly.
Almost 20 years, okay?
Dude, they want to keep us stressed. And that's part of it too, is they like it's under the thumb of even the weather, because you never know.
Claims of me being a grifter are so...
And then like they're not coming, they're not giving you money. FEMA doesn't do shit.
I drive a 2017 Honda Civic that on some days doesn't even start. And I have
then get it fixed.
To call in and say I got to work from home.
Then get it fixed. That's not that fucking hard there, Anna. If you're going to pretend that you don't fucking make at least $600 to, fix your fucking car, then you're a lying sack of shit.
We lost a huge portion of our audience when I was willing to deviate
or put it on credit like, normal people.
Little tiny bit from the far left on a few issues. But I did it anyway because I want to be honest with my audience. I did it at a tremendous cost to me, a tremendous cost to Cenk.
Wish I could work from home.
And I value him so much for sticking by me and letting me just be me.
Yeah, I'm one of the lucky ones.
If I wanted to be a grifter, guys, you have no idea.
No, I mean, I get it.
My commentary on Israel has gotten me fired from one of my side jobs that I loved, but I tell the truth.
No, she's never, no. And that's what, again, this is what people were pissed off about Kat Abugzaleh, where she was LARPing as a poor.
Anyway, I risked losing that job because
you get credit. It's like the one thing I have.
Tell you what I actually think.
It's like, that's it.
I promise you, I will always tell you what I think, and I'll always explain to you why I think it. But for the love of God, please deal with the substance of what I'm saying instead of allowing your brain to atrophy by just going to the, you're just a grifter argument. It's so stupid, it's so weak, and it makes you look pathetic. Anyway, wow, that's been bubbling up inside me for a long time, huh? And if you want to call me a grifter and say like, oh, you're cashing check, okay, then show me the evidence. What checks am I cashing here at TYT? Where
it's not just TYT.
I've been working.
How much was that debate that you did with Pearl Davis?
For 20 years.
How much did you get paid for that? I heard you got paid pretty petty for that.
The place they got you.
How much were you getting paid to go back and forth for her take?
Elected.
How much have you gotten paid for? I don't know. Did you get paid for Tucker Carlson? Just just a thing.
The place that did dozens of interviews with you in the lead up to that election. Are those the checks I'm cashing that you're so upset about?
Nah, I should give them checks.
I'll read some comments and then we'll move on. This video, by the way, will lose a few subscribers. Don't care. The truth is the truth. And there just aren't enough people who are willing to tell the truth, even though it might come at a cost. We have fantastic news today. News that if she follows through with it, Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez deserves credit for. Now,
and you owe her an apology? What
am I talking about? Well,
what? Maybe.
After engaging in a pretty heated exchange with me on X this week, it turns out that my issues and the issues that others have had with AOC's voting record on providing defensive military aid to Israel has led her to change her mind. Now, she still says that she's never voted to provide military weaponry to Israel. Whatever, we'll just let that go. She made a commitment.
Yeah, because you realize that through actually recognizing the facts of the matter, She didn't.
That I think is incredibly important here. And it shows
so you're not going to sit there, making an argument for something that was just, I don't know, blatantly wrong.
That pressuring your elected lawmakers works, because this isn't Disneyland and we're not in the Mickey Mouse Club. These are people who signed up to represent the American people. They made promises, and those promises should be carried out. And the voices of the American people, especially those who put you in positions of power, should be listened to. And it appears that that's exactly what happened with AOC. So I'll go.
Young Turks ruined a good Rod Stewart
to this headline, because apparently I wasn't the only one who was concerned about her previous support.
Goodbye, Maggie.
Of sending defensive arms to Israel. So,
or Maggie May.
City and State New York reports at DSA Forum, AOC pledges not to vote for any military aid to Israel. And it shows that she previously said she supported sending defensive arms to Israel, which had led some DSA members to oppose endorsing
Young
her.
Turks is a song? Oh, I didn't know that.
So she's seeking the endorsement of New York's DSA chapter. And she was asked.
I'm not exactly like that into Rod Stewart. My mom liked the guy. Jesus.
Pretty difficult questions. And I commend her on how she handled those questions. So the congressional representative, as they write in City and State, had previously opposed sending offensive weapons to Israel, but had defended the idea of sending defensive weapons, such as the Iron Dome missile defense system. And, the point that I had made on the show recently was that I myself previously thought it was okay to provide defensive capabilities to Israel, because I don't want.
Right. The thing is, that was in 2022. So that means that, now you're holding her to a standard that you don't even hold yourself to.
To see civilians harmed. But it also is true.
And the only reason is, I wasn't on the House floor at that time.
True that money is fungible. And when you provide the defensive military weaponry, well, that opens up more resources for offensive military weaponry. That's how money works. And then on top of that, you have to keep in mind.
Why did she put her camera in a position that makes her head look huge?
Israel had a military surplus in 2021. I'm sorry, an economic surplus in 2021, when we were drowning in nearly $29 trillion in debt. And that was the year 2021 when AOC changed her vote from no to defensive weapons for Israel to present, after she got a little bit of pressure from Nancy Pelosi on the House floor. So I changed my mind on this issue. I think it's totally okay to say, you know what? I've changed my mind on this issue. Israel can defend itself. Okay, it's a nuclear power. So I give her credit for doing this. So again, to her credit, she listened to her critics. And according to City and State, which did have a partial recording of this virtual meeting for New York's DSA, she has changed her mind. So a member of DSA asked her, if the moment presents itself,
she looks like a Funko Pop,
in Congress, will you commit to voting no for any spending on arms for Israel, including so-called defensive capabilities? And she responds, yes. Fantastic. Great. Then there's a follow-up.
You lost your entire argument with her doing this, by the way. And now she's trying to be like, you know what? It's so convenient that I had this, this Twitter battle, and all of a sudden she's saying that she's going to commit to this. She didn't think of this all on her own at all.
Okay.
This has everything to do with what I was saying.
And I want you to know that if and when you do vote no, a ton of us have your back. So thank you, added the DSA member whose name was not included in the recording. She responds, I appreciate that. Thank you. So I think there's this big misconception that there are people like me who will never give you credit, right? I'm never satisfied. But that's just not true. I apply pressure because I want results. And if you get those results, great. Those results should be celebrated, and the lawmaker should be commended for that. That's the way this works. But when you instead serve as a publicist for lawmakers, and you treat politics as if it's nothing more than a team sport, it's left versus right, and you should always defend your side no matter what. Or more importantly, when you take the failings of your preferred lawmakers and you justify their failings by putting them up against other lawmakers who are far worse, you're just providing cover and making excuses for the failings of your preferred lawmaker. And guess what? You deserve what you tolerate. So unless you actually apply pressure, unless you build broad coalitions that apply pressure to these lawmakers, they really have no incentive to carry out your best interest. Because remember, they spend a lot of time on Capitol Hill with their colleagues, many of whom are incredibly corrupt, and they apply their own pressure. So if you're not going to compete with that, you're not going to get results. So there's more. I love this. So here's more from what she committed to. So the DSA member also asked her, asked her about whether or not she is willing to make some additional commitments that are really important. According to 3 DSA members who attended the forum, Ocasio-Cortez also said that she will oppose any attempts to enshrine the controversial International Holocaust Remembrance Association definition of anti-Semitism, which labels certain criticism of Israel as anti-Semitic, into law. So she is committed to voting against codifying such a violation of our First Amendment rights and a smear of justified criticism, honestly, of the Israeli government. And again, despite some who think this kind of pressure doesn't work, she'll never get credit for this, she got credit from me. As soon as this news broke, this is what I wrote. Great. This is good. Great. This is good. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at it again because I want people to see it. All right, perfect. Now, all that has to happen is you have to hold her to it. If she breaks those promises, there has to be accountability. It's that simple. It doesn't mean, oh, I'm secretly working against, the left wing of the Congress. It doesn't mean that I secretly hate AOC and I want to see her fail. No, I want to see results. We, the people, deserve results. Promises made should be kept. It's that simple. And you should be wary of anyone in the media who tries to shut you down because you have the audacity to simply ask your lawmakers to fulfill the promises that they made as they were campaigning. It's not that easy. Anyway, I love this. Hold people's feet to the fire. It's the only thing I care about at this point, because if you just see politics as a team sport, you are never gonna get what you need and what you want from your party.
Okay. Well, let's get our update about what's going on from Valhalla's point of view with the downed airplanes, and then we're going to go into the fun half because this is going to be a little bit different than we're used to, okay?
But then what's the problem?
Wait,
well, you have those 2 downed MC-130s that are no longer operable because you can't get them off the ground. And what's the other problem? Well, now those 4 little birds, well, they can't fly back to base either because they don't have the fuel to get them all the way back.
Until Monday, dude. No, that's what I thought. By the way, guys, just so you know, somebody was asking me about doing like the Monday shows and just like if you guys see me on the Mondays, it's gonna be repeats only. I already commit a lot. So.
Welcome back to the channel, everybody. Hope everybody had a great Easter weekend, and I have a massive update for you on that story about our downed pilot in Iran, the final pilot that we have been trying to rescue. I have the entire story in detail from start to finish, and guys, it is absolutely insane, all right? Part of this mission was completely botched. We lost 6 aircraft in the process of rescuing that pilot. However, we did get him out, and everyone is safe in the process, guys. This story...
That's fucking crazy.
I'm telling you, it's wild. You're going to want to stick around and hear it. So that's what we're going to talk about today. Don't forget to like, comment.
For one operation, do you understand that we went in with 1 team and 2 Apache helicopters? One of them got taken down. The other one was fine. And we somehow got Bin Laden. Right? This shit is wild, bro.
Subscribe helps the channel. Follow us on Patreon. Grab some America.
6 fucking vehicles.
First America only merch, and let's jump into it. Let's talk about it. Everybody who's been following the story, where we were at was we had an F-15 shot down by Iran inside of Iran. That head pilot was recovered pretty quickly. However, the second pilot, the weapons systems officer, took quite a long time to actually find him and recover him. Okay, so we're going to start from the beginning on how this entire rescue operation went down. So once the pilot was finally located, JSOC launched a huge rescue operation to go and recover this pilot because he was actually only about 2.5 miles away from a massive city center with like 2 million people in it. And so let's walk through start to finish how this whole thing unfolded. So the 123rd STS devised a plan, that's the unit that has the Air Force Pararescue, Air Force PJs in it, on how they were going to go in and actually recover the downed pilot, because it turned out this downed pilot, I think, was about 2.5 miles away from a city center with 2 million people in it. So very, very dangerous situation. And the plan was for them to fly in 2 MC-130s, land on basically a freeway, and unload 4 Little Bird helicopters, and I'll show you pictures of how this is actually done here.
So Pete Hegseth's press conference for tomorrow was just abruptly canceled.
In a second, to then facilitate riding those, the Air Force PJs riding those Little Birds in to actually grab the pilot, fly back, put the birds back on the aircraft, and fly out. And this is what this actually looks like. So this was posted to actually show how the 123rd STS actually carries out a mission like this. And so let's blow this up. So as you can see here, they actually load 2 Little Bird helicopters when they hit the runway or a freeway or wherever they're going to land. They actually download these from the aircraft. You can actually see it here, actually downloaded off the aircraft. And that quickly, there they go. They can jump in those Little Birds and head out to rescue the pilot. So very cool capabilities. You might be asking, well, why don't they just fly the Little Birds in and rescue the pilot? Well, that's because the Little Birds don't actually have the fuel to get all the way from Iraq over the mountains into wherever this city center is. So they put them on the MC-130s, fly them into the territory.
Yeah, this guy knows exactly what he's talking about.
Territory, land them somewhere, and that way the Little Birds can go from that area straight to.
By the way, the Little Birds are cheap and
where
expendable.
the pilot is, recover him, bring it back, get back on the MC-130s, and then take off. Awesome.
Was it 2 jets?
Plan, right? Well, unfortunately, that's where things started to go a little wrong. So what happened is on this rescue operation is that when the 2 MC-130s actually came in to land on that freeway or the landing area that they had pre-planned out with Intel, turns out, yeah, it wasn't quite a hard enough service as they thought. And the second that these 2 MC-130s landed, they were immediately stuck. And so these 2 MC-130s are immediately declared down there.
God, if this is an allegory for Trump's fucking presidency.
There's no way for them to actually fly them back out because, again, they're basically just stuck in the mud on the road. So from that point, what they do is they actually download the Little Birds and carry out.
Okay, 3-minute warning. I'm going to be taking my 420 hit and
the rescue operation of the pilot himself. So they fly in. So I believe it was Air Force Pararescue accompanied by maybe SEAL Team 6 as more of a security element to keep them safe as they went in to recover that pilot. And again, very
for
close.
The disjointed stream today.
To a city center to pull this off. So those Little Birds went in, recovered the pilot successfully, flew back, but then
I mean, literally, the entire mission could have had the Benny Hill music playing behind it.
The problem, well, you have those 2 downed MC-130s that are no longer operable because you can't get them off the ground. And what's the other problem? Well, now those 4 Little Birds, well, they can't fly back to base either because they...
One guy gets out and tries to push.
They don't have the fuel to get them all the way back. So that would just turn into another 4 pilot down situation with, 20.
Was that an actual way that they tried to address the problem? Hey, man. Can you, I don't know. I mean, don't give it like a push like this. Give it a push like this.
Guys on the ground if they were to try to do that. So now you have the entire rescue team stuck about 2 miles away from a massive city center pulling off this rescue. Okay, so now that you have, again, 2 MC-130s and 4 Little Birds down, plus probably 20 plus people from that rescue operation, all stuck, again, right outside a major city center of Iran, how do they get them out? The Air Force then sends in, I believe, 2 CASA-style aircraft. So these are not very big. We actually use these to do a lot of military freefall or skydiving out of. And so the great thing about these is they can take off and land pretty much anywhere. Not like an MC-130
Leia and
it's going
Han.
to need a massive runway to be able to take off. These things...
You want me to get out and push?
Take hardly
Or you think it would help if I got out and push? It might.
anything to get up off the ground and get out of there. So it's the perfect type of aircraft for this type of situation. So
that's very much the relationship that me and my wife have.
I believe they sent 2 of those in and put the entire rescue team on both of those CASA-style aircraft. So now they're at the point where they need to exfil everybody out of there quickly, but what do they need to
They
do?
actually have rings.
They can't just leave 2
so silicone rings or whatever.
C-130s and 4 Little Birds.
She got the Leia one and I got the Han one. It's the I love you, I know.
It's fully capable for Iran to just take, reverse engineer the technology and figure all those things out. So they've got to BIP all of those aircraft. BIP means blow in place. So we essentially destroyed and blew up all of our own aircraft. So we destroyed 2 MC-130s and 4 Little Birds and left them there demo.
Dude, stop. Just because you trust me, Monkey Biz. I have a buddy that was an aircraft mechanic specifically in the Army, and
right outside a.
Trust me, he thinks that he knows everything too.
Main city center.
And you kind of talk to him for half a
the
second.
good news here is
it's kind of the way that he doesn't know dick about infantry, but he pulls that I'm in the army.
That all of the rescue team is
like,
okay.
Yeah, you've never
no
actually
casualties as far as we know now. All of the pilots have been recovered and are safe. Okay, so that's the best news. And I've seen a lot of people talking about how what a waste of money to all of these down aircraft to go in and get these pilots. Here's the reality. Okay, no, we will waste every single dollar that is needed to go and get an American pilot that is downed in enemy territory. That's just the way it is. It's the way it has to be. America does not abandon its own soldiers. I will say this, though. When it comes to all the negatives that come with this type of operation, this is the fault of the politicians in charge, right?
I needed that.
So there's absolutely no reason we should have ever been in this position to begin with. So this is kind of two things can be true at the same time. One, yes, massive waste of money because
did you know a Sergeant Monahan?
We shouldn't be in this war to begin with. Two, once you do have downed American service members behind enemy lines, you 100% do everything you can to get them out. So thankfully, everyone is
safe. You want to know how crazy of a small world that would be?
But let's talk about the total cost of this bombing raid that we carried out, again, just mere hours after Donald Trump said this war was wrapped up. So absolutely crazy story, but also we're going to go over everything we've lost aircraft-wise, because again, in a war that we've already won, and according to Donald Trump, Iran's military is completely defeated. They have no anti-aircraft systems whatsoever. Their air force is completely gone. Well,
actually, that was kind of a dead serious question.
Let's run the numbers. So just from this
bombing
campaign and rescue operation just from a few days ago, just the specific mission, so these are all either shot down or hit and damaged and had to limp back to base. Okay, we had that one F-15 completely shot down, burned in, two A-10s, one of them damaged, made it back to base, one of them completely destroyed, an HH-60 helicopter also damaged, had to get back to base, two MC-130s completely destroyed, and 4 Little Bird helicopters completely destroyed, all from that one rescue operation. Now, what does that actually bring us to in total, again, in a war that we've already won against an enemy that has no anti-aircraft systems, according to Donald Trump? So let's run the total numbers in the war so far. All right, first, 16 MQ-9 Reaper drones have been shot down. 4 F-15s have been shot down. 2 MC-130s have been completely destroyed. 2 KC-130 Stratos tankers have been either brought down or destroyed. 4 Little Bird helicopters have been destroyed. 1 A-10 completely destroyed, another damaged and returned to base. 1 HH-60 damaged, returned to base. And even an F-35 damaged, returned to base. And what does that actually cost just in losses for all these aircraft?
A lot.
Here we go.
I mean, all right, someone like the fighter points, sure. But the actual cost of this, because come on, monkey. You know damn well that they're fucking marking this out, not just as like, this was just, this was damaged. No, they are totaling these, and then they're still gonna they're either gonna strip them and fucking, completely rebuild, or
all right, so
they're gonna do the thing.
16 MQ-9,
or they just say, oh, it's totaled, and they just keep it on base and they just fucking fix it.
Reaper drones, 4 F-15s, 2 MC-130s, 4 Little Birds, 2 A-10.
Tax write-off time. I'm telling you, man.
KC-130 Stratos tankers, an HH-60, and 1 F-35. The total cost of all of that is $1.6 billion.
As I said, I'm not a military guy. I never served, so.
And there's all the actual number breakdowns for
just a fan of the Second Amendment.
Everything. So yes, nearly $2 billion just in throwaway costs. So yeah, not great. Again, when you're talking about going in and rescuing those pilots, you got to do what you got to do. But like I said, absolutely no reason for those pilots to be put in that position to begin with. And also, again, when we actually look at all of that, does that really look like Donald Trump is telling us the truth, that Iran has no military and they have no anti-aircraft systems? Because
and Japan flew in Vietnam. So you definitely
that's not what the
you were out.
Numbers are really looking like. And from what we're hearing is that Iran is actually adapting to our air campaign and
no, I'm good, homie.
Their new man-portable anti-aircraft.
What up, Coyce? How you doing, man?
Aircraft systems they're using have new technology that our own fighter jets are not able to see the rockets as they're coming up and hitting them. So
yeah, I do.
So that is going to pose a huge problem going forward in these air raids.
Just recently became a fan of the The 558
campaigns, because again, if we
go, fuck yeah,
start getting these aircraft shot down over populated cities, eventually there's going to come
that'd be fun.
a time where we're not going to be able to recover one of these pilots. And just wait until we end up in a hostage situation. If you think the PR campaign is bad for the Trump administration on this war so far, just wait until we have American hostages. And then we also have the absolute insanity of Donald Trump as he put out that insane Easter message yesterday. I'm looking about doing a video on that explicitly, where we've now done another 48-hour warning to where if Iran doesn't give up, I guess, then we're going to start massive war crimes. So we got that going for us as well, right? But that's a topic for a different video. So I hope you guys found this one interesting. Very, very...
It was a NATO 556.
Wild story.
You call it a 558 because I'm a dyslexic asshole.
Yeah, again, thank God we got out all of those, pilots safely, and the rescue team got out safely as well. But
Bullpup NATO 556.
Again, it's only a matter of time until one of these things.
Or as somebody reminded me in chat, it was a gun that was in Rainbow Six. I was like, oh yeah, it was.
It was wrong. So yeah, we'll just have to wait and see.
I am by no means a a nut about it, but primarily, I've only really had 9s. So, but. Got to go with my buddy. Got to fire a 30-30. That was a lot of fun. That thing had some kick, buddy. Yeah, the bullpup. Yep. All right, so this is fun. Whether you're a fan of Hassan or Asmongold, I actually have to say this is hilarious. You mean what's happening right now? What do you mean? Only reason the Navy exists anymore, after all, primarily anti-piracy. Oh. I have kind of thought about that, because, yeah, the Marines kind of seem dual purpose at this point, but then again, I will just say this, nothing, if you're not in the Navy, and, you got something to say about them, if they worked on a submarine, shut the fuck up. You have no idea what you, nah. It takes a special set of balls to be a fucking a crewman aboard a fucking submarine. That's just that's a lot, man.
Response about Iran to you.
Radically killing their own people, then assigning ownership of it to Israel and America. No, maybe Israel and America helped because they thought that it's bad to kill your own protester.
As someone who used to watch Asmongold, if you watch Asmongold, you're a loser.
Guy who literally said,
those are the Tony Stark glasses.
Regime change wars and democracy.
Those are those frames right there. I looked at those.
Democratizing Iraq is a fucking spectacular failure and didn't work.
Whatever,
is now heavily.
I'm gonna just say I'm a better person. I wear cheaper shit.
Leaning into that exact same narrative at a
fucking actual working class.
a time when the American
motherfucker
government isn't, right? Donald Trump is not even doing this. Donald Trump is basically
I think one of those lenses is worth what these are.
saying, yeah, we're doing
that sweater too.
it for oil. Who gives a fuck? We're going to bomb everyone in Iran.
Yeah, those are the jar. Yeah.
And Asmongold is holding on to this idea that there is some kind of democracy at play here, some kind of liberation at play here. Also, same guy who has demanded that the American government kill protesters. Okay? Same guy who has said America should kill more protesters and put them in concentration camps is now talking about how
damn, so focused on Sylvie.
We're actually blowing.
Have I not made this stream abundantly clear that you know
up
what?
Iranian bridges, blowing up the pastors.
Realizing how much time I put into the stream. I don't know, guys.
And it's been around since 1920 that actually created an indigenous COVID vaccine.
Whatever.
We're doing that to liberate the Iranian
My
population.
glasses are cooler. They do his magnetize to sunglasses? No, because he's not trash like me.
Somehow.
You know what? I'm happy trash.
No one.
I'm cool, trash.
Believes this. This is unbelievably stupid. I don't even think Asmongold believes.
I don't wear $300 cardigans.
This. He just has no other option here.
Just because they want to change the government.
I wear fucking merch from his dispensary. Like I said, true trash.
People aren't doing anything wrong. He just justified mass.
Yeah, I got the cool
murder
magnet
of
thing.
civilians
Yeah,
because of
exactly.
Israel. As I've said before, Hassan will always fall off on the side of defending, rationalizing, justifying, and downplaying Islamic terrorism.
That's fucking funny.
Islamic terror. What is the Islamic terrorism? they did Islamic terrorism to our F-15 fighter jet earlier today. Did you guys see that? They did Islamic terrorism to our U.S. Air Force A-10 Warthog when it crashed near the Strait of Hormuz. That was really fucked up. The way that they did Islamic terrorism to that. Really fucked up, dude. It's Islamic terrorism when you say Israel shouldn't do a genocide. Thank you, Asmongoy. Oh, dude.
He will always do this. Every single time.
Yeah, this is his new talking point about you regarding defending Islamic terrorism. He's done it a few times recently. Yeah, it's going to be it's going to have limited success, I think, as the situation unfolds and as people start having to reckon with like how unsuccessful the American initiatives have been thus far. As more and more, American U.S. Air Force assets are taken out, they will realize that it's not, this kind of counter narrative doesn't actually work. I'm just giving you an accurate analysis of the things that are happening. He has embraced the Hasbara, Israel, tiny country size of New Jersey.
Isn't it crazy that they can't even have one country? Some shithole that's the size of New Jersey, Israel, they can't even have that.
Israel, size of New Jersey, Israel. Why can they not have Israel? One country, tiny nation. Israel, size of New Jersey. No politic here. Oh, he's so fucking based, dude. He's Mr. Based. I do appreciate like Asmongold's cattle ass fucking fan base going from Holocaust denial and anti-Semitism to so quickly snapping back to defending Israel with like talking points that were destroyed pretty much in the eyes of the collective all the way back in like, I don't know, December of 2023.
Nah, he's got a good point.
Like saying Israel's a tiny nation, why can't they have Israel, is a talking point that doesn't even work in like 2024, let alone 2026. My man is
the fact that it is a country the size of New Jersey that somehow controls the entire planet is kind of crazy.
Mainlining Hasbara at this point. Awesome. It must be so embarrassing to be a Mold Man fan. I think it's more so, it's just, if you're an Asmongold fan at any point in your life, you already have dropped any sort of self-reflection capabilities. You're incapable of understanding.
Yeah, I feel that way about Ludwig fans and fucking XQC fans, though.
The way that,
like, realistically, that's how I feel about 99% of Twitch streamers.
The world views you, your
Twitch, hey!
worldview. The guy that
only
you
50% on YouTube, Twitch.
We appreciate. But yeah, I mean, he went from saying Nick Fuentes is based
Yeah, no one
for
fucking
doing
talking shit about
Holocaust
myself,
denial to hitting Hasbara lines, and defending
somehow like an amalgamation of actually both these dipshits.
Little old Israel.
Like when you really think about it,
here, why can't they have a little?
Oh God.
Little old genocide. I mean, come on.
Now I need to go for a pep walk. God damn it.
I mean, bro, think about like, God damn. People are just not having it. Just let them have it, man. God damn.
Let him have a little bit of genocide, dude.
% of Jews on planet Earth live. So it's
right.
not, he would.
Even his audience is like not fully on board with it, but I guess they're not suspicious enough of why he's doing this now. But they did not kill 40,000.
No, because they don't look at it that way. They look at it for the drama aspect of things.
People in 2 days. Like you're unbelievably dense. You have.
It was 3 days, idiot.
That's not. It's just not true. That's not something that happened. There's no evidence that that happened. It's also physically impossible for it to have happened, and most people understand that that is not a correct number. You know. It's an unbelievably high number that is, I mean, unless they just like blew up entire city blocks, Israel style, they are not capable of murdering 40,000 people in such a short period of time. Why doesn't it work? Why doesn't like pro-Israel talking points work? Have you looked at the polls recently? I mean, this is something that I repeat pretty much every day at this point. It's become my mantra, but this is the most popular Israel will ever be in the United States. Today is the most popular Israel will ever be in the United States going forward.
That's bullshit.
Tomorrow, Israel will be less popular than it is today. Something to remember. For
For all the I
Jewish
see what you're saying. My bad. My bad. I thought you meant like in the past.
Orcs that keep tying
No.
themselves to the genocidal entity.
It's like, bro, were you around in 2003?
Okay.
Like,
Or
that was like...
Even Asmongold, as a matter of fact. I mean...
That was like their favorite kind of war.
Going from...
Because that one didn't have like the tinge of, you know, them committing an obvious genocide.
Palestinians
That one was just like, what do you think, guys? We're going to do it?
Inferior people that deserve to be genocided.
What up, devil's advocate? What's going on, brother?
To then taking an anti-Israel slant when it became unfavorable to defend Israel, to then looping back around to defend.
By the way, DA, I had such a fucking blast with you and Sandy. I'm not sure if you saw, I carried on the bit a little bit. That there was something that was kind of fun about faking being, you know, MAGA. Like,
Israel's
that was just,
existence and Israel's
have to say
violent
some shit that I
actions
don't usually
is very interesting.
Brought it to my stream.
But I guess, as I've
Does
said
anyone
over
get
and
the
over
space
again, when your
trouble?
audience is comprised of some of the dumbest people on the fucking
Yeah, I
planet,
might have gone a little hard on it.
and they don't necessarily punish you for contradicting your statements from like a day prior, especially when they don't even get mad at Trump when he contradicts himself in the same statement.
Yeah, the Ken and Karen.
Because Trump,
I still
even
got
in
my
his
MAGA.
Address, in his presidential
wearing it.
address, literally started off by saying,
still
we're
MAGA.
saving the
Woo.
Iranian people, and ended the presidential address by saying, we're going to bomb Iran back to the Stone Age by destroying its electrical grid and you know, destroying its bridges and shit. So those two things are at odds with one another, right? But because the audience
Glad Sandy had the idea. Yeah, that was a good-
unimaginably dumb,
Yeah, we gotta do that again.
they still believe it, I guess. Or they
Fucking, yeah, hell yeah, MAGA. Tim
delude
Pepper.
themselves into thinking
loves
that
that
there is
shit.
no contradiction
It
here.
was 3 days. It took them 3 days to do that.
Convinced yourself.
Yeah.
It doesn't even matter. Like them killing 10 people
It
is
doesn't even matter.
still fucked up.
Yeah.
Okay?
Mhm.
I've never heard a
So Asman just orders like DoorDash all day, right?
consistent number on this from people.
He doesn't even have a cleaning lady, which is insane. Like he makes like so much money.
They just turn around and
It's scary.
say, oh, they killed, 80,000 people. I've heard
Uh-huh.
80,000, 50,000.
If there's one thing that I do respect is the fact that he's just like, yeah, I'm just not gonna spend my money. So what? I got like a fucking, I got a house that's good for me.
40,000. It's
Tim Pepper and Hank
fucking
Pecker.
ridiculous. Shut up.
Yeah, that wasn't
Jesus
lost on me that
Christ,
like
how
he
do you
does
not
that.
recognize it? It's like this
It's one of the easier bits
is
to do.
propaganda to
I don't know. I thought that we changed it up enough.
actually justify American and Israeli intervention.
But there's no propaganda about Palestine. The amount of people that were killed in Palestine is a defined number that nobody can ever question. But whenever Iran intentionally takes off the internet, they shut down the entire internet, they bus in Iraqi militia forces.
I'm gonna be
No, he didn't debate Asmongold. No. This is like no. This is just him watching a video and debating the video.
honest. If this is the best Israel has,
This is actually like the biggest streamception dude. Oh my god, this reminds me. So like my mom, when I first started doing this, I remember she like caught a clip of me watching something just like this, where she was like, "Your screen is so busy, I don't even know what to watch." It's like, oh, right. I'm sorry. She's like, "Why are you watching like 4 other people?"
as far as Hasbara, it's cooked. They're so done. Like Israel's strongest Hasbara weapon now is a guy who doesn't fucking shower and is a Holocaust denier. What are
she wrong?
we doing? What the fuck are we doing? You know,
I don't know.
An inconsistent worm that has no fucking moral compass whatsoever, that will literally say unimaginably heinous anti-Semitic shit one day, and then
No, I know they talked about Gaza, but
the next day he'll turn around and be like, the next day he'll turn around and just like straight.
And I understand why Hassan's covering this. I understand why he covers like Hassan or Asman drama, just like Asman covers Hassan drama. It's good for both of them. Their stream is into like the drama aspect of it, because like deep down inside they actually like him. It's not like Ethan, where like Ethan actually has like a straight up obsession to the point where he burned his entire career over it.
Verbatim Israeli talking points.
But
I'm sorry, but why is he even relevant?
like
I mean, bought it or not, he has a fairly large audience still. Obviously, it's diminished as you know, Trump's popularity is diminishing. Even in the
yeah, but the thing is, a lot of people don't watch him for his politics necessarily. They watch him because they think he's a regular guy.
Dumbest.
That's what bothers me about some political streamers, man, is they don't recognize this shit. Where it's like people. They don't want to feel like they're necessarily watching a political streamer.
People alive, which are the Euroid MAGA supporters, double cucked. You know, he loves talking shit about me, but hates the prospect of talking to me. But you know, times are changing. He's doing crazy propaganda right now, debating chats with Israeli talking points, being a debate pervert. But he's not smart enough or quick enough to actually defend Israel. Even if you were brilliant, it would still be
that doesn't matter.
An incredibly difficult endeavor. Okay.
Wait, Pep does politics.
Every argument he makes is literally him just fighting against his own lack of knowledge. For example, he tries to bring up the Gaza numbers. Obviously, no idea.
Yeah,
one,
what
the number is. Two, that it's been the official number for
my cat is sprawled the fuck out on that bed,
almost
dude.
2 years now because the devastation is so immense. Three, doesn't understand that the CIA, the American State Department, and the Israeli government utilizes the Hamas health ministry numbers. Those numbers have actually been checked, and they are almost always a significant undercount due to the fact that the healthcare infrastructure has been completely devastated or destroyed by Israel. And yet, even the 75,000 number is a severe undercount, yet it's obviously the number that Israel also abides by.
All right. Do we keep this one up? What do we get? Lawyer. Wait. Is that lawyer?
Has every right to defend themselves, and Ukraine in this instance are the victims. And
I mean, yeah.
No. And he's eating. Out. Don't care. Here we go. This is good.
My first guest is a liberal comedian. He's known for his undercover style comedy at political protests and rallies. Walter Masterson.
You have been fed a lie of racial capitalism by the Epstein class.
My second guest has a TikTok following almost as prodigious as his beard. Please welcome the Jolly Good Ginger.
So, what's your question?
Jolly Good Ginger and I went on Daily Wire's bar fight with Michael Knowles. I'm going to show you
So Walter's part of the 501st, right?
some of the highlights. If you want to watch the whole thing on their channel, go for it. I'm going to show you the funniest parts of this debate.
Just want to say something. I brought my Trump Bible with me. I just want to say, a lot of liberals come on this show and they're very disingenuous. They like to cherry pick from the Bible to justify illegal immigration. Jolly, here, listen, these liberals
This is amazing.
they come on this show and they cherry pick
Surf's covered
Bible
this? Nice.
verses to justify
God, I gotta go live at 1 just so I can beat the surfs of this shit.
illegal immigration. Dude, what Bible verses do they cherry pick?
That what you do to the least of thee, you've done to me.
Yeah.
I think that Jolly did a piss poor job on this one though, because he was like, he definitely got a little too inebriated, while Knowles and Walter were sober.
Artists from foreign lands.
Foreigner.
I've watched this, so
Yeah.
But I will say, just to be fair,
Love thy neighbor.
I watched the whole thing on I hate to say it, but on the Daily Wire.
You do? they conveniently leave out this part, okay? This is from the Bible. I'm reading the Bible, excuse me.
I'm reading the Bible.
Bow your head.
I love how he says
It's become far too numerous for us. Come, we must deal shrewdly with them, or they will become ever more numerous. And if war breaks out, we'll join our enemies. So get them up and out of the land.
Hang on.
Yes.
Hang on. Walter. The Pharaoh said that, bro.
Yeah, this is from the Pharaoh. He was talking about how to deal with the Jews.
Yeah. That wasn't Jesus. That was the Pharaoh.
I've mentioned this before because I think we watched something about, or like one of these shows, but I've been to that bar.
Then what happened?
And you guys all sided
I drank
with
there before a Blackhawks game.
That was the best part.
Yeah. You know what? I think we need to stop listening to
that I had to have like I bought secondhand season tickets, or like I bought like tickets from a season ticket holder. He had to meet me there, walk me to the building, and then he had to like walk me through, like he had to pretend I was with him because he owned 2 rows of seats.
Socialist, leftist,
That was some shady shit, man.
Jesus.
Yeah.
And start listening to the Pharaoh. Okay, you know what?
Worked out though.
Jesus was a car.
That's when they were doing the keep the red out. Was literally what they were like. That was the whole thing where like anytime the Blackhawks came to Nashville, they were like, keep the red out.
Carpenter.
Because we had a tendency to show up pretty hard in Nashville.
You know what?
I would not mock our Lord at the beginning of Lent or at any other time.
Pyramids of Giza. What did Jesus build? He was a carpenter. Show me one building that he made. All right. Meanwhile, the Pharaoh built the pyramids of Giza. Okay. Huge buildings. Yeah. We need to start listening to the Pharaoh. This is the Trump Bible, by the way. I will not have you disparage.
Hi. So with the SAVE Act in the Senate, a lot of people on the left are worried that it will
Speak up.
take away the rights of women to vote because of marriage certificates and all that. And my argument would be it's already too easy.
Into the microphone.
And if you can't change paperwork and like do paperwork, then you shouldn't like be able to
Treat it like a
so smart
submarine sandwich that you're about to put in your mouth. And you go, ah.
It's great. That's a great.
You guys thought I was going to say something different, didn't you?
Great point.
Bunch of chauvinists.
But also add on that maybe the SAVE Act doesn't go far enough.
Sitting here talking about fucking down in a hoagie, and you guys are thinking something dirty.
In terms of we need people
I see you.
who are going
I know.
that have invested in that are invested in the future of the country, whether that's through taking civic tests or other means of showing you're invested in America's future.
This is beautiful. I
then,
love it. Thank you. Thank you.
Voting should be more difficult.
So you should believe there should be, okay, this is a great question. You should think there should be a test.
Yeah.
Okay.
One of these days, I'm going to do a theater of the mind pep talks.
Yeah. That would be good. Okay, great.
Or I'll have I will do a video element, but I will have to I'm gonna cut it and just be like, we're in radio mode.
Who was the 17th
Theater of the
president of the
mind.
United States?
Mr. Submarine?
What is the...
No, dude, Blimpy all day.
Just failed.
Blimpy's actually got some fucking dope-ass sandwiches.
Yeah.
Hang on, what are the 3 branches of government?
What are the 3 branches of
That's a
government?
good Blimpy.
I think
I
she'll
don't have any of those anymore.
probably get that one.
If she can't answer it, that's bad.
Okay, but Witt says if she
Who
can't
gives a
answer,
shit? I
that's
agree,
base.
but she said it. Listen, also, hang on. You said so smart when she said voting is a privilege. I argue vehemently.
No. I said
she
so.
said voting is a privilege. That's her exact
That's
words.
not what I said. So
Roll
smart
the
to.
tape back.
I said. Well, I'll clarify for you.
Okay,
I said
clarify.
it was so smart that it's too easy to vote, and actually people should have
It's a
to.
constitutional right, not a
Do you believe there should
privilege.
be a test?
We should make it
I
easier
think-
to vote, not
I
harder.
think there should be IDs, and if you're calling an
You're
application
against
for that,
making it
it's
harder to
not.
get guns,
So
but
wait.
making it harder to vote is...
Yeah,
what the-
way too many people vote.
Way too many people
people
vote.
Yeah, way too many people.
Bro, that's an absurd comment.
I don't think so. I think it's a pretty
Too
basic
many
one.
people vote.
Way too many. Yeah.
Wait.
We need much.
I'm gonna do
we
the-
need
the
people who are
24th
informed to
Amendment.
vote.
People should vote.
No.
Not
Fewer
enough
should
people vote now.
Okay. All right. That's over.
Who
Do
here
we
knows
have
I
any
want
more?
everybody to
Do
vote.
we have any more questions?
We let
I don't think she gets what the bell's for.
we let you vote.
I think
You have
Yeah.
130 IQ, and you're cool with not letting people vote.
Wait, is this proof that he has 130 IQ?
I don't know.
There we go, baby.
Every time that I meet a Mensa member, I'd have never, ever, ever needed to see their card.
A Mensa member right there.
That does not mean you have 100.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, it's not like you can totally buy one of those off of fucking.
IQ, but
dude, I think in real time he just kind of realized how much of a dipshit he looked like.
Wait, they gave you a Mensa.
Do we have another question?
I'm a C- student. I'm a C- student. I didn't go to college, but I'm still smarter than that fucker.
People vote is a constitutional violation.
Yeah, 24th Amendment, the right of citizens of the United States to vote in any primary or other election for president or vice president, for electors for president or vice president, or for senator or representative in Congress should not be denied or abridged by the United States or any state.
Yeah, I'm just saying they shouldn't.
Failure to pay any poll tax.
I'm just saying
poll tax or other tax.
I'm just saying low information voters should not be encouraged to vote. Next question.
We've been through this in American history, brother.
Yeah, low information voters should not be.
They should not be encouraged to vote. Yeah,
listen, do you guys want to lose
next question,
every election
please.
going forward?
Walter, kick us off.
Trump essayed children, and it's proven in the Epstein files he should be in prison. Also, in general, round up everyone in the Epstein class and toss them in jail.
I just want to be clear. You said Trump essayed, meaning
Essayed.
sexually assaulted.
Sexually assaulted.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So what's your argument?
My argument is that we should stop listening to all the people and their conspiracy theories from the Epstein class, all the conspiracy theories, the QAnon, all this, the protect the children. That was all created by the Epstein class. You've been fed that. That was created.
A conspiracy with.
I usually hate character work like this, but god damn it, he does it well.
A conspiracy.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Conspiraception.
Because it's putting Michael on the back foot, which I gotta say I really enjoy.
Okay, so then your claim is that Trump sexually assaulted children. So what's your proof? What's your evidence?
But he's
the Epstein files.
He can't
What's
answer
specifically in the
this.
files?
I mean,
he can't counter
let's get
this.
the Epstein files in here.
Do you have any evidence for the claim you're making or no?
Besides the Epstein files, I mean, God, there's only like 50,000 pages
only
in
like
it.
50,000
I mean,
pages.
You know what?
But is there anything in particular you would cite from the Epstein files?
God.
Or are you just making it up?
Dude, but this is the part that really bugs me, and this is genuine. Like Michael Knowles and like his confidence in being he's so wrong, but god damn it if he doesn't convince you that, you know what, he might be right, just through like the way in the confidence in which he speaks.
Yeah, they're bringing in the Epstein files right now.
Did not know that I was going to have to bring my portable Epstein files with me to the debate. I was unaware that I was going to have to do chapter and verse. That's on me. Here's my notes from home that I totally should have brought. Michael Wolff interviewed Epstein extensively.
Dude.
And in those interviews, Epstein said that he was Donald Trump's closest friend and that he liked to cuck people's wives. Epstein claimed that Donald Trump met his wife, Melania, through Jeffrey Epstein. According to him, the first time they had sex was on Epstein's private plane, nicknamed the Lolita Express. The Epstein files confirms that Trump met Melania through Epstein. Trump's friend, Paolo Zamponi, who runs ID Model Management, tried to cover for Trump and claimed that he introduced Melania.
Which, hey, Sylvie, make fun of me. Apparently, I'm giving permission because I didn't buy the receiver with it. I just bought the microphone. I am dumb.
You can actually look at the emails between Ghislaine Maxwell and Melania.
That is why my video was on mute for the first half hour, because I was like, oh.
Several years before they met, to show that Ghislaine and Melania were good friends. There are 28 women that have accused Trump of essay, and the timeline that they accuse him matches the timeline that Trump and Epstein were besties. Trump and Epstein were friends up until 2004. Trump and Epstein had a falling out in 2004 over a real estate deal. And the FBI published a tip sheet detailing allegation that 35 years ago in New Jersey, a 13 to 14-year-old girl was forced to perform oral sex. She also alleges that
pass has been given.
The link to this is pulled off the...
I did though. I did. The problem is I used the app, the app that was tied to my my little rig thing, which picked up the mic. But when I tried to go live on YouTube, it wouldn't let me use that. So I just assumed, I'm like, oh yeah, it's going to use my mic because it's still hooked up to Bluetooth.
The DOJ site before it was taken down. The same complainant followed up with a report that she was 13 years old and pregnant in 1984. Donald Trump paid her and forced her to perform sex acts and alleges Trump was present when her uncle murdered her newborn child. Woo! There's a court document alleging that a 14-year-old girl was taken to Mar-a-Lago in 1994 with Jeffrey Epstein. Epstein said to Trump, "This is a good one, right?" Trump smiled and nodded in agreement. They both chuckled, and the 14-year-old girl said it made her uncomfortable, but at the time she was too young to understand why. In 2020, a state attorney sent an email to Redacted stating that Trump has been to Epstein's Island many more times than previously claimed, and that flight logs have him traveling there with girls that were witnesses in the Ghislaine Maxwell case. Trump's name appears in the files an extraordinary number of times. The Democrats on the committee to release these files say it's an extraordinary number of times. We haven't confirmed that number because we only have what's been released. Off of what's been released, it's, I think, over 3,000 times. It's a lot. An NPR investigation found that DOJ removed or withheld Epstein files related to allegations against Trump, including what appeared to be more than 50 pages of interviews with a woman who accused Trump of sexual abuse as a minor. Also, Trump has been resisting releasing the files. Not releasing the files, having Pam Bondi redact your name multiple times. These are all things that not guilty people do all the time. And people say, oh, Trump has gone along with the investigation. No, he has not. He could have released all of the files by executive order last summer. He has not. He also could have just released all of them all at once, and then this would have died down, possibly. Kind of like when Netflix releases an entire season and we stop talking about it after a few weeks. However, Trump has chosen the weird way, which is releasing it in these little chunks, a totally normal thing that not guilty people do all the time. And now back to your regular programming.
All right, thank you guys. This is a question for the panel for each person individually. Do you believe truth is objective?
Yes.
Wow, we're getting very philosophical. This is actually, I think it's a good debate.
What's your answer?
I mean, I guess, yeah, truth. That's what objective means. It's true no matter what you believe.
I love that.
Yeah.
What's your answer?
God, I mean, yeah.
Yes.
What?
he said the Epstein files.
The Epstein files. Yeah, that's yeah. Thank you. Is that an answer?
It's the only answer I'm getting tonight, I guess. Okay. Do we have another question?
We're getting into objective, materialism here. I love this. This is
and even objective immaterialism. Yeah. Do we have any other questions?
Is that not what
I believe in dialectical. We all need some dialectical materialism, and I think that's. I think everyone in this bar, you're booing dialectical materialism. Wow. Of all the things,
what is in this drink? I gotta know, and I want it. I want it, whatever that is.
Were you just trying to drink my Coke?
No, I was trying to figure out what's it. Is that just Coke?
Yeah, I don't drink.
Every word you say astounds me even more. That is a beautiful thing. I agree. I'm not drinking either right now. Okay, do we have another question?
Yes. This is for either of our
hey, Avatala.
Esteemed guests. You said that the files had not been released by Trump. Yes. I'm sorry, the files are released. Who was the president during the release of those files?
Oh my God, they are real.
Great question.
Oh my God, this guy, is he a streamer?
That's a great question.
Man. This guy, he strikes me as just like a real, he's a just your average MAGA commenter.
Files have been released.
I want everyone to hear that.
What?
You heard that. So the question is, why didn't they release it under Joe Biden?
No. That's not what I said. I said, who was the president when they were released?
Who's the president?
They haven't been released, brother.
Yeah, they actually haven't been released.
But you just cited them as evidence for your claim.
The only reason that they were compelled to release them
that's disingenuous.
That's literally what you did.
Hang on, Walter.
Okay.
So first of all, there's rules to what you can and can't.
No, the thing is, most of these people are like plants. They're invited to these things.
Can't redact. This has been.
What they do is they find like the VIP table. No, most of these people show up to this shit. Because Nashville is also like a small listen, it's a big city-ish, But it's got a small town feel, man. Like, these are the same motherfuckers that, like, they just show up to all these things.
With Congress, since it's
If they're not, paid, which, I mean, I don't know.
been
But
released. There's numbers of pages that haven't been released. This has been proven over and over again. That's why it's in front of multiple federal
holy shit, 59%. Wait a minute. You're telling me
judges because they haven't met the criteria for the Epstein Transparency Act. They haven't met the criteria for redaction. My question to you and anybody who's on that side, I'm not even trying to talk shit to you. My question to you is, if you're interested in the truth, especially when it comes to fucking trafficking children.
I had a lot more people answer that they like to huff their own farts than I thought I would have tonight. That's kind of funny.
And we should all be screaming for unredacted files, all of them.
There we go.
And if you can't get behind that,
No
hang on.
likes
If you
for
can't
you.
get behind that, then you can defend your favorite pedophile all you want. But I want to see the evidence that he's not. And until then, all the victims that saying he is, I believe victims.
Which victims?
Okay.
Hold on, just before he moves on, because he keeps making a point that's not really a point. Which victims?
You mean name them individually?
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't bring their names. I don't
He's
have
the angry Gamergate nerd.
Okay, so you don't know their names. You're
I mean, he looks like the angry angry video game nerd. Like, took a
as
turn.
confident they exist because you
Just went
saw them in
MAGA.
the files that haven't been released yet.
No.
Not knowing
And
them
you're
on
gonna
the
call
fly
Trump
doesn't mean I believe
crazy.
Katie Thompson, is that one of them? Wasn't it Katie Thompson?
Katie
me not
Thompson.
knowing them on the fly doesn't mean they don't
You
exist.
not knowing
No,
any
that's
of them
a
or
cheap way.
anything about the
You
topic
haven't
you
made
brought
it.
up. Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Tell me,
Do we have a question from Nick?
Tell me why you're cool with the files not being released in full, unredacted.
You talk
Well,
about having
I'm
evidence.
happy to
Where
answer-
did you
See,
get
you
your
avoid that
evidence
every
on the
time I
files
ask
have
it.
not been
You avoid
released?
that every time I ask it.
I call me
This guy's so convicted in his questions, but
crazy. I actually don't think
No,
that
I'm calling you a pedophile
I don't think that criminal files should just radically be released in all
Yes,
cases.
you do.
No, I
you do.
certainly don't believe
Yeah,
that.
you do.
That's
insane. Why wouldn't you okay, again, the Biden crime family files. Do you want those released, or are we using the same logic there?
why.
Yes, you do.
That's why I assure you I don't.
I assure you do.
No, well, if you say so.
The
No,
entire fucking Trump campaign. Release the files. Release the files.
Have you ever?
He's in them.
Oh, my bad. Alleged PDF.
Hey,
Don't release the files. Hold the
have you ever heard me say that we should release
I've
all
never
criminal
heard you talk
files?
before tonight,
There
brother.
you go. But,
why
but
do
you're
you
certain
say
know what I
you
believe.
have evidence if the files have not been released? Tell me that. Where's your evidence
that
coming
the files
from?
haven't been released?
Not to mention, you
Call
don't
me
have
crazy.
evidence. All you
Wait. The Angry Video Game Nerd channel is officially 20 years old today? Bro, I remember finding him through Opie and Anthony where they were like, yeah, yo, you've seen this guy, he like freaks out at like video games? It's actually pretty funny. He's an Opie and Anthony fan. He had a WoW sticker on the side of his TV. That's crazy.
you have are accusations.
I don't know who I'm talking to, but call
I officially am old.
me crazy. But when you
You're crazy.
fight
That's fucking crazy.
to not have
No.
evidence released,
Oh no, no. My hair is turning silver in real time.
I look at that as evidence of you hiding some shit. And when,
Oh fuck.
when the shit you're talking
20 years?
about is raping children, I think maybe you're raping children.
What?
So
And
if you're
you're gonna go to
innocent,
jail for
release
that
the
if you keep
goddamn
saying it
files.
publicly.
Yeah.
What? No way. You're
If you're innocent, release the goddamn files.
One, we don't release all random
Oh,
accusations
no.
in all criminal proceedings. We do it basically none of the time
It was
because
your guy.
Dude, my YouTube account's like 20 years
His
old.
idea.
I'm
He
happy
ran
to
on
explain
this.
this to you because
No, I did. I just broke a hip.
in our
all
system
in.
of justice, people are innocent until proven guilty, and that's why
Yes,
you have
they
trial.
I remember when I first watched the Angry Video Game Nerd. He was doing wrap-ups on how hard the Mega Man franchise was, and he also wanted to show us just how bad the Atari Jaguar was. I remember when he took a baseball bat to it.
Second of all, the people who were seriously
oh my
implicated
God.
in the Epstein ring, both of them were arrested by Donald Trump, not by Obama, not by Joe Biden, by Trump. It was Trump and Maxwell. The four other co-conspirators who trafficked the girls who we could have arrested, we can't because they were protected by a non-prosecution agreement long before Trump entered the scene.
Hey, remember when Google didn't own YouTube?
But even
Yeah, I
beyond
do.
all of that, the files were
God damn, dude.
only released
They're
under
old as shit.
Trump, not under Biden, who easily could have done it.
So number one,
I should get a boost in the YouTube algorithm for being as old as I am and having a YouTube account and just being able to like to speak with reference to Keyboard Cat and AVGN and Chocolate Rain.
Number one, you mentioned Ghislaine Maxwell,
Yeah.
who Trump has
Here I go feeling old again, Chocolate Rain.
been given lots of deals to.
You listen to ONA? Fuck yeah.
She's been out of
Linger longer.
prison on work release.
Lots
because-
of deals?
Yes.
What deals?
Yes. She got moved to a minimum security prison. You
I
know,
was a daily listener, bro.
no, maybe that
She's
was
not. She's not like a
coincidence.
face
Or
tattoo
Madam
gangster
Priest,
or something. She's not going to.
She's a
Ma'am.
child trafficking rapist.
Are you
pedophile
downplaying
apologist.
Ghislaine Maxwell?
I'm saying she's
What-
not like a
what
threat
are
to
we
her
doing
fellow
You
here?
citizens.
fucking
Yeah.
pedophile apologist. She trafficked children. Now, you. You said she was found guilty, and what she's found
Yeah,
guilty
yeah.
of is trafficking fucking children. So then you say,
Could you imagine Uncle Paul as a... Does Jimmy still do Uncle Paul? I don't think he has the balls to do Uncle Paul.
he's not a
Well,
No, it's Jimmy. He has the balls to do Uncle Paul.
yeah. Look, I am glad
Sure.
that after Joe Biden did basically nothing,
Joe Biden.
and after
Why do
Obama
I
did
give
nothing,
a fuck about Joe Biden?
I'm just pointing out that the
I
Republicans.
don't give a fuck about Joe Biden.
The
Did
only-
Joe Biden ever
Fuck Joe
campaign
Biden.
against unreleased?
Hold
Trump's
on, before-
entire
hold on.
campaign
What about Biden?
was about releasing the Epstein files.
I'm just pointing out you're
campaign.
making a bunch of completely nonsense, unsubstantiated
nonsense.
claims about Trump.
Nonsense.
And
You're
the
accused of
only,
child.
hold on.
There's
You
files
have a
that could
very
exonerate you.
difficult time.
You don't exonerate them.
You have Mr. Giant. You have a very difficult time conversing with people because you don't know how to listen and you don't hear things when they go in your ear. So let
Thank
me try
you,
to explain
therapist
this to
Mike.
What's the bell? I thought that was to announce a winner.
Cool.
you. You don't.
Does that just mean move topics?
Thank
explain
you,
this to you.
therapist Michael.
I'm trying to help you, but some
fuck-
people are a
Well,
little
that's why
beyond
they're
that.
not-
Not, you
The
know, you
point-
need to learn how to. Yeah, it is. You need to learn how to listen. Keep going. Keep going. You're
Yeah,
not
all right.
listening.
Nick, you're up.
Okay,
you're
okay. I have a
talking over
question.
everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Walter.
Someone
Thank you.
finally
Thank you,
said
Walter.
it.
I have a question. I'm very sorry to interrupt from the VIP section.
Yes.
It's very comfortable.
You're so
over
happy
here.
right now.
But I have a
Four?
very legitimate question. I hope I can
ONA?
get a very calm and collected answer to this.
Real talk, I actually get more live viewers than Opie does on certain days, which is kind of crazy to me.
I was listening recently
Now
to
I have the
a
balls to
very
just like reach out to him and just be like, hey man, you want to come on my show?
leaning podcast. I won't say what for legal purposes, but it rhymes with Schmod Pave Pamerica.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I was listening
Yeah.
to it. You don't. Yeah, okay. I was listening to it recently, and they were talking about the Epstein files. I'm really actually searching for a real answer to this.
Yeah.
And they brought up the fact that people ask, why were the files not released under the Biden administration? Why were they not released? Because if there was conclusive damning evidence against Trump, I'm sorry to say damning.
Or anything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
or anything.
anybody.
Why did Biden not release it? And the
Yeah,
people
yeah,
on
yeah.
that podcast kind of scoffed at the
Totally.
idea of that question.
Let's
but
follow
Hold
the
on.
logic.
You guys have to let people finish the
but
point.
they kind of scoffed at the idea that anyone would ask that question. But really, I really am
Yeah,
in the
let's
spirit
do
of finding it. I really don't know the answer to that question. If there was damning evidence against President Trump that was conclusive and probative evidence that Trump had done something, why did the Biden administration not release that evidence?
Good
Because
question.
they did everything else. I mean, with the Steele dossier and everything, they did everything, every dirty trick they could against Trump. So why did
Yeah.
they not release that stuff if there was something? Like,
No,
people
no,
kind of
you
scoff at that
wait,
question,
why?
but I really
Why?
don't know the answer.
Can you say it a fourth time? Because the first three I didn't. hear.
Yeah.
We got it, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah. So basically.
Do you want me to say it again real quick?
Yeah,
I don't
go
know.
ahead, go ahead. Let the guy cook. Go.
Okay, so if I ask you, if I say, hey, there's this entire pedo ring, these guys were running the world, working with Mossad, and your initial response is, but what about the Democrats? That's the wrong response.
But that's not his question.
Okay, so but let's go to your
I mean, it's not too far off though.
response. Okay, so let's follow the logic here. So the Democrats were covering for Donald Trump.
No. That's
they
not
were-
his implication either.
No, I'm following your logic.
That's not his logic.
Wait.
What
So,
he's saying is there's no
there
evidence
were-
against
there-
Trump.
There were how many open investigations during the Biden administration? This is right now is the best time. There's no open investigations pending for the Epstein files. So this is
Double tap your screen like hell
the
yeah.
time. There's never been like
We've already. Oh God, I feel like dude. Just so you guys know, if you missed the beginning of the show, I do recommend watching like the first hour because I kind of went like full candid mode. I said what I could say about what's going on with YouTube and just in general streaming. And yeah, I think that it was honestly a good hour good hour of radio. Yeah, good hour of radio.
What a time to be alive. There's never been
Okay,
a better
are
time.
you going to answer his question or
use
not?
the visual
Because
element if you don't
Mr.
want to.
Giant, are you going to answer his
They're
question?
open investigations.
Okay, all right. All right,
I
good.
don't want you to get upset, Michael. when
That's good.
talk
I
out
just
of
I want to
turn.
be able to hear your beautiful opinion.
You're interrupting
right.
everyone.
I know. So I'm going to be. So if there's evidence of a crime, what's
the
actually
Hoagie
supposed to
plays
happen is
best.
a law enforcement agency supposed to investigate that crime and.
Yeah, Kois, if you're still here, I actually, they have like these hoagies from like the Freemasons, and I'm talking like the Freemasons. They got like this hoagie sale that they do annually. Some of the best goddamn sandwiches I've ever had.
Hold people accountable.
Like, no joke.
I can't think before Epstein. What's another file
It's
that's been
fucking
released by the
huge,
government?
dude.
Yeah, not a lot. They
Never.
delayed the Kennedy. Right.
Like
That's
true
why Trump was the
footlong.
most transparent president in American history. Right.
Thank
shit.
you for walking me right to my point. Good
Yeah.
job, therapist Michael.
Yeah.
So watch this. So Trump ran. Listen, Trump ran. I'm answering your question, brother.
They must be
Trump
using that Duke's mayo.
ran on a
He's not
campaign
answering your question.
Yes, I am.
Okay, let's see.
Are you going to let me finish this
Now
time?
I'm mad
I'd
at you,
love to.
Michael.
I'd love to.
Let
I'm
the
not your
ginger
wife,
answer.
Michael. Let
I
me
don't know.
finish.
I'd love.
The thing is with that shit, and I get it, he's drunk, and I get it. But that's like, don't play the Piers Morgan game, because that's what Dave Smith does.
Listen.
And I get it. As somebody who likes to get a little inebriated himself, where it's just like, because especially if you're like, I don't know, if I was just honest, I'd be like, you just made me forget what I was gonna say. Was that the whole reason you did that?
So Trump.
Oh, you're intellectually fucking lacking. It's like, yeah. What are you actually gonna make fun of me for having a disability? Is that your thing?
Trump ran on a campaign
I mean, I know that you guys brought the R word back and everything, but Jesus.
of I'm going to release the Kennedy files. I'm going to release the MLK files. I'm going to release.
I've watched many people now like actually kind of like walk it back where I'm just like, dude, I have dyslexia. They're like, oh.
He ran on a campaign of releasing these files. I'm
literally diagnosed, motherfucker.
Agree with that, to be fair with you. I think it should be handled by law enforcement.
Yeah.
So never before in American history have we released files. But that motherfucker ran on it. So either shit or get off
He's got a good point
the
here.
pot. So
Wait, so they
when you
should-
say,
he's
hey,
got a
I'm
good point.
not finished, Michael.
They should not. Trump should not release
Michael?
the files.
He ran on it.
But should he or should he not release it?
The way that he just did the little Michael.
Yeah, at this point, yeah.
But Biden should not
That's
have
all
released
he
the
get
files.
it.
Biden
He
should
just
not
feels
release the
the
files,
need
but
to
Trump
do
What
should.
should
Got it.
happen?
Okay.
The FBI should investigate
Like the
criminals,
moosh.
right?
Just,
Right or wrong?
I agree.
Isn't that why Ghislaine Maxwell was put in prison?
Yeah, because
When was
Trump,
that? What
Trump
year was that?
arrested
What
her.
year was that?
Trump. It was the end of Trump. So it was what 2019, 2020.
When did she go to prison? 2021.
Well, she was convicted later, but she was arrested during the
Yeah,
Trump.
correct. But
term.
2021 she went to prison.
Yeah, she was arrested
So
and
it was
prosecuted
an
under Trump.
So it was an
Yeah.
open investigation in 2021.
Nobody's listening to you.
Yeah.
And who-
All right.
and who
I
was
guess it's
president?
Denim Debbie.
2021.
all right. Neither of them are going to answer the question. Up to you.
I answered the damn question.
You did not.
You just don't like my answer.
You didn't. You didn't answer. Your answer was Biden should not have released the files,
Nope,
but
didn't say
Trump
that.
should.
No,
Nope,
say that.
didn't say
Didn't
that.
say that.
Question.
Run that tape back.
Yeah, run
Run the fucking tape back.
the plays back.
Run the tape.
4.
Yes.
Round 2.
Ah, shit, dude. Run the tape. That's one of my favorite things. Didn't we watch the Opie and Anthony fucking Craig Gass story? Isn't that the Mensa guy? I don't think he's Mensa.
All right. Mr. Jolly, what is your topic?
I thought you would never ask. I do not believe that immigration is even in the top 10 problems facing America.
This is Nashville.
Make my case?
All right, what's your case?
Okay. So currently what we're seeing across the country is immigration, customs enforcement bypassing a lot of constitutional norms.
Fifth Amendment.
Hang on, brother.
Yeah.
Bypassing a lot of jurisprudence. You know, we're seeing them arrest people for merely protesting their presence. We're seeing them.
In Jolly's defense, no. That's his third beer. I watched this like the full thing. No, he pounds his second beer, and this is his third. No, trust me, as somebody who enjoys himself, you know, a few loggers.
Deport people without.
No, my man Jolly, he got bit by the idea that this was a bar show. It just sucks when you're doing a bar show with sober heads. Like, I think that's bullshit, and I think that's against the idea of this. Michael Knowles should actually be required to drink since this is a bar show. It's literally the idea of this. Like, Walter, sure, he doesn't drink, but like I said, that should disqualify you from doing the bar show.
Without the due process of immigration.
Because this is literally, like, I get it, it's debate fucking shit, but that also means, like, oh, what are you, that fucking hard up to find, like, people that drink and also want to debate?
We're seeing them.
Jesus. Andrew Wilson's just sitting there like, can I smoke on stage?
Put people in inhumane conditions, a violation of the 8th Amendment.
I'm like, yeah, can I?
Or 4th Amendment violations, First Amendment. So we're seeing a lot of constitutional overreach. We saw the murder of Renee Good and Alex Pretty. Whether you want to decide that that was a justified murder or not, what's supposed to happen is an investigation. There's a process in place for that. There's the federal and state communication in that investigation. We saw the federal government shut that down. So when you see all...
Oh, no, he does. When he's, like, usually talking, no, it's because of his, like, his weird teeth or whatever.
all of this literal
But no.
trampling on the Constitution.
No, this is literally him just being like...
all under the guise that we're being invaded by immigrants and that there's a 20, 30 million, whatever number you choose, illegal immigrants here that are committing all this crime. I argue there's no statistic to back that up. I argue there's no immigration crisis. Can I finish? I argue there's no immigration crisis in America that would justify us trampling over the Constitution to fix the problem.
Okay, can I ask you before I give my rebuttal?
Sure, man.
What was your actual prompt?
I fucking read it.
Can you repeat it?
Okay, cool, man. I do not believe that immigration is even in the top 10 problems facing America.
Okay, so I can't help but observe
that was a sly way to be like, I forgot what we were talking about.
that you read that prompt and you say, this is my thesis, and then you...
And he's not even one of the guys that, you know, he's not on this train.
Made a bunch of arguments that have nothing to do with that thesis. You said that the immigration enforcement's unconstitutional. You said that they're murdering people. You said that they're unjust to the migrants. What'd you say?
This is your rebuttal to my argument?
Well,
So
no, you did not make your argument is the point I'm
What I'm saying
making.
is when we suspend constitutional...
In 10 minutes, we're going to do another 4-2-0. Might as well.
But that's not your argument
That
that
is
you
my
made.
argument. I'm telling you.
Hold on. Read that sheet of
My
paper again.
favorite parts of the show.
Piece of paper off.
But you wrote the question.
No. In my original write-up,
Yeah.
Pep, did you date your wife first, or just marry her straight up? How long? I dated my wife for 8 years before I married
I
her.
have way more than this.
Okay,
This is what your producers decided for me.
I've known my wife since we were 16. We started dating when we were 18, and then we got married when I was 24.
Okay.
So I'm reading it, but I'm telling you my fucking argument. But if we... Listen, I know you're scared to debate it, but...
I'm trying to debate your point.
I'm making the point.
What is your... So, okay, I'll try to take multiple points here.
Okay.
So you say that immigration's not a top issue for Americans, right?
Correct.
That's your claim. Okay.
Correct.
So that would seem to be belied
26?
by
Shit, I think I was 26.
every public opinion survey for the last 2
Yeah.
years or so. If you go back, not only is it in the top...
Yeah, to be fair, we didn't necessarily want to get married because, like, we both came from, like, divorced families and shit, but, like, logistics, you know, taxes, all that shit.
10, it's usually in the top 3. You've got Gallup...
Tends to kind of fucking push you into that direction. Good night, Robin.
Multiple times. You've got Convention of the Americas, Council of the Americas, say it's number 1. You then have Gallup, Ipsos, CBS, YouGov. You've got Harvard-Harris repeatedly saying it's number 2. This is before the election and after the election. And then when it's not number 1 and number 2, it's number 3 for Americans, which is why Trump won the popular
8 years.
Those are what?
on running on immigration
Right, those are
in
what?
2024.
Opinion polls, right?
They're opinion polls.
Right. I said it's not an issue facing America. In real life, those same opinion polls, I believe America's like number 2 in the world for people who believe in angels, right? So like me, so
I also believe in angels,
Okay,
because
cool.
they exist.
No,
But,
that's
yeah.
fine.
You can't prove that.
I'm not bashing your...
The thing is, no, I hate people that do that shit because they exist. It's like, no, you think they do. You can't prove that.
Your belief.
Yeah.
Prove that an angel exists.
Well, what I'm saying is...
You're just pointing out that Americans believe a true thing.
no.
I can prove that an American fox sound exists. What you cannot prove is that an angel exists.
You're right. We believe a lot of true things.
Are you
You're
going
right.
to let me finish? You're
Or
scared. So
is it
what
the
I'm saying
film?
is, you
Are we
can't use
doing
an
the?
opinion
Or is that what it is?
poll
That's
as
how you
your
spell
backup
or
that this is
pronounce that,
actually an
right?
issue facing America.
Do you think that Americans
Yeah.
have the right to self-government?
Eyes and wings and shit.
Okay. Do you think that Americans have the ability
Can you
and the
make
right?
a point? Are
Excuse
you
me.
going to ask? No, I don't want to
Do you,
answer your question.
do you think
Make a
Americans
point.
have the
Don't ask me a
ability and the
question.
right to
This
perceive
isn't
the
an
problems in their
interrogation.
country?
Make your rebuttal. I'm not under interrogation.
Oh, based. I forgot that he did this where he was just like, no, make your rebuttal. Stop asking questions and stop trying to do this like this thing where you try to make it into a new debate. You're not actually answering anything.
My rebuttal.
Then make your point.
No, that's not. No, that's not a rebuttal. Asking more questions is not a fucking rebuttal.
So you said that this is not a big issue facing America.
Nope.
I said, whatever you said there, that you tried to
Bro, he's been drinking and you're somehow like
read a couple times.
I get
Whatever
it.
you said there,
I get it. Short-term memory, brother.
it's
wanna
written
hold it?
down.
Here,
Yeah,
you
I'd like
hold
to
it.
read.
convenient.
I do not believe that immigration is even in the top 10 problems facing
That's the second time he's had to go back to it.
America. America repeatedly says it's number one, and they voted for Trump
In
with a popular
opinion
vote
polls,
on
in
immigration.
opinion polls,
Yes.
in real life,
That's
it's not.
that's what the Americans think about their problems. Yes.
No, that's what
It's
you think Americans think
undocumented
about
immigrants.
No,
is
that's
not
what
why
the
you
Americans
can't buy a
think in their
house.
opinion
Send me the poll you referenced.
BlackRock is why you can't buy a
Gallup,
house.
Ipsos,
Okay.
Harvard
You can
Harris,
say it, show me.
CBS.
You're just saying
How
that.
many undocumented immigrants
What do you mean,
work
show
at
you?
BlackRock?
Hold on. Wait, hold on. What
An
our pal's
opinion poll-
interjecting here?
Opinion poll has all to do with facts.
Your confusion is that problems
He's got a point.
facing
But the thing is, he needs to come with actual facts. And
Americans are perceived by the Americans themselves because we have a
The
self-government.
problems facing America are low income, no health care, education system.
I did not fuck with the
poor
audio, by the way.
infrastructure,
Did I?
You know, housing crisis, costs, all of these things. Every American here, I don't care what your partisan politics are. Everybody in here knows we don't get paid enough. We work hard for our money. We don't get to go to the hospital when we're sick. Half of us have to choose between dying of diabetes.
Illegals go for free. That's true. If you were an illegal alien, you could go to the hospital for free. Unfortunately, you're an American. It's tougher for you.
So hang on, stop. How do illegal aliens go to the hospital for free? How do they do it?
They show up to the hospital and they go for free.
Where?
That's how it happens with anybody. You don't have to be illegal. You just have to have no insurance.
What hospital?
Dude, he's being such a disingenuous cuntbag. Like, seriously, this is actually the problem with uninsured. He's not talking about illegals. Like this whole like, oh, it's a bait on the hospital system. You understand if you don't have insurance, if you don't go for the Obamacare option or fucking getting a PPO or any of that shit, then you're just as bad as the illegals because you're a drain on the system just like they are, apparently.
Any hospital in
Nope,
America.
there's an answer to
Holy fuck,
this
dude.
question. Hang on.
Like, for real. Like, and then they don't understand it where they're like, yeah, but I'm American. I get health care. No!
Question. How does an
No,
illegal...
that's what we're fucking... That's what us socialists are fucking fighting for, you fucking twats!
alien go to the hospital for...
You fucking... Oh my God, I just realized how much these people actually suck. Wow. I never thought of it this way. But they are the fucking worst with this because that's his argument.
He probably
Holy
hits his
shit!
ride with Paco,
Michael
his
knows.
roommate, and then he shows up and he
Somehow
says,
proving that it could be
I
worse.
Like some medicino, por
How
favor.
does someone who's here illegally go to the hospital for free?
He just does. He walks in the door.
The answer to the question Michael can't answer is he goes to the emergency room.
Yeah, he goes to the emergency room just like you would, dude.
So when you say that we can't do it, that's a fucking lie.
Yeah, but we get charged.
Yeah.
We get charged. And we pay for it through our insurance premium.
No, you don't pay through that through what? Your insurance premiums are not getting dinged by that, you fucking asshole. And if that were the case, then why? Why wouldn't your answer just do what they do? Huh?
Everybody pays for it. Illegals have a net
Illegals don't
The
pay
fuck?
insurance premium.
Are you admitting? Are you admitting that they actually do pay taxes, that they can be traced?
They don't.
Neither do anybody that goes to the ER.
I pay
so you're
insurance
making a
premium.
disingenuous
When I go, I pay insurance premiums.
No.
I can go to the ER.
No, they do pay. They do pay. Trust me. Oh my God.
They're undocumented.
Especially because most of the people that end up in the ER that are illegal, they do want their pathway to citizenship to be like they want it to be clean, right? So they like this is what they also like. The Republicans are so bad, like they're so bad with this, and it drives me fucking nuts. Most of the people that are illegal aliens want to become citizens. They want to do net good. Like this idea that they're all criminals, that they all just want to fucking somehow poison our lands. That's the white replacement theory bullshit that we are calling out rightfully so, because it's like, dude, what other reason would you have for being so against this?
Illegal aliens are net takers on welfare by a country mile. They are.
Do you know that there's more white takers? You do know that, right? Like, has this motherfucker never been to a trailer park?
Actually untrue.
61% of immigrants.
He can LARP like he has been, literally trailer behind him, but okay.
Households
so when you say they can go to the hospital and we can't,
in Tennessee.
It's a disingenuous lie.
No,
and when you talk about how much
for free.
When you talk about how much medical debt in America is contributed to undocumented, it's less than 2%.
Right, they just
so if
take
we had
it.
a better
They
healthcare
just
system,
take it.
if
They
we had a
don't
better
encourage it.
healthcare system, if we had a better healthcare system, then everybody would go to the hospital and there would be no medical debt. But instead, we let insurance companies us while you complain about fake ass problems.
Yeah. But Michael, how much do you think undocumented immigrants pay in taxes every year?
Dude, I feel like they jacked the audio on this.
Well, it depends on what kind
Not like them. I'm talking YouTube.
of tax.
Yeah. How much? No. How much do you think they pay in income tax every year?
Well,
how much do you think they pay into Social Security, Medicaid?
You're talking about the ones who commit federal crimes by stealing Social Security numbers to pay
I'm
into
talking
them?
about ones who get an ITIN number.
Oh, okay. All right. That's a little bit
ITIN.
different. Yeah. That's
That
a
is
little
a
bit different.
perfectly. That
Yeah.
is an undocumented immigrants.
Some
pay
illegal
taxes
aliens. No, then I'll answer your question.
ITIN.
Some illegal aliens.
$100 billion.
I'll answer your question if you want. Some illegal aliens do pay some taxes, but they're net takers on our social welfare system.
That's not true.
Okay. We have a question.
Into Medicaid
Question
and
from the
Social
microphone.
1
The
minute.
real topic, in my opinion, who here thinks that white people are being replaced?
Like,
Got
you
hands
mean
up?
are the demographic shifting in America to
that
reduce
white
the
people
proportion
are
of white
being-
people?
That guy's just like,
Yeah.
I want to raise my hand, but I do
For sure,
fucking
obviously.
feel that shit.
There we go. Okay, that's the real conversation behind all of this, because
Thank you, Walter.
progressives have gone back and forth saying they're a net positive. They don't
The bell's so ineffective. Yeah, because she doesn't know how to ring it.
commit crime. They do all this. There's all
Yeah, we're
these
just pointing out it's a violation of federal law.
However, the biggest
No.
issue underlying all of this is we are being replaced. Okay, you have been fed a lie of racial capitalism by the Epstein class.
420.
Okay,
brother.
they have
go.
they have fed you this lie. Okay, they love the Epstein class, the billionaire class loves that you're focusing on immigrants, not the corporate oligarchy right now. They love it.
Corporate oligarchs do love mass migration. They do. They support
love
it.
that you're talking about this. They love when you put smoke screens up. They love when you're talking about trans people. They adore it. It gives them political and social cover. You've been fed a lie of racial capitalism, that the more one person gets, more one marginalized group gets, the less everyone else gets. Yeah, that's the lie you've been fed.
Okay, so hold on.
It's of racial
I have a
capitalism.
little. Okay, I have another thought. So it seems to me we should close the border and enforce federal immigration law that both parties have passed, because that's the law and that's conducive to the common good and that's what self-governments are supposed to do. At no point have I ever been whispered to by the racially capitalist Epstein class that tries to hypnotize me into talking about transvestite Venezuelans in order to. Like, I think it's a little
Oh my
simpler
God,
than
the
that.
Billionaire class loves when you bring up transvestite Venezuelans and do all.
Well, you know what?
all
I'll
the
tell you what.
class
I'll tell you
war
what.
stuff.
We didn't
They
bring up
love
the
it.
trannies. We didn't bring up the trannies.
You're
You
about
got
to. It's
the
right
left.
here.
The left brought up the trannies, and we responded. So if you guys just lay off and stop trying to push the tranny stuff, I won't talk about it, and then your Epstein billionaire class won't have anything on us.
Dude, your viewership will drop overnight.
If we
you
don't
stop
talk about the
talking
trannies?
Dude, what
You guys
would
are
Daily
obsessed
Wire
with
be if
trans
they
people.
stopped talking
Yeah.
about trans
You guys are
people?
obsessed with
I don't
They'd
know.
be done. They'd be like,
You
"Ouch."
especially.
So, I'm a mackerel snapping
Where we
papist
at?
as well. So, from my end, I believe that every human deserves the dignity and respect that is deserved because God gave that to us. That being said, there are things that other people do that take the dignity and respect away from everybody else that is also here currently. Example being, if you
ICE.
take the immigration issue, which you say is not a big issue, and then talked about how it's a big issue, but if you take that into account, you realize that when you have an infrastructure here that has not been built to withstand 20 million people that came here, some of which, majority of which, depending on which figures you look at, came here in the last 4 years, we don't have the ability to maintain that from a housing perspective, from a food perspective, from an economy perspective, from a healthcare perspective. that is now disrespecting all the people that are here legally and that have gone through the processes appropriately. I have love and respect for all those people that have came here illegally because I care for them as human beings. However, if you're not coming here legally and going through the right process, it disrupts everything else going on. So if you want to talk about the dignity and respect of all those people that are struggling to afford rent, struggling to afford mortgages, struggling to afford groceries, that are here and have been born here for 3-4 generations, those people are having their rights disposed of based off people that are coming here illegally. So I understand your whole argument is supposed to be it's not a big argument. That's because maybe you're losing the argument, but that's not a reality because it's hurting so many people that are here. I'm actually not from here. I'm from Minnesota, actually from California originally.
You don't look Somali. That's so strange.
I know, right?
Interesting.
But I've seen all of this happen, and don't get me wrong, I have the heart for people. I want to do all of these great things for people.
So he got flown there.
People that come and want the help. However, we also have to keep in mind the dignity and respect to everyone
Damn, dude, they are farming the people that come there to ask the questions.
else around us.
That's crazy.
And when we just completely throw that out the window,
I could see that though, because like if the bar is rented out once a month for like a political show in Nashville,
for a few million people, you disregard the other
Like, yeah.
310
Do they film
million
this on, like,
people
a
that are here.
Thursday?
Okay, so can I respond?
Okay, yeah, let's respond to that.
All right.
if they film this on Thursday, then I get it.
And just because so
Hey,
far
brother,
there
can
hasn't
I
been
respond
any
now?
just because there hasn't been any evidence
we-
actually thrown out there today, remember that 6 out of 10 women that came across the border were raped or sexually assaulted, most of them young girls.
Yep.
So that's the first piece of evidence. You guys haven't done any of that today. That's a huge respect issue. And to me, that bothers me way more than almost anything else about everything else, is that you're allowing these women to be raped and sexually assaulted.
All right, what
and
say
wanna
you?
talk about
What
it,
say
look,
you?
can't now.
I can answer? Okay, finally. So check it out. So I hear what you're saying. If you come here illegally, this, that, the problem is, number one, I'm going to say 3 things. Number one, ICE is detaining people who came here legally. ICE is detaining people from courthouses that are going through the legal process. ICE is detaining people who have, you might not like this fact, and I don't give a it's real life. ICE is detaining people who've been here legally for 10, 20 years. ICE is detaining people who are Native American to this land. Like, where are you going to deport them? They're indigenous to this land. So the problem is ICE is not simply kicking out people who are here illegally. Also, the other side of this conversation, which we pointed out with Reagan earlier, and a conversation that's been happening for 40 years, is what if you're not here, you're not a criminal, you're not violent? Can we just have a pathway to citizenship? That conversation's thrown out the window because
the Democrats
these
betrayed
people are
Reagan
contributing
on it.
because these people are contributing to society. They are working. You got to pick your poison. They can't
No, dude, you're the ones who actually like kind of said that Reagan was wrong about
be
that.
getting detained from workplaces and they're living on welfare. Pick your fucking struggle.
They're
the
literally
last
doing
thing I'll
both.
say-
Yeah,
the last
they're
thing I'll
working
say-
illegally
the last
and they're
thing- the last
Yeah, but they're doing you understand that you have benefited from this, because I guarantee you this rich motherfucker has had a porch or a fucking like a remodel done by somebody that's illegal, and he was more than happy to pay less because they weren't fucking licensed.
Last thing I'll say about that.
I hate people like him. I really do.
So you can do better.
The last thing I'll say about
It's like that one lady that called ICE after she had her roof done.
gentleman's question.
Like, that's them. They all wish they could just do that.
Hang on. The last thing I'll say about the gentleman's question.
These gross motherfuckers.
Is we got tons of money to go to war whenever, wherever. I'm a veteran of this country. I served in Iraq and Afghanistan.
Right, thank you.
And we got tons of money to go to war. We got tons of money to bomb Syria. And I watch homeless vets die on the streets of America every fucking day. And you're not taking a single dime out of any of that defense budget to get them off the streets. So if you say to me, we'll get the illegals out and
How's he un-American when he's literally a fucking, two-tour vet?
Well, the problem is you're a fucking liar.
Or multi-tour vet, but in 2 different
It goes back
locations.
to unhinged late-stage capitalism
man?
that's leaving people hungry, poor, and homeless.
Okay, well, hold on.
You understand, like, even I reserve the whole thing about being anti-American unless you're just being like, yeah, I want Trump to be a king and I want him to, totally make the Constitution his bitch. Then I'll call that out. But if you're just like, yeah, whatever, agree, disagree, then fine.
Here's the other part.
But that doesn't seem to be the case.
Okay, so you talk about coming here legally. The agency that does legal pathway to citizenship, USCIS, that agency under Trump has been defunded.
Thank goodness.
That is the agency.
USCIS, not USAID, you dipshit.
That
Way
helps
too
you
many
do
legal immigrants.
Which even that one, oh my God, he's a moron. He's a moron. He doesn't understand which one he's talking about. He's talking about the one that oh my
pathways
fucking
to
God.
citizenship.
Right, we need.
It's the one that actually like gives like the the pathway to citizenship that we have right now.
Less of that
These
too.
are you need less
Much less legal immigration.
Okay.
Yeah.
What in the actual fuck? See, right there. That's giving the game away.
Yeah,
Okay.
much less.
Okay.
We take away. It's $1 million a year, and then 3 million illegal. It's way too much.
I'm glad you're just being honest because the whole
I'm always
argument is
honest. What are you
we're
talking
fine with
about?
legal immigration. So I'm glad you're fine.
No,
with
I
being
want
honest
much
to
less
say,
legal immigration.
fuck legal immigration. We don't want any immigration.
No,
at
just
all.
a little bit, only a tiny little bit. That's
There
true.
you go.
Now, to your point,
I actually applaud your honesty. So I
Yeah.
love having
You should
your
listen to my
honesty.
show
Yeah,
more.
no, I
I'm
mean this
very
is
honest.
crazy.
You know,
to your point, you made an interesting point. which
That's
is,
fucking
what about, just very
crazy.
quickly, just to give the devil his due. You're very right. Not just veterans who are homeless, who are
Correct.
being left out because of drug addiction, because of
great.
untreated PTSD,
I
because of a bad
Speed
economy.
just got a
but
fucking
even
announced for. Oh my God. Oh fuck off. I Show Speed's gonna be on WrestleMania. God damn it, dude. Literally in 2 years, it's gonna be I Show Speed versus fucking Logan Paul, and that's it. That's it. Like dude, thank God for AEW. Can I just say thank God for AEW? Thank you, Chris Jericho, for staying, and just in general, like AEW is a true wrestling product. But fucking WWE can suck balls, dude. Like fuck them.
For Americans who are just going through.
I can't even watch for the CM Punk angle. It's just, it's awful.
For a lot of problems.
It's the worst.
This is a big issue. It is worth pointing out that one of the biggest issues, specifically dealing with homelessness and
Buddy
housing
just texts me. He's just like, yeah, did you see I Show Speed's gonna be on fucking WrestleMania?
prices, one of the biggest drivers is mass migration. This is agreed to.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
is.
thanks,
So,
thanks.
Where?
Well, in New
fair.
York,
Brother, that's
I'm
not
happy.
true.
I'm happy to answer. In New York and California, 100% of the
streaming, too.
rise in housing in rental prices.
100%.
100. I'm happy to.
100%.
Yeah, 100.
Your rent has gone up.
He does-
100%.
No, you didn't let me finish my
Trust me.
sentence.
No. 100%.
He doesn't want to hear the answer because it disproves his point.
He just texts. He's like, I'm watching, motherfucker.
You're telling me that rent has gone up because of legal immigrants, and that is 100%.
That's
the
not what I'm
reason.
saying.
Okay.
All right. Well,
If you listen, you might be able to hear the point I'm making. Okay. So the point, very quickly,
that's always odd when you have a friend that's watching your stream that's just like,
before Mr. Tourette's over here interrupts again.
I see you.
Is that the point over here? Is that 100% of the increase in rental prices in New York and California?
100% of the rent.
All right.
I want to hear
He
the
doesn't want. He doesn't
I
want to
wanna
hear
the
it.
shit.
Okay.
Let's go.
Okay.
Come on,
I'll
I
try
wanna
to
hear
finish it. So 100% of the rental increases in New York and California are attributable to mass migration. Now, New York and
What?
California are particularly bad for this, but
the balls that like he doesn't have that he wishes he had to substitute that phrase right there.
60% of the rental increases nationwide are attributable to mass migration. And the proof, by the way, of the economic models is that 6 months in a row, month over month, rental prices have declined, directly corresponding with the mass deportations. How do you explain that?
Because causation. Can I explain it?
A two-bedroom.
You can. I don't know if he can, but you
$12,000 a
can.
month.
You asked me a
Because
question.
of immigrants.
Hang on. There was a study done one summer where the amount of ice cream sales went up and the amount of thief went up. Does that mean that more ice cream sales mean more thieves? Like,
Right,
You're
so-
taking two things and
But-
you say
but
that
do
the
you believe-
causation and the correlation are equal, and they're not.
But sometimes there are correlations, right?
Sometimes there are. In this case, there's not.
So how do you explain 6 month-over-month declines in rental prices?
You would have
directly corresponding, even though you say it doesn't. It wasn't caused by, but directly corresponding.
You could actually let's see. November, December, January, February, March, April. What happened in November? It's almost like the market was anticipating something.
Responding to
Because he just said 100% of rents went.
mass deportations. How do you explain it?
Reframe your question.
6 month-over-month decreases in the cost of housing directly correlated to removing the people who take up all the housing.
I don't think they're correlated at all.
No. You could literally correlate that with Zoran Mamdani's policies. See where I was going with that.
Let me put.
They're not correlated. You're making them correlate.
Yeah, he's literally making this shit up.
Hold on. Let me. I'll put it in.
At the same time,
I'll put
more
it even
people
simple.
I'm glad that Walter's at least sober.
blue cards.
I'll put it-
Like you're just taking two things and making them
I'm
correlated.
taking two things that seem like they're related, and
They
I'll at
seem
least,
like they're related,
And I'll at least point
but
out.
who made them related? You did.
I'm trying to ask. No, I think they are related.
You could
But
say
hold on,
20,
I'm
30%.
just trying to clarify this for you guys.
And it would sound, you said 100% of rental increases in New York City are
No,
from
New York State and California. You still were not listening,
Those are-
even after like the
New
fourth time I
York's-
said it. You still
okay,
weren't listening.
I was being
To your
generous.
point, hold on.
That's
Mr.
even
Giant,
dumber.
Mr.
New
Giant is
York's-
engaging
no.
a little bit more here.
Michael,
so
stop.
hold on, let me. Hold on.
New York
no,
State
no, no.
and
Hold on.
California.
I'm trying to make this point for him.
100% of the rental increases. As a two-bedroom in my town costs $12,000. I not, and that is because of immigrants.
In part, yeah.
There is a
Okay.
high-rise across
Getting
the
back-
street from me.
getting
It's
back
a
to your point.
$12,000 two-bedroom, and that's $12,000 because of immigrants.
You know,
it
Lent
was
is-
$8,000 last year.
Lent is a
New
time
York
when
is
we're told to
crazy.
practice patience, and I'm doing my very best.
You said 100%.
I have a question for the gentleman in the redneck costume. I saw that you made a claim that was to the effect of, Americans and the issues we're facing, immigration is not even within the top 10. And you immediately cited the Constitution when making this claim. I would like to know if you can recite, and I know we had a little bit of an issue earlier with our citations, do you happen to know what is written at the top of the Constitution in a section known as the Preamble?
We the people. We the people.
That's 3 words.
Okay, thank you. After that, there is, believe it or not, additional language. And
Hang on. Are you
He's actually gonna fucking recite the preamble right
You want
here.
me to recite the entire preamble?
Excuse me.
Hang on.
It
Are you want me to
literally-
recite the entire preamble of the
It
Constitution?
is a crime.
This
that
is your
you've been allowed
question?
To speak so much
Am I in third
already.
grade history class?
What it
What's your
continues-
question?
Do you
guy?
still have it memorized? I don't have it memorized.
Is that the
We the
Do you
people
still
in
have
order
it?
to form a more perfect union. Come on, just what's your
Is that
fucking
the-
question, guy?
Try getting it out. I don't know if they're gonna put this on.
Yeah,
television.
first of all, I raised my right
It's not like you said it.
hand
You're the one who brought up the point. Why aren't you reciting
and I
it?
swore to defend that Constitution. So
That's not a gotcha if you're not reciting it along with them.
you, I do know it. What's your goddamn question?
Well, what you don't know is that it is written specifically for ourselves and our posterity, which is to say Americans and their direct
You know, it's kind of funny. There's some like right wingers that kind of feel this way about me when I start talking to them about shit.
descendants, not foreigners and
You smug little hippie prick.
illegal aliens.
At least I'll come at it with a little bit of a fake radio voice. You're listening to WPEP Radio.
So true.
Hang on.
I have a very smart shaven mustache.
Hang on. So I have a rebuttal to that.
Joel makes a
I have
good
a rebuttal
point.
to that. You said it's written for Americans and their direct
Gus,
descendants.
What is this? What is this? Like, dude, his cheek beard is insane. Like, damn, dude, he's got like mutton chops like baked into his beard. That's crazy.
Hold on.
That's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot.
No, first of all, you made that part up. That's
And
your opinion.
he's speaking
no.
with a lot
What
of,
is Americans and their direct descendants? What's that?
enthusiasm, but he actually knows exactly what he's doing.
Grandparents weren't here when this Constitution was written.
Mine were.
Get the fuck out of the
mine
country.
were.
It's the top of the hour. It's Wednesday at 10:42 p.m. Central Time, Eastern Time, 11:42. It is a brisk 42 degrees here in Chicago, and we are going into a little bit of smooth jazz. Stick around for WPEP.
Get the fuck out.
4 years?
I'm illegal immigrant.
4 years?
Yeah, I'm like,
Yeah.
The question I was
I hate other poor
unless
people.
your
That's why I'm
family-
poor.
How is it that you
Unless
can
they're
invoke
This guy says he hates poor people. More at 11.
founding
Constitution, which was written by and for Americans and their posterity, to say that posterity,
When did your
which, as
family
Mr.
come to
Knowles,
this country?
1620 on the Mayflower, baby.
God damn it, I should have just stuck with it.
Which is a
I should have just stuck
great
with
cigar.
Okay,
It's
he
a
can
delicious
stay.
cigar.
When did your
I would
family
just be
come?
the
You
guy.
invoke the
I would just.
Constitution, which was written by and for Americans
When did
and
your
their
family
posterity,
get here?
to say that posterity,
What
which,
makes
as
you an
Mr.
American?
Knowles
Yeah,
brought
what-
up,
what-
have
when did your
consistently
family
get
lowered
here?
lower
Citizen.
levels of
That's
all
really
immigration, both
basically.
legal and
What makes him American? More at 11.
illegal. That
It's Jesus. Let me just give you a little bit of an opinion piece on my side.
posterity has said that. You said they are
Dude,
wrong, and I am using the
now that's something. All right, it's something like I couldn't imagine like a straight like just fucking like time, hour, weather, like that kind of guy. If he broke out and started doing that shit,
document that was written specifically for them to actually side.
and
with illegal aliens.
It's the top of the hour. It's 10:44 p.m. We're looking at a little bit of a brisk breeze. It's about 44 degrees outside, and Donald Trump is an idiot. More at 11.
For whom it was not written. How do you square that? That was my question.
There's multiple times throughout the Constitution where it talks about persons and not citizens. So you don't have to be a citizen of America. Hang on. I know facts suck.
I hope radio makes a comeback so I can get me a fucking gig.
But you don't have to be a citizen of America for certain parts of the Constitution to apply to you.
Goddamn,
You quoted
it
the
doesn't
preamble as if that was the whole story, just like a conservative to read the headline and not the story. But there are plenty of times throughout the
I hope everybody's just like we all come to the realization that fucking online is just like killing us, and it's just like, well, Pep got a gig.
Constitution where it says person.
You're listening to Pep in the morning.
And not citizen. That's because you don't have to be a citizen for it to apply to you. One of those times, Michael, is due process. You know, the thing that currently immigrants are not getting.
They're
so
getting,
when you
they're
want to
getting
quote
plenty
the
of due process.
Constitution
They're
to
getting
me
too much
and
due
leave out
process.
the
If you
You're listening to Pep in the morning. You know what time it is. It's before 10:30. That means you got to make your way over to Taco Bell for some of our breakfast taco off. All right. Well, that means that you guys are about to hear some good old music. But before we do that, if you do eat those tacos, make sure that you have a bathroom close by because you never know how good that Taco Bell is. All right. Well, I'll see you guys at the end of the show. Let's get our show started with some train.
Yes, me. Well, I think we need a little bit less of that due process. Okay, so at the end of that round, where we were debating something, I think, who do we think won the round? Was it?
God damn it.
Was it John Doyle? Was it, people say it's? Was it any of the other?
John Doyle wins, and he also has to deport himself at the end. Like, is that what you get for winning? He's saying that if you shouldn't be, he's arguing.
John Doyle is being naturalized into the VIP table right now. Congratulations, John.
Welcome to Pep Talks.
It's my topic now. Let's see how many words I can get out. My argument is that we need common sense trans control.
This is the Daily Wire. So like you're famous for the question, the what is a woman question.
Yeah, that's one of the things. No, that's more my colleague. That's more my colleague. That's Mr. Walsh. What's a woman? I think a woman is sugar, spice, and everything nice.
And I think a woman is everything goth.
Okay.
That's my honest
and everything you're not.
Answer. That's my honest answer.
So a caramel latte.
That's a little effeminate.
That's just a drink, Michael.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Tattoos, pale, black hair.
Do you think it's on a spectrum then?
No, I think that women are at least their biology, but I think a woman is more than her biology.
Oh, you want to know what his opinion is? That's exactly it. Oh my! Whoa, my soundboard took that over. Cool. What?
So some conservatives like to say that a woman is an adult female human being. I don't agree with that. I think that's reductive and materialist. Yeah. I think a woman is at least a female human being, but I think a woman is more than that. That's why I say a woman, I think, is sugar, spice, and everything nice.
I think we actually are approaching similar.
Sugar, spice, and everything nice?
Yeah, we agree that gender is...
These are the ingredients to make a perfect little girl.
Slightly different.
But Professor Utonium added the chemical X.
I agree. So wait, so it's like a woman, is it biological?
And thus the Powerpuff Girls were born.
Logical state of being that is
Bubbles, Buttercup,
also
and Blossom.
Socially experienced.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
And so my thing is with the whole trans satanic panic right now is your daughter, if she runs too fast, throws too hard, jumps too far, hits too hard, she will be transvestigated.
By
a group of online adult men.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how Republicans feel about that, right? Yeah, we're transvestigating.
They're gonna transvest.
Yo, boys, go transvestigate.
I totally agree with this point.
Check out them genitals. What's up? That's the world we want to live in.
Well.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point.
Thank you. They will transvestigate.
So you agree with
Yo, welcome to Tennessee. You're going to the gym.
investigations?
Well, I think transvestigation is very bad. But
Now, drop trial. We got to make sure that you ain't no transes.
But I'm sorry. When you said trans,
but now they got a new law saying that we can't do that because technically that's discriminatory. So you know what? We want to just make sure no discrimination if y'all drop trial.
investigation, I thought the point you were making was that if a girl runs a little too fast or hits the ball a little too well, she will be told that she is actually a woman or actually
I just need to
a man and be transitioned by her teachers and by
I got to get one of those Steam Decks.
society.
The entire
Not Steam Decks. What's it called? The fucking it's a soundboard, but it's just tied to this shit.
Oh, then never mind.
I just can record it myself.
You actually know what's happening. The entire online community will get together and go, I don't know, is that really a man?
Another one.
Is your daughter really a man?
Now, the thing is, they won't because you can tell. You can actually just tell is the thing. And they pretend you can't tell.
You can just tell.
You can't tell.
You can.
Yo, is this another bigoted one? Yeah, it's
Another one.
Yeah.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
I think you can. Okay.
I know plenty of people you would never tell. You could never tell.
If you told me right now that you're a woman.
And the only way you would know, Michael, is if you check their pants, which what I think you're actually obsessed with.
Yeah.
That's what I was talking about.
I think you're obsessed with what people. Listen, if somebody comes up to you,
very homophobic, by the way, isn't that very? It's a very homophobic.
How's that homophobic?
Because this is what the libs do.
I never brought up being gay. I never brought it up. I think that if somebody comes up to you and they present a way, and there's no way you can tell because there's plenty of people you can't tell, then the
Mike.
What a good boy.
The only way you would verify is look in their pants.
I actually no. I want
low
information voters to vote.
I know you do. I know you want
Trump.
low information voters to vote. But I, a Republican, want smart voters to vote. So I guess we're at an impasse.
Wealthy landowners to be able to vote. That's it.
Wealthy
You have a
landowners.
constitutional right to vote, don't you?
Yeah, people do have a constitutional. Well, not the illegals who are voting, but some people have a constitutional right
they're not
to vote.
voting.
There's mass evidence that that's not a real problem.
You don't have proof of that.
Yeah.
Multiple mayors in the last year have been removed from office because not only did they vote illegally, but they held office illegally. Multiple mayors in the United States.
Okay. Anyway, go. So first of all, fetuses in the womb are not children; they're fetuses.
What?
Are we going
I agree.
to debate abortion? We're going to debate abortion now?
Agrees.
Okay.
I agrees.
What is fetus
denies
mean?
all science.
What does it mean? The original Latin root doesn't have
A lot of people
I'm just
say.
asking you.
A fetus is a preborn
A preborn child. You're right. I agree. A fetus is a child. You're right.
And when does it become a child? When does it become a child? When does it
You
become
just
a child?
said it's a child, not me. You just said it.
Yeah,
Preborn has been born.
Yeah, it's going to be a child.
Preborn is an
So when
adjective.
it's
Child
born-
is a
when
noun.
it's
You
born,
said
I'll
he's a
capitulate
child.
it's a child. Try to get past his boring ass points so we can have a real conversation.
Oh, okay. Let's have a real conversation.
Yeah, let's have a real
So
conversation.
abortion kills
No,
a child.
Abortion laws have been proven to kill more women than children, period.
Well, it's killed 70 million children in the.
Yes, because no child dies during abortion.
You just admitted that abortion
I
kills
said it's
a child.
Fetus. No, I didn't. I said it's a fetus.
And then you said a fetus is a child.
I mean, that's not mince words.
Because that's what you wanted me to say, right? So I want to get past
You
it.
just said it. You just said
Hey, might have fucked up on this one.
it. I don't. Wow.
Talking to motherfucking
Ring the bell harder, damn
conservatives.
it.
That's
It's like
Michael.
pounding yourself in the head with a
Michael.
hammer.
That is crazy.
No, let's do it. Hey, do it, Michael. So you're in a burning building.
She's gonna fucking Thor that motherfucker one time. Just like, yeah.
There's 2 rooms.
Yeah.
One is a 6-month-old baby. The other room is
And now he's got water.
100,000
That was 3 beers and a water.
embryos. Which one? You can
Totally
only go
get
into
it.
one room.
Right.
Which one do you do?
So my view of ethics is not
Been
a
there.
utilitarian or consequentialist view of ethics.
You're just like, yep.
My
drink
view
too
of
much.
ethics comes from.
No,
So you don't
the
want to answer
fire's
the
going
question.
on.
Got it. Cool.
Come on, you gotta
Got it.
choose, Michael.
People
Yeah.
are burning, Michael.
Fire, it's burning.
So the answer is.
Oh, come
I
on.
would.
Where are you going?
I would move to save the child who was closest
Who
to
was
me
already born.
because
Got
of
it.
the order of charity.
sense.
No, well, not
The child that's
necessarily.
already born.
The child
Got
who
it.
is closest
Got
to
it.
me, because we have a greater responsibility to the people who are closest to us. Just like a human
That
being has
facilitates
a
our
greater
argument,
responsibility to his own children than to the children of
Yeah,
others.
it does.
So the newborn is dying because you were closer
It de-
to the embryos.
If it's my embryos, and I had to choose in this crazy hypothetical, I guess I would choose my kids over someone else's kids, though I'd like to save all of them. And if the libs weren't selling human life like this, we wouldn't have to choose.
Oh, man. All right. You know what? I got a little bit of fun left over for this. Let's go.
On that, also to stay in power.
Oh, yeah.
And even Bill Clinton said that about Netanyahu. Bill Clinton said Netanyahu wants war so he could stay in power.
For sure, dude. People call him the yarmulke Hitler. That's what they call him.
Who are these people?
Everybody does.
Everybody
Which
is.
people?
Countless.
People?
Huh?
What are you saying?
What do you mean people? You talking about
What are you talking about,
black
dog?
folks? What
no.
are you saying?
I don't know
Oh,
what you're saying.
I don't know what you're saying.
I don't know what you're saying.
Okay.
Let's not draw conclusions.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
All right, so if you guys
Oh, I didn't see this full clip.
haven't seen it already, Theo Vaughn just
Oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Joe Rogan just, he tried to,
went on to Joe
Oh, no. That's actually kind of fucked up.
Rogan's podcast, and
What's up, Andy? How's it going, man?
he pretty much
On the show.
exposed how Joe Rogan allegedly has handlers in the U.S. government that have an iron grip
This motherfucker going out there with his big ass shoulders. Look, I'm pointing. I don't know who I'm pointing at. I just know that it's the PowerPoint. When I heard PowerPoint, I had to take it.
on the narrative on JRE. Because Theo Vaughn was super outspoken about Israel pretty much the entire podcast, along with the war in Iran and the billionaires in the Epstein files, as he seems to have fully jumped ship on the Trump train recently, which of course a lot of people find to be extremely annoying, because not even a year ago Theo was whining and dining Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump, playing grab ass with JD Vance and Donald Trump, and just in general he seemed like a certified jester for that administration. But regardless of what you think about Theo saying all of this stuff on Joe's show, the one thing you can applaud Theo for is that he may have just single-handedly exposed how Joe is completely compromised by the Trump administration and the global reptilian elite.
But what also, it's like, it's all just a cat and mouse game. People are like, we'll elect the Democrats next time. It's like, but it's all the same shit. Has been happening forever. They haven't been helping anybody forever. They're letting fucking politicians slurp on kids. All of our fucking money goes to Israel and they're using it to fucking genocide people. It's like everybody is scared out of their wits right now. It's like our religious leaders are afraid to speak out, and it's like it's a time where it's like Satan is amongst us and our religious leaders are fucking talking about bullshit at the poll. It's just like, what is going, I don't know, man.
We got to get you off those antidepressants, son. You're losing your fucking marbles.
You think I am?
Come hang out with us. Just chill out.
I'm here.
Just chill out at the mothership tonight.
I do have to pee in a little while, but
you can pee.
I'm gonna pee in a minute, man.
We'll let you.
But no, people are just scared, dude. This is
They won't
that I
let you
hear
in
from
Canada.
people.
They won't let you pee until you give them your guns.
Dude, Joe Rogan literally sounds like the Epstein class, just being like, yeah, come hang out with us, man. You're going a little wackadoodle, huh?
And so,
Macho Man, part of the Illuminati, yeah. Gotta say, Theo Vaughn coming off a little crazy pants, yeah. Might need to get off of those antidepressants, yeah. Otherwise, he might come to the conclusion that we're actually running things all. Gotta say that he's not right, not wrong. Only if you've been invited to go and sacrifice the sacred goat at that weird little camp. For Macho Man doesn't have a greatest memory, don't remember the terms or whatever, but there's a weird wooden owl. Oh, fucking, it's really fucked me up, yeah.
if there's any clip that proves Joe Rogan
Theo Vaughn coming to the conclusion, and rightly so, that the Illuminati is right in front of him, Joe Rogan, yeah.
is fully sold out these days, it is this one right here. Because he's fully aware that Theo has mental health issues. Yet he still gaslights his supposed friend into thinking he's losing his marbles on his medication.
That's fucked up.
Just because
That's genuinely fucked up.
Because Theo
Actually, I gotta say, out of all the stuff that we cover, that's probably the most fucked up thing that Joe Rogan could do. Is that, especially as a comedian, bro.
was criticizing the
Like, dude, You platform any fucking Bravo and you're going to sit there talking shit to Theo Vaughn? What?
This very
What?
very elite
Excuse me? Excuse me.
class of people in charge of the world, and probably in charge of Joe. So anyways, I do believe Theo caught on quickly to what Joe was doing here, because he seemed to just double down on making Joe wildly uncomfortable with these talking points. Like when Theo brought up how Palantir's allegedly been helping Israel since 2014. When Theo said this, Joe just looked like he saw a dead body, and then he immediately casted doubt on Palantir's connection with Israel.
Dude, in Gaza, there was a lot of I think it was a experimental grounds for a lot of insane new warfare type of possibilities.
Well, a lot of it was traditional missiles, right?
Yeah, but there's a lot of like we had a doctor one time podcasting, and he was saying that there were bullets that had gone down a child, just crazy,
shot down, from a drone that's above them.
Yes, something in the air. And he said that there were drones in the air all day. You know, there's that Palantir company just keeping tabs on everything that was happening. And
Palantir's involved in Gaza?
Palantir was involved in Gaza, yeah.
For sure?
Mm-hmm.
Put that into perplexity.
Like when Jamie brings up an article talking about it, Joe just instantly says it looks like a very biased article and that no one should trust it, which is so insane because it's a well-known fact that Palantir's technology is being utilized in Israel. It's even on Palantir.com.
Dude, Joe is so
but
fucking
Joe Rogan
compromised, it's not even fucking... Damn.
Is so deeply
I used to
afraid
kinda,
of Peter
make
Thiel
light of
that
this,
he
but
just
no,
plays
he's
super dumb to it all.
compromise.
He looks like
He
he's
doesn't even
breast-
I don't even think he needs to be paid.
Fed by a
The Israeli
craziest
government began
part.
using Palantir software in 2014. Significantly scaled up its partnership during the genocide in Gaza, which began in 20... This is for sure a biased source, just by the way they phrase that. So maybe that's not the best source.
I mean, it sounds like they have a good idea. It also sounds like they just put 4 words together that sounded great. Americans Friends Service.
I read stuff like that and I go, what is that, a CIA-run company?
I agree. You
know
have
what
no
I mean?
idea.
Is that the Patriot Act? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's just so suspicious how Joe's acting to this information. Like, it honestly seems like he's doing everything he possibly can to make his handlers happy. Which is pretty funny because I actually think Joe's handlers have been upset with him lately. I mean, ever since that Dave Smith podcast Joe did around a week ago, where he was very anti-MAGA and whatnot, calling them a bunch of dorks and that he's embarrassed of associating himself with them, while also criticizing the Trump administration for their immigration policy, stating that the Obama administration was actually better and deportations. All of that must have pissed off his handlers so much that JD Vance literally said he was going to text Joe Rogan to tell him that he was wrong with a bunch of stuff that he said.
Here's the thing. First of all, America is great. Make America greater, I'm down. But make America great again, and then it becomes a movement of a bunch of fucking dorks, because a lot of them are dorks. A lot of them, these really weird fucking uninteresting, unintelligent people that have got something they cling to, and there's a lot of people that are just real, genuine patriots, and they're all lumped into this one group, and you got to accept the dorks too. Fuck that. Yeah. The concept of making America great is a great idea, but as soon as you have a fucking team and you allow anybody to join up, you don't even have tryouts.
You're saying that Joe Rogan is wrong. Because Joe Rogan yesterday was roasting the Trump administration, saying probably the most offensive thing you could say, which is that Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama are better at deporting people than you.
I did not see Joe say this. I'm going to text Joe because that is definitely wrong. So
that's almost an exact quote. So
really,
yep.
Okay. So
Joe says MAGA's full of dorks. What do you think? You consider yourself a dork? He says MAGA's dorks.
I think we have many fewer dorks than the far left, but everybody's got some dorks. We love our dorks. We love our cool kids. We love anybody who wants to save the country.
So that basically confirms that there are people in the government with direct contact to Joe.
Hey, Lori, thank you for the $5 donation.
At Lori K1T $5.
Thank you.
Rogan, who will indeed push their agenda onto Joe in order to have the upper hand in the media. So I think right now, more than ever, Joe is skating on extremely thin ice with these guys, and in turn was probably super annoyed that Theo dared to criticize his beloved administration. Like at one point in the podcast, he even said something along the lines of how he thinks Theo sounds like a doomsday freak and a really sad man, which could be seen as him subtly hinting to Theo that he should just chill out and stop talking about all that stuff.
He's been talking about internet bill of rights for a long time or something, like some guardrails on any of this shit. But it's like people are wondering, like, yeah, in 5 years, is money going to be worth anything?
Dude, I just realized I actually might be able to get on there like Theo.
Is there going to be some token like Sam Altman's talking about?
Right.
And what the does that even mean?
Right, what does that mean?
So anyway, I don't want to sound like a doomsdayer. Dude,
Too late.
Yeah.
Too late. That's what you sound
Do I
like.
sound like a
Oh shit! Outsmoke with the fucking 4 months prime. Thank you, bro.
bad person?
A little bit.
Appreciate that.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Let's talk about something else. Dude, you know what I was listening to today, bro?
What?
That's my bro right there.
Well, I guess it was a night.
Don't sing it.
Okay.
And I think this may have clicked for Theo or something like that. Because whenever they were talking about some sort of bullshit topic, like Steve-O wanting to get breast implants, out of nowhere, Theo would just put Joe on the spot with questions about the Iran war and the administration, which were seemingly loaded questions to get
Just
Joe
watch Punk torch everyone.
Criticize-
Dude, I just went off about how like WWE is borderline unwatchable. So I guess I'll watch that segment. But goddamn,
as his handlers with Theo. So whether this was done by design by
I don't know,
Theo
man.
or it was simply just on his mind
it's
and he
gonna be a
wanted to
lot.
talk about it with Joe, it was just amazing to see Joe get so
AEW, I gotta say, like, I'm glad that they made the comeback when they did.
uncomfortable with these topics.
Steve-O almost got a pair of fake tits.
Did he?
Yeah.
He did.
Tell us
All
too
right,
much.
all right, I'll check
agree.
it out. You know, I like,
But he's
you
in
know I
that,
love
you know,
Punk, so
constant perpetual state
I'll
of
check
having
it
to
out.
one up himself. Doing
Yeah.
something
shit.
more and more ridiculous every time.
Do
The only reason I still watch
what do you
anything
think is going to
WWE
happen? You
right
think
now,
we're going to be okay?
I hope so. Of course. I don't know.
Do you think about it?
I'm confused. I can't believe we went to this war. When we started bombing Iran, I was like, they can't.
dude. Outsmoked. Did you just see that they fucking have iShow Speed showing up to WrestleMania? Like, I'm telling you, man, we're gonna have iShow Speed versus Logan Paul at WrestleMania next year, and I'm worried about this shit. That therefore,
This can't be true.
And what about Lebanon now?
I know. Israel's invaded Lebanon. Yeah. Yeah.
And it's like, just fucking stop. Like, what do you need?
Well, they're trying to, supposedly, they're trying to stop the terrorists.
That's crazy, though, if you're the fucking terrorist.
fucking base, Theo.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to stop them, fucking stand in front of the fucking mirror and start there. But also, what do I know?
What do you know?
Stop.
You're right, I don't.
Stop.
But it's all just...
Oh my God, Theo needs somebody to literally just be like, no, dude, you actually do know something like this. That's crazy. Theo's like if I didn't have a therapist.
It's like, there's got to be some way that we're better than this.
For real.
So the best part about this podcast wasn't exactly everything what Theo was saying. I mean, it's fantastic that he's now fully on board with criticizing these people, but what I'm enjoying more than that is how Joe was completely caught off guard by
Mask
it all.
off.
Like it was almost as if Joe thought Theo was as compromised as him, since, as I mentioned before, Theo was cozying up with the Epstein guys all last year. But just like Andrew Schultz and Tim Dillon, who also had people in the administration on their podcasts, Theo has officially jumped ship. So out of the 4 comics in the Rogan sphere who helped Trump get elected, Joe Rogan's really the only last one still in constant communication with these guys. So I genuinely think he was...
Well, I came in because I'm talking about Theo Vaughn and Joe Rogan. What? Is this not politics enough for you?
displeased
Jesus Christ.
with Theo here. I mean,
Meanwhile, your Facebook is nothing but politics, motherfucker.
even the way he ended the podcast was a bit pissy and awkward.
It's just like a really well-made
Like I see a bunch of fucking wrestling memes on your shit.
show.
Yeah. That show was fascinating. He did it.
All right, dog, we got to wrap this up soon.
Dude, that...
Fine, you want me to talk about Stelios?
Fine with me.
You want to just... Actually, we could just talk about Stelios.
I thought you... I was staying here because
I've talked about Stelios.
you're here.
No, I love you.
I love you
but
too,
I have
man.
things I got to do.
Me too.
They
Are you going to
know.
be around tonight or are you going back?
I might stop by.
And again, a lot of people are split on Theo all of a sudden speaking out on what's wrong with the people he helped get elected and whatnot. But regardless of what you think about
Man, what'd you get all salty on me?
Theo, guys, I think it's safe to say that we all love seeing Joe Rogan being put on the spot like this. Like the way he would question Joe about Trump.
Nah, he was that boss that I was talking
Trump and
about
the
that
war
was
was
like fucking weird.
Just so satisfying to listen to.
100 million?
Or 28 million. I'm trying to
Well,
find it
let's-
in this article. It doesn't
Let's
say.
not comment until we have the specifics. We'll figure it
Joe,
out.
do you think that things would be any different
Oh, sorry, I'm talking shit to my friend.
with America's relationship in the Middle East right now if if the Republicans hadn't have won the election, if Trump hadn't have won, or do you think it's all the same?
It's a good question.
You think it's all the same?
No, real talk, Outsmoke. You think he's even like around anymore? I don't think he is.
Same like Geppettos in the distance, like running the strings, and it's all.
The last administration funded the proxy war.
Me and Outsmoke worked for this Greek dude that ran a pizza place in like Chicago suburbs and
or in Ukraine,
right?
200,
and they
were
200
firm tied to Kristi Noem's.
No, I am
secretly got money.
No, I literally just do like the clips
from $220 million DHS ad contracts.
So at the end of the day, Joe Rogan's the only guy who's dumb enough to not see this coming from a mile away with Theo. Like according to Brendan Schaub, Theo is literally neighbors with Candace Owens now. So he has her in his ear all the time.
Just the guy in France.
And her neighbor's Theo. Her neighbor's Theo. Her and Theo live like next door to each other.
Candace Owens?
Yeah.
No fucking.
They're super close.
Crazy. For real?
Because I was at Tucker Carlson's Christmas party.
What?
Yeah.
How did you get that invite?
Who knows, man? Theo. No, I didn't know Theo was going to be there, but I go. And someone wanted pictures of me and Theo goes, let's get a black in here. I'm like, oh, dude. He goes, Candace. I'm like,
I thought you hated Danhausen. Dude, didn't you hate Danhausen while he was in AEW?
I didn't know they knew each other. I'm like, hey, dude, fucking cut it. And then she's like, oh, laughing.
Yeah, AEW Danhausen wasn't even booked right.
And I was like, oh, how you know Candace?
Motherfucker, I knew about Danhausen before you did.
He's like, oh, dude, that's like, she's like a fucking sister. He's like, the kids call him Uncle Theo and shit. He's
fucking AAW. Yeah, because, I was seeing local wrestling, motherfucker.
Over there like 4 days a week for dinner and shit.
Which I still don't know how we haven't hit a show together.
And he's also completely offended that the official White House account on Twitter used an out-of-context
fucking Tommaso Ciampa was just in Berwyn
video of Theo for one of their ICE propaganda pieces. So of course Theo was going to ambush Joe like this out of nowhere about the anti-Israel stuff. And honestly, it was really nice to see. Because Joe Rogan is on a super tight leash with the US government right now, especially.
Really? No Mox?
Because if he wasn't, he'd probably be on board with everything.
I'm a little bored with Moxley, but I don't know, like fucking Darby Allin?
Theo was saying. Since, to put it plainly...
Really? You don't like Darby?
Theo was pretty spot on with all this stuff. As he was just...
Wrestling show on this space, just saying. It's gonna happen.
Just reiterating what everyone's been thinking about it and speaking about
once Jake's back
it online as well. So Joe was really put on the spot in this episode and had no idea Theo was gonna go off like this,
like
which again is pretty dumb of Joseph. Especially since he had Theo on not even that long ago and was also completely tilted
he's going fucking ham
whenever Theo brought up something critical of Israel.
They got me.
How much longer does Israel let us stay alive, do you think? That's the big question.
Why were they...
What did you say? Is that AI?
What are you saying?
That's Sora?
Fuck are you saying?
I didn't say anything.
What are you saying?
Huh? Talking about Israel Adesanya.
Oh, well, he loves you. Don't worry about it.
Good call.
Fuck are you saying, son?
Yeah,
so
was it so
what
much
did he
fun?
say? What did he say about the Epstein files?
What did he say?
This is just photos of Nancy Pelosi with JFK.
Yeah, they have no structure, but they know how to put on a pay-per-view, that's for sure.
Think of that. That was before we didn't go to the moon.
Yeah.
It was 1963.
That was before Israel didn't kill him.
You think so?
I didn't say anything.
I heard you say Israel killed him.
You did?
That's what I heard.
Jamie, did you put something in this?
They didn't. The glasses. They didn't do it. Oh, before Israel didn't do it. Oh, I see.
What the fuck is up with Joe? Joe used to be on like the fucking... This is actually kind of crazy to watch.
What you did. I think...
I didn't say anything.
What?
So yeah, I mean, I'm usually pretty critical of Theo, but I must say it was awesome to see Joe so uncomfortable on this podcast. But anyways, guys, thanks so much again for taking the time to watch the video.
Oh, it's Monday. All right, so that means... All right. Oh, fuck. My cat and my dog abandoned me. Great. Theo's theory holds, yeah, it's kind of the crazy part. Like, I'm kind of trying to be serious here. I think that Theo was bringing up some, like, pretty good points. And, like, American Redacted's not just being a dick about this. He is on the right track as far as calling Joe out for being compromised. Like, dude, he's brought Peter Thiel on. He's like been going to bat for these fucking billionaires. So yeah, it kind of makes sense, you know? Like I just now do CM Punk, dude. I can't. You think that I can play a WWE clip on YouTube? What? No, for real. I can show like maybe a still. Wait, here you go. Here you go. Since he asked for it, there you go. There's your CM Punk. Hey, he's chilling with Jesse Ventura. You know that he would be fine. Just don't stream it, play the audio only. I'm not sure if I can play the audio. Can I play the audio? Let's see. Hold on. Let me ask. Yo. No, it's not entirely true. Because sometimes they market for audio too. Fuck, no. No. Nah. WWE comes after you for audio too. Jesus, wow, they have a lot of parameters. Gonna get special permissions for... I mean, I could show like a 4-second clip, which doesn't seem worth it, so... That sucks. I could do this on Twitch, technically, though. Because this does only say YouTube. Well, hold on. I'm not. Hold on. I'm looking. Let me pushy. Chill vibes have been achieved. Hell yeah. If you show video. No, but I mean, it says audio too, but hold on. All right. Give me a second. I can get this.
Losers is the price I pay for not being one of them. Being hated by losers is the price I pay for not being one of them.
I want that jacket.
Keep Chen. Maybe he'll show up. I doubt it, but
this is what I found, motherfucker.
Maybe. What, are you going to be mad at me because he didn't show up because I damn near crippled him? I showed up, and I'm an old man.
And I'm an old man.
Old. Not weak.
All right, hold on. You know what? Fuck it. This has reached peak chill vibes. Dude, seriously. It looks like... Yeah, but that was my problem, dude. They got the fucking music in this shit. Hold on. I can't have the music. All right, good pipe bomb stance. Cool. I got it. All right, guys, we got an audio only bit. If I get hit for this, I swear to God, fucking hell, smoke. You can skip. All right.
Houston is a wrestling town. That's right, there's a lot of pro wrestling history here. This building in particular, I've had some pretty great moments in.
Damn, that's
but there's
like
also
fucking 4
ghosts.
minutes.
Happens when we're awake.
Yo, this is CM Punk that we're listening to. If you wait, you're listening to WPEP Radio. We're listening to a little bit of CM Punk talking some smack on WWE Raw tonight.
Houston, I'm awake. Is it great to be alive on a Monday
You dare say he is woke.
night in Houston or what?
I'm sorry, Outsmoke. I can't. I can't. Not without a video element. It's not working. So, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But I must cancel that bit. Either way. So what we're going to do is we're going to cheers. I know you do that. But just listen to it, you pussy. I'll listen to it when I'm off stream. Believe it or not, my general audience isn't exactly what I would call wrestling fans. Besides, I want to play this thing, which you're gonna be. I know y'all gonna be mad because this is technically politics, past my politics time, but I'm sorry. Let's do it.
This is a follow-up to a recent video, but Piers Morgan is now openly brawling with a MAGA Fox News host, who also happens to be a veteran, about Donald Trump's disastrous mismanagement of the Iran war. Now the MAGA civil war is pitting Piers against MAGA Fox News host.
Yeah. I just did a bait and switch to politics. And Outsmoke's all like, no, politics, no.
I am here for it. But before we unpack all that, if you end up
I'm watching the CM Punk thing on my way out, but I'm not watching it on stream. Dude, I'm sorry. I can't. I literally
this
can't.
video and you want to support the channel, please be sure
Nobody's here for that.
hit the like,
Except for you.
subscribe, and alert bells before you go. All right, folks, we did a video either it was yesterday or the day before about this. So remember, Donald Trump dropped this unhinged, it was actually yesterday, now that I remember it, this unhinged Easter day morning message about Iran in which he threatens to commit war crimes.
Oh, there it is. The Esmond Bronze got it.
Trump said Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day all wrapped in one in Iran. There will be nothing like
I'm Esmond Platinum.
Open the fucking straight, you crazy
Get it right.
bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch.
Ultra Instinct Asmund Gold.
Praise be to Allah, President Donald J. Trump. Now, Piers, as we discussed yesterday,
Wait, that can't be a thing, because that's technically him. Never mind.
Yesterday, responded with, "This is embarrassing."
I'm sure there's wrestling fans here, not me, sorry. I mean,
deleted President @Real Donald Trump, unless you want everyone to think you've lost your marbles. Now, Piers, who is a longtime friend of Donald Trump, they speak regularly.
As I said it, I just dropped off fucking 3 viewers.
Their friendship goes.
Does that answer that?
Back to the days of the Celebrity Apprentice, which Piers participated in. I believe he won. It fractured over the January 6th insurrection, but Piers, per usual, compromised his principles for the sake of his friendship with Trump, rated him on a curve, and has since come back into the MAGA-adjacent orbit.
I get it.
But he has been increasingly critical of Trump's Iran war. This post went viral. Piers obviously a big figure, but it got 128,000 likes. Okay, this is a big deal because people are happy to see Piers calling this out. In response, Joey Jones, a MAGA Fox News host and a veteran, a wounded veteran, as a matter of fact, I believe he's lost either one or both of his legs in combat, said this. He said, "The fact that real actual journalists are still perplexed at how he postures to our enemies while trolling his self-righteous critics is baffling to me." So Joey Jones, again, a conservative, MAGA Republican, Fox News host and Christian, it's no big deal. He has every right to troll his self-righteous critics.
Yeah, but Outsmoke, all due respect, man.
And threaten.
If I was doing gaming streams or even wrestling streams, I don't think I'd be doing as well as I am.
War crimes. It's just posturing, Piers. To which Piers responded.
Believe it or not, I know you think I'm a masochist, but I like this shit.
With, come off it, Joey. Would you have said the same if Obama or Biden had posted something like that?
But again, for somebody who doesn't like this shit, you sure do pay attention to it.
President Trump can make his points without descending to foul-mouthed trash talking that demeans the office. Now, Joey's post got
for real. You're on Facebook a lot with this shit.
11,000 likes. Piers has got 1.7 thousand. So Joey,
you tell me, ooh, politics.
He's got a lot of support right now.
Dick.
Joey responded again with, I laughed at Biden for saying, quote, don't. I'm not sure what.
Dude, I do this for a show.
That's in context, too. It might have been him saying, don't come to the United States. Or,
you literally helped me get this started. Wait a minute. What you talking shit?
Or don't attack Russia, or Russia don't attack the United States.
You knew this is what I was doing.
I can't quite remember the context of that. And he says, I was too busy fighting his wars to be engaged in politics during Obama's presidency. But forgive me if I'm neither.
Smoke just really wants me to talk about wrestling. He's just like, I'm so done with politics.
Surprised nor
I want my buddy back.
Outraged by a man whose
just coming out.
Hyperbolic language won him the presidency, being consistent with using it. And Piers has not responded here. Now, I want to look at how people are reacting to this. But before I do, let's just break down this exchange again between Piers and Joey Jones.
Remember what I said about friends watching the stream?
Again, a wounded veteran MAGA Fox News host. Piers is right, obviously, that this post by Trump.
Oh, yeah. What the fuck? Like, you abandoned YouTube. You're just like, yeah, I'm just going to Twitch.
It was deranged. It wasn't just hyperbolic. It was unhinged. He was threatening to commit war crimes. And then he escalated further still with genocidal rhetoric by saying that he'll bomb the whole country. If you're going to bomb an entire country, right, you're basically going to wipe out its entire civilians in structure. That's genocidal.
I wish I could mute the stream without muting the stream.
It's incredibly genocidal, right?
Oh.
Joey and many other conservative MAGA Fox hosts
AI's almost there.
Cared a lot about the rhetoric used by Barack Obama and Joe Biden. When Joe Biden cursed, they got very upset. When Barack Obama cursed, which was even rarer than Biden.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I'm not exactly like the biggest fan of watching this stuff anymore. But I also am not the biggest fan of doing 2 hours of work where I could just watch this guy sum it up, give him credit, and just be like, hey, that's Josiah. Here we are. Politics.
Biden actually cursed quite a bit. They got very upset when
inside baseball.
When Obama wore his tan suit. Remember that? That was a whole friggin' scandal. Wall-to-wall coverage on Fox News for days. A tan suit.
Wait. Oh, now you hate the sped up stuff? Oh, whatever.
The fact that he ate his hot dogs with Dijon mustard. They were upset. Dijon is so classy and elitist. I mean, classist and elitist. Like, how?
Yeah, Grey Poupon? Come on. That's like literally the thing. Do you have any Grey Poupon?
Dare you? How dare you? Aren't you a real man, a man of the people? Where's your regular yellow mustard about? And he certainly wouldn't be calling out other MAGA Republicans or conservatives if they were outraged.
Wait. Come off it, Joey. Would you have said the same if Obama or Biden had posted something like that? President Trump can make his points without descending to foul-mouthed trash-talking that demeans the office. Really? Says the precise reactions, he intends, blah, 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 blah. I mean, to be fair, yeah, we can just do that kind of shit and just, it does kind of take care of the whole gist of things. All right. Roulette time. Let's see what we get. Let's do this.
Alex Jones thinks Trump's losing his mind. Marjorie Taylor Greene says that he's gone insane and everyone in his administration is complicit. And after Trump praised Allah on Easter, tomorrow, the runoff to fill Greene's old Georgia seat is being called one of the first electoral tests on how voters are responding to the Iran war. Right? And so when your biggest diehard supporters and loyalists, they're calling you out, they're telling your staff to beg forgiveness from God, you obviously have a problem that goes way beyond the polls. And where we should start is with Trump's Easter post in which he cursed out Iran and praised Allah, which prompted Alex Jones to go on a rant about the president's behavior.
I don't give a fuck if you want to talk politics, but I come in here and you're talking about someone talking about Joe Rogan talking politics. What the fuck is that?
America's sinking global rankings of black ability. It's just not what we've
I don't know, man.
voted for. We've never seen rhetoric out of presidents like this when we go to war.
I don't know. What is it? Lazy content creation? What is it? I don't know. Tell me.
Or even if you're for this war.
You're actually someone I'll listen to on this one.
It's really bad PR, folks. This is what I'm talking about, the way Trump's behaving. way more erratic. His speech, is not coherent.
I like how that's what he's mad at me about.
All the time. You can't deny this is happening.
Jones even acknowledged that while he often highlights what he sees as Trump's accomplishments, he doesn't fully back him on this.
I'm trying to salvage something and before the midterms and just, hope that we can get Trump to pull out of this war. So I'm trying to get as much public awakening to this and pressure as I can, but I don't have a lot of hope.
And this actually, if you follow him, this is not the first time that Jones has questioned Trump's mental state. But when Alex Jones, like the man who built an empire on conspiracy theories and unflinching loyalty to Donald Trump, is publicly saying that the president's behavior is erratic and incoherent, that's not a fringe critique anymore. And then there's MTG, who went even harder. Green, who used to be one of Trump's most visible loyalists before distancing herself and leaving Congress, posted yesterday, everyone in his administration that claims to be a Christian needs to fall on their knees and beg forgiveness from God and stop worshiping the president and intervene in Trump's madness. I know all of you and him, and he has gone insane, and all of you are complicit, saying this is not what we promised the American people when they overwhelmingly voted in 2024. I know, I was there more than most. This is not making America great again. This is evil. And so again, take a beat to fully drink in that this is Marjorie Taylor Greene that we're talking about, calling the president insane and his administration evil. And Greene's words, they're also especially important right now because the runoff election to fill her old Georgia seat, that's actually tomorrow. Or with the New York Times calling it one of the first electoral tests of how voters are responding to the Iran war. And there, as far as the candidates, you have Democrat Sean Harris, who's spoken against the war and focused on how Trump's decisions have increased costs for Americans. And then you have Republican Clayton Fuller, who's a Trump loyalist, defending the president and using MAGA talking points to argue that the war is actually making the country safer. And while Greene hasn't formally endorsed either candidate, CNN reports that she intends to vote Republican. And that's even though on Iran specifically, her position is more aligned with the Democratic candidate. Now, while I'll always implore Democrats and independents,
that's crazy,
especially just anyone that's not aligned with Trump, to go out and vote every single time because it matters, people should also understand that this is one of the reddest districts in Georgia. So a Democratic win there, it would be a massive upset. But also, that's not even fully the point. As the Times put it, a competitive...
going against Trump, but also somehow telling her people to still vote for that candidate is not exactly what I would call great.
Performance by Mr. Harris on Tuesday, even in defeat, could offer another warning signal for the Republican Party. Right? Even a closer than expected result, it would be a temperature check. If a deep red Georgia district had showed significant movement away from Trump on the war, that is a signal for every Republican heading into the midterms. And Fuller, right, the Republican, he acknowledged the stake, saying that a Democratic win, it would be a tragedy for the MAGA movement and for President Trump. And of course, a big thing here is that this shifting sentiment, it's not exclusive to Georgia or on Alex Jones' show. Or we're seeing poll after poll and reporting suggesting that Trump is losing the podcast Bro coalition over Iran. And actually, a recent conversation that got so much attention was Joe Rogan and Theo Vaughn last week.
I'm confused. I can't believe we went to this war. When we started bombing Iran, I was like, this can't be true.
And what about Lebanon now?
I know. Israel's invaded Lebanon. Yeah.
And it's like, just stop. Like, what do you
I'll take it later, bro.
need?
Well, they're trying to, supposedly, they're trying to stop the terrorists.
That's crazy, though, if you're the fucking terrorist. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to stop them, you stand in front of the fucking mirror and start there.
So Joe Rogan and Theo Vaughn, two of the biggest cultural voices in the young male demographic that helped bring Trump to power in 2024, calling the U.S. the terrorists, right on a podcast that reaches tens of millions of people. And so one of the biggest questions with this is whether voters who think like Rogan and Vaughn are actually going to show up differently in the midterms, or whether it stays kind of all talk. And so everything that we just covered, it is going to continue to be a very important place to watch, because this isn't CNN. It's not the New York Times editorial board. It's not even progressive Twitter. This is Alex Jones, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Joe Rogan, and Theo Vaughn. These are people who are supposed to be the base, or part of the coalition of the base, or the ones who built or helped build up the media ecosystem that made MAGA possible. And they're saying he's lost it. They're saying the war is wrong. They're saying that the rhetoric is incoherent. And while by no means have all MAGA voters like abandoned Trump, far from it, right? Plenty of everyday loyalists remain unmoved. The fractures at the top of the movement, they're widening. And tomorrow's Georgia runoff, it is going to be the first real data point on whether those fractures are reaching actual voters. And if there is meaningful movement, it's not just a bad sign for one race. It would be a warning that the coalition that Trump built, it is coming apart over the very war he chose to start. But also, whatever MAGA has to say about Trump's war in Iran, we have to consider the facts. And the fact is, if Donald Trump isn't already a war criminal, he is really gunning for that title. He is openly and proudly threatening to launch attacks that experts near universally agree would violate the laws of war. And we're talking about attacks that could directly affect millions millions of civilians across Iran, potentially provoke retaliatory strikes affecting millions more across the Gulf, and possibly trigger further global economic fallout, pushing yet millions more into poverty, hunger, and other hardship. All while, Trump's now backed down so many times that he may find himself feeling like he has very little option but to actually follow through. Because Trump, he's been threatening these strikes on civilian infrastructure for weeks now. Back on March 13th, he threatened to wipe out oil facilities on Karg Island. He also issued his first ultimatum on March 21st, threatening to obliterate Iran's various power plants if it didn't reopen the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours. He then postponed that deadline 5 days due to what he said were very good and productive conversations regarding a complete and total resolution of our hostilities. But that deadline came and went, with Trump claiming the talks were going well and pushing it back another 10 days to April 6th, which is actually today. And then he went even further, threatening to blow up and completely obliterate not only all of Iran's electric generating plants, but also their oil wells, Karg Island, and possibly all desalination plants. And then last Wednesday in another post, as well as in his primetime address to the nation, you had him vowing to bring Iran back to the Stone Ages where he said they belong. And so you then had people like a Stanford law professor arguing that the reference to the Stone Age indicates that objects would be targeted seemingly because they contribute to the viability of a modern society in Iran, which is completely unrelated to the question of contribution to military action, the necessary condition for targeting in war. Because technically, it's possible that a strike on certain civilian infrastructure, including power plants, it could be permissible under international law if there was a clear military rationale and there isn't disproportionate civilian harm. That is a very high bar, and you even had a retired Air Force lieutenant general who helped direct attacks on Iraq's electrical network during the 1991 Gulf War, arguing that the strikes threatened by Trump, it wouldn't clear it, saying you cannot bomb a power station to send a message. You have to be able to articulate a definite military advantage, not a political advantage. Disrupting enemy morale or changing the thinking of leadership by destroying civilian objects, that's not a thing. And so actually with this, a day after Trump's Stone Age comment, you had more than 100 experts on international law signing an open letter expressing what they described as profound concern over serious violations of international law by the US, Israel, and Iran, arguing that the US and Israel's decision to attack Iran in the first place constituted a clear breach of the United Nations Charter, which only allows for the use of force in self-defense or with authorization from the UN Security Council. They also pointed to strikes against civilians and civilian infrastructure, including energy infrastructure and desalination plants, schools, health facilities, and homes. And of course, they specifically highlighted the apparent US attack on a
You're so sleepy. Oh, I'm about to end show.
Primary school on the first day of the war, which was reported to have killed 175 people, including 110 kids. And then you also had them pointing out what they described as alarming rhetoric.
To the end of this story specifically,
coming from various officials on all sides, especially from the US, pointing to Trump's repeated threats to obliterate Iranian power plants, as well as Pete Hegseth's call for no quarter to be given, which is also a war crime in writing. Public statements by senior officials indicate an alarming disrespect for the rules of international humanitarian law accepted by states and which protect both civilians and members of the armed forces.
Yeah, I mean, this has been like literally the, rules of engagement for hundreds of years, but sure.
But of course, Trump, honestly, he doesn't give a fuck. Within hours of that letter being published, you had him sharing a video of an attack on a bridge near the capital of Tehran, which Iranian news outlets reported killed 8 people and wounded almost 100.
And there it is. This was a forever war.
Writing. Much more to follow. It is time for Iran to make a deal before it is too late, and there is nothing left of what still could become a great country. And while the American military reportedly claimed that the intent
Yay, and we're the Nazis. And it's not hyperbole anymore. Yay.
Had been to eliminate what it called a planned military supply route for Iran's missile and drone forces, a local Iranian official told state media that there was absolutely no military activity on the bridge and claimed that the casualties were people from a nearby village who were picnicking outdoors in celebration of the Persian New Year. Right, and then with this, you had a former State Department lawyer specializing in the law of armed conflicts saying that Trump's own words undermined those claims, telling the New York Times whether the bridge was a lawful military objective would depend on the facts, but also adding, my read is that the bridge was targeted not to provide any military advantage, but in the hopes of coercing Tehran and generating content. But again, despite all that, Trump, he just kept going on in another post saying, bridges next, then electric power plants. New regime leadership knows what has to be done and has to be done fast. But then also, with everything we're seeing, Iran, they're not so hot on international law or human rights either.
So at what point do we start getting,
So you've had them responding in kind, allegedly striking an oil refinery in Kuwait on Friday, as well as a power and water desalination plant in the country. Also in a separate attack, falling debris from a missile or drone interception reportedly started a fire at a major gas field in the UAE. Though also, notably, the damage may be even worse than what we've been led to believe. At least according to the investigative media outlet Bellingcat, which reported last week that UAE officials have downplayed or mischaracterized several Iranian attacks on the country. In one case, for example, the government similarly said that it had intercepted a strike and that the only damage had been caused by falling falling debris, but according to video and satellite imagery, it actually hit and destroyed 3 fuel storage tanks. Right, and there also might be similar reasons to question claims made by Trump officials about Iran's capabilities. You've got CNN reporting that American intelligence agencies believe that Iran maintains significant missile launching capability. In fact, according to reports and according to recent assessments, roughly half of Iran's missile launchers are still intact, along with thousands of one-way attack drones, despite the daily onslaught by the US and Israel. And while these assessments, they may include launchers that are currently inaccessible, including those buried underground by strikes but not destroyed, you had one source telling CNN they are still very much poised to wreak absolute
Pat McAfee, Pat McAfee
havoc throughout the entire region. But again, in the face of that, you had Trump claiming in his speech last week.
They have no anti-aircraft equipment. Their radar is 100% annihilated. We are unstoppable as a military force.
And then a couple of days later, Iran shot down an American fighter jet over southern Iran. It was the first time a manned American aircraft went down over hostile territory during this war, although I will say 3 fighter jets were shot down by friendly fire over Kuwait on March 2nd. And while in that incident, the pilots ejected, they were located relatively easily and given whatever care they needed. In this case, you had what could only have been described as an extremely risky and dangerous rescue operation. One that, thankfully, one of the crew members was extracted relatively quickly from. And while the search for the second one, it dragged on until Sunday, in the end, they were also saved, and now both are reportedly recovering at a military hospital in Germany. Despite only narrowly avoiding a far worse outcome, you had Trump appearing emboldened by the success of the mission, continuing newer and more unhinged threats. Or with the full text of that Easter Sunday post being, Tuesday will be power plant day and bridge day all wrapped up in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. Open the fucking straight, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah. With him then following up a few hours later by appearing to push back the deadline that had already been pushed back multiple times.
President of the fucking United States.
To today, to tomorrow, writing Tuesday, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. And he also told Axios yesterday that the U.S. is in deep negotiations with Iran and that a deal can be reached before his deadline expires on Tuesday, saying, there's a good chance, but if they don't make a deal, I am blowing up everything over there. And then he told the Wall Street Journal if they don't come through, if they want to keep it closed, they're going to lose every power plant and every other plant they have in the whole country.
And then you're going to start World War III. Just like we know that he already did it, but god damn it, that's like the one that goes in the history books. Hey, what day did it actually happen? April 7th.
Also, even as we're waiting to see if he follows through, Israel, at the very least, they're already kind of following through. Right, among multiple strikes that reportedly killed dozens across Iran today, Israel claimed responsibility for attacks on Iran's largest petrochemical industrial complex and on facilities in the South Pars natural gas field, which stands out because an earlier Israeli attack on the South Pars gas field, the Iranian portion of the largest natural gas field in the world, marked a major escalation in the war, when that had Iran retaliating against other oil and gas facilities in the Gulf states, including the world's largest liquefied natural gas production facility in Qatar, which then led to Trump threatening to blow up the entirety of the
I just realized DeFranco doesn't live in L.A.
South
He lives in Georgia.
Pars gas field if Iran attacked Qatar again, while promising that Israel wouldn't attack it again. But this time, at least as of recording, Trump hasn't commented on that, and Israel's defense minister threatened in a statement today to destroy Iran's infrastructure and hunt down its leaders one by one. And then with that, another Israeli strike also killed the head of the intelligence wing of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. And then another reportedly hit the data center at Sharif University of Technology in Tehran, apparently damaging infrastructure important to the country's national artificial intelligence platform and thousands of other services. You also had the International Atomic Energy Agency confirming strikes close to Iran's only functioning nuclear power plant today. Strikes that led to Iran's atomic energy chief slamming the agency for not doing more, claiming that this was the 4th time that the plant had been targeted and claiming that each time risked releasing radioactive material that...
All right, the final tally is 57%. They are champions. 43% huff their own farts.
Could have irreparable consequences for people, the environment, and neighboring countries. So also, you had the head of the UN agency pretty much arguing the same thing, saying a nuclear facility in surrounding areas should never be struck. And similarly, warning that any strikes around the area could cause a severe radiological accident with harmful consequences for people and the environment in Iran and beyond. But then also with this, of course, on the flip side, as far as the Iranian attacks, you had Kuwait, the UAE, and Saudi Arabia all activating their air defenses today. Also in Israel, an Iranian missile strike apparently made it through and killed at least 4 people. Iran also reportedly targeted satellite equipment and munitions on an island that American forces had just relocated to. Now, with all this, you also had a military spokesperson responding to Trump's latest threats, saying, if attacks on civilian targets are repeated, the subsequent phases of our offensive and retaliatory operations will be carried out much more crushingly and extensively, and the enemy's losses and damages from persisting with this approach will be multiplied. But then also, despite that rhetoric, you had the U.S. and Iran reportedly receiving a Pakistani broker.
I love how you can't trust either of them.
Proposal.
U.S. or Iran. Like, we're both on the same, like, I never thought we'd be at this point.
To implement an immediate...
dude, I barely trusted my government as is. Like, the The Bush administration just totally ruined that. I'm not even blaming Trump on that shit. Like,
It's ceasefire followed
but goddamn, here we are.
by negotiations on a broader deal to be concluded within 15 to 20 days. But then Iran reportedly responded with their own proposal to end the war permanently, that including a protocol for safe passage of shipping through the strategic Strait of Hormuz and a demand for the lifting of sanctions. And Trump actually, while taking questions from reporters during the annual Easter egg roll event at the White House, said that he had seen Iran's latest proposal. He said it was a significant step, but also not good enough. And Trump then also saying that Americans may need to weather higher gas prices for a couple of months, but that it'll be worth it because Iran won't have a nuclear weapon. And at a press conference later, while Pete Hegseth claimed that strikes against Iran would already be ramping up to record levels over the next couple of days, Trump reiterated his threats about what would happen if a deal is not reached in time, saying,
The entire country could be taken out in one night, and that night might be tomorrow night. Every power plant in Iran will be out of business, burning, exploding, and never to be used again. I mean, complete.
You do understand that he's a fucking psychopath right now, that he's admitting to war crimes and genocide right off the bat.
Demolition.
Like, this is Nazi shit. I don't give a shit what you guys think. I don't care how blue his tie is. This is Nazi shit. Like, I don't care. Like, and we don't need all of the fucking Nazi symbolism. This is just modern day Nazi shit. Like, him and Netanyahu are literally just they're dueling Hitlers at this point.
And then there's more we're going to dive in.
Oh. Cool. Finally. Got to the end of that. Stealing content my ass. All right, folks. Well, that's going to be the end of the show, because fuck, I did the thing where I need to go, because I gotta fucking wake up in the morning and go to work. All right. But we had fun. Do me the one favor. If you've enjoyed this program, please hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't already. For real. Like, me. Smaller streamers like me. We really benefit from, those little tiny things that you can do to help us, so. America's running the war. Iran is so screwed they're resorting to AI. Yeah. Keep believing that, buddy. I have a feeling that you're not exactly like well versed in this, or you're like 12. But those of us that lived through Iraq and Afghanistan know that no. If you think that we're the greatest, trust me, you're about to find out that a bunch of fucking sandsuckers with some stones and slingshots can fucking definitely fuck up our day. So, but, yep. All right. I appreciate y'all hanging out. Come hang out tomorrow. I'm probably going to be hanging after my Propaganda show. So if you haven't already, please subscribe to this space. It is in this link package that I'm about to post. It is an exclusive show that I do for this space. It is 2 hours long. I have a little bit of a different view on, well, not a different view, but I do like more of a news-based program. Hence the Propaganda. And then also, yeah, I just love being part of this space. But satire socialists playing moral superiority when they just want to steal from the work of others. Yes, that's exactly what it is. We'll talk more about it tomorrow. Join us, Monkey Business. Real news, yes, the real news. Join us tomorrow for the real news. Oh, actually, hold on. I'm gonna fucking monetize this shit. There we go. Monetize. There we go. All right, folks. Like I said, I will catch you all tomorrow. Thank you for hanging out tonight. And, yeah. Catch me, Propaganda, noon tomorrow, this space. Catch this show, 2 o'clock, Central. Yeah. All right, peace.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming.
Pep talks. Pep talks. Who the heck is pep talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from pep talks that we are indeed all high on politics.